down and people came in with the autos and shit, we're like, wow. Big wows.
And they talk shit. We're running combat axes and bomb lances, and they're talking shit. It's like, okay. We're just memeing over here.
Really courageous yesterday. Well, hey, thank you very much.
I'm not sure if you've seen how we're playing tonight. Hey, upgrade points. Pick one.
I'm maxed out. Yeah, maxed out.
I see an event clue.
My clue's all the way in the bumfuck nowhere. They asked me why you did. Why did we memed with access? That's awesome though, yeah. We were so fucking tired, we were like, fuck it.
Yeah, how's your blue looking?
He blanked me out.
Oh, I was talking to him. It's Stanley. I'm gonna head up to Weeping.
Alright. I'll cut from Moses to Stanley. Moses to Weeping, I mean.
I'm just beating everything to death with my martini.
Whoa.
And my meat.
I'm better with no alcohol in system. Understandable and fucking relatable.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, by the time I went to sleep last night, I'd been awake for 25 hours and had 8 drinks of alcohol.
Damn.
I was like, yeah, I've had quite a bit of alcohol and I've been awake for over a day. I was so done by the time I was playing with Snake. I'm like, I'm done, dude. I can't anymore.
I thought I was going to stream, so I didn't drink. And then come to find out I did not fucking stream. I would have been unconscious at that point, man. Because you know how I am with alcohol in my system. One dead. Team over there, one dead. I was just surprised whenever I was drinking, I was actually killing people. Might not have been to the full potential, but they were still dead. We heard no gunshots, by the way. No, nothing.
Nope. Duck's on me.
Oh, well. On cue.
What the fuck?
I'm on your 6.
They are on top of me.
Where were they shooting from?
They're over in that corner. They were bottom. Yep.
Somebody else is at Stanley now.
Someone's on the metal right here. Order. Just get the fuck out.
One dead. On me. Tag. Nice. GG guys, nice try, nice try. Matches with no sound are... Oh, fuck me.
I was just about to say, I thought I just heard somebody.
Dude.
I bet they are scary. Fucking necro, I guess? Fuck it.
No, they're right on top of you.
Oh, damn.
Fuck. What the?
dead.
One on my body. Don't worry about it. The fuck? That's not a... Oh, that is a person. Safe res, safe res. Oh no. They're water side. Safe res it.
Pushing up.
Gotta heal this.
Chuck and Dynamite, watch out.
Whole different team! Whole different team!
They rest.
Are they res? Killed? Right here.
Tagged. Underbridge, underbridge.
Ja mam jedną robił, za drugą robił.
I got vulture.
Mózga bez.
We all do.
Mózga bez.
I think that was bounty or no?
No, apparently that they res right here. Kill this guy right here in the water.
Some toast with a double barrel. That's what I was saying, Snake. Honestly, Alex should have been dead.
100%.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Did I see a no, boss is in here. Where was the first team at? Oh,
Right here is one.
and then one check over there.
Yep. And the one up here on the roof that Alex killed.
And we still got the team at Stanley.
I'll take that. Oh my god.
I need special ammo like bad.
Fanning, hell yeah, he did fucking phenomenal fanning. That guy was
Who?
Then I killed a guy up in the tower, up here.
What the fuck? Not fucking bolt that shit.
Talking about
I
Mike.
was wall
Samo
banging this
typisch.
guy.
Oh, could you talk about my painting?
Very nice try.
Dude, this guy was climbing the ladder. I saw him come in. I saw him run to the ladder, and I fucking chased his ass. And I hit him once as he was, yeah. I hit him once as he was climbing the ladder, and then I just sat there with wall banging. Like, you've got very little places you can go where you're low HP. And if you jump out of the tower, you're dead. So I just sat there fanning to the floor until I finally killed him.
Bounty's pushing.
Gled, gled.
What the?
Bounty is northwest 345. I think I clipped it. Well, hey, if you clipped it, then sure you just badass.
Imaš ovako. I za naše uslove, za naše pojme, maksimalno, vidimo Srbobran, Topola, Vrbas.
Kula i to je to, vlafon.
A?
Do Kule.
I'm hearing something over
Ali da
here.
kažemo, Srbobran, Topola, Vrbas,
Bačko
ali ne bi ja iz Vrbas izlazio, što se liču više ono ne tiče. A i ti si.
Ma može se naći u
I trapped everything downstairs out
Dobro,
back.
tako je, ali...
Ali ovaj še...
Just surprised whenever I was drinking. I was like,
Simo, Simo. Uzio si. A?
it's not a. Oh, that is. They're water side.
Did he come in?
Tamo ovdje u nešto klubu, palačinke,
No.
da i malo priče i... Simo. Vidio? Bar da ima ovoga.
They're water side.
Did he
Safe
come in?
res it.
Kaj, vidiš nas neku nebitnu...
Not too keen on Bobby. You could
I
dynamite
got
that
that
girl.
one.
Jesus. You're fine. Don't worry.
Tu je Nerica problem.
It's not a girl. Oh, that is a person.
To je to, kaj je?
Just closed my body.
Damn, dude.
Bačko.
Yeah, it's fortunate your team sucked.
To my body.
Oh, fucking shit.
A ovo je baš kvalitetno pražnje.
Hit her.
Into Thanks for the follow, Pidgey.
Kaj bi ti šansi?
Getting down.
Check my money one big
On me! I clicked!
Pa ne znam, ako tada
Hit him one.
Zato što... Biće guža, zna više se. Biće guža, biće auta.
Oni divljamo je.
Yeah, he's streaming too. Nice. So Reptile, he's got DB. He's up here. At the edge of the coop. His name's Focus BTW, by the way, underscore TTV.
Ja, ti kum i kuma i djeca idemo.
Over here? In the window.
Jedno tiša u Ukrajinu. Umrali se.
No, I'm not.
A je, znaš ti šta je sa mužicom?
Ja se uđe sad tremena.
Ka 3 djava da vodiš sa
A sad je možda...
Dude, those guys did not miss.
What's up, Pidgey? Thank you for the follow, man. Thank you very much. That was a fucking damn good
Dude, that team did not miss. They hit every shot they took. Every single shot that team took, they hit. Either those guys are cracked.
Oh, you
Are we
got
up in
me
5-star
bigger
lobbies
teammate
now?
was-
Because
wasn't
Jesus
helping.
Christ.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Hajde ona mala je već pokojna.
Give him a shout out here.
That shouldn't have fucking hit through the metal. That's why I said he was safe.
Znaš, ono, malo.
How
Malo
back
sam
million
jedna mala
percent
majstra,
you
ja
should
možu
have been
uzeti
safe.
učešće u nosu čuvar.
Oh yeah, no, dude. I guess my toe stuck out. I guess my toe
Pidgey, there
stuck
you
out.
are right there, Pidgey.
Ovako sivo, da mi neko kaže, ne
Okay,
zjebam.
so you
lying?
were the one that killed me, and then I killed you. Okay.
Da mi neko kaže,
Who
Snake
missed the
Frost
double
won.
barrel?
Said.
Fuck.
Time man.
Oh,
Snake
I don't
Frost
know.
won.
That was a random.
Said.
From team,
But it's okay.
I believe.
Ne sad ide na posao pa dođe, no konstantno budem to.
I remember hearing that DB go off, and
Da im budem kao baču.
I was just, hammered down on that
Baklja.
DB. It was just like,
Ili
miss,
brate,
miss.
idem u Ukrajinu, reka, samo mi dajte pancir, kreći.
I'll play like 2 or 3 games if you guys want.
Mačak voli, pa
Go
teški
ahead.
brkoć, čo?
I'll play like 2 or 3
Evo,
games.
idemo na gospodinu sa svim.
Samo ti pič.
now he wants to play.
Samo ti pič.
A što nećeš?
You got killed
To
by
što ne
you.
želim da idem.
Misliš da je to
So,
glupo?
yeah,
bacanje
GG's,
vremena,
man.
šta je
Thank you for
nekako?
the follow.
Šta nadete malo?
can swap
To što ovaj ima pičke ako koćiš, on ne mora da ide da lovi pičku.
Wow.
On ide da mu guzica vidi
tamo
put.
zbog toga.
Ti na
Don't
takvome
take it like
sezonu
that,
ideš
Alex.
zbog toga.
What the fuck?
Ja sam da ćemo... To se ide radi nerobota. To se ide zbog nerobota.
Wow.
About to break my back, stupid now.
Zašto se izlazi u noćne
Imaš
klubove?
kirbaj tamo.
Ne želim da kupim ništa. Tek sam ti rekao.
Slušaš muziku.
Ne želiš muziku, mogu da slušam na
I
kući.
gotta end the stream then, so good luck in your games, guys, and
Take care.
Appreciate it, Alex.
Evo me,
You're
Đika.
always welcome back at any time. You know that.
Jigsanov sana.
yeah, well, I'm gonna leave you guys, just leave them stream.
Idi spava.
Guys, love you guys too much for TV.
Yeah, you can stay here, right? You can enter into the thing.
No, I'm just gonna shut the stream down.
I love, yeah, I love your COCK. Invite me, you fucking stupid.
Inviting you, you even stupider stupid.
Samo ti
Alright,
pič na
stream,
gospodin.
well, this is it
Đika!
for me tonight.
Đikino.
Danas ne valja radite!
Valja, baš danas valja radi, da se razbije malo.
Velika gospodina, Đika!
Ništa od toga.
We'll see you
Baš
later, guys.
danas, baš oni
Alex,
rade
you gotta come
zubu.
up with your catchphrase.
No, not tonight.
Okay.
A dobro. Ovo je... Moglo se to
Alex,
i
you
u
didn't see what I
četak
typed in your
posao.
freaking chat.
I did, I saw it.
Man, that was great until that other bounty team came along and clapped our cheeks. Waiting on Focus, by the way, underscore GTV to ready up as usual.
I never, ever use a martini, bro. How do you aim with this? How do you aim with the martini?
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you.
Pogledaj majke ti ovoga retarda. Bršu pičku maternu.
You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah, we hear you. And hey, Alex, when your fiance goes to sleep with this new mic, you can just get really close and whisper in her ears and don't dare disturb her.
Well, that's what I'm doing now.
You just sleep?
Is that why I'm so turned on by your voice?
Yes.
Yes, you're alive. You're alive.
Rainy Mercs underscore.
Wow.
Snakey, smiley face.
I'm alive.
This ass.
Damn it!
I just want to say, don't lie to people. You're not better than that.
Catch this.
He said he's better than that, and I said no, don't lie to people.
Damn, alright.
Here, keep this handy.
Yo. Ah! I'm dead.
Use a martini.
Said, I am dead. Mate.
Yeah, that's how much Vinny was saying the leaderboards fucking misses a snake.
Oh, I been missing snakes, dude, on purpose. I don't know how the fuck I'm still number 30. If I'm being real honest.
I'm over here fighting to keep my head above water.
I'm over here just chilling.
How long you staying up?
Samo tić. Samo tić. A ne želim da bacam vizualni kontakt s tobom.
Martini, Spectre, and Sparks. And then
Čovjek je sve
I'll do the Spectre with you. We can do Martini, the Spectre, and then after the Spectre, I'll take out a Spark. And
I
you'll
have a
just have
feeling there's a
Spark
team.
Chuck and smoke!
Boss is here. Oh, damn
He dead.
Keep yourself healthy.
Go horse. Not an event clue, so.
Dakle, jebem ti se s majkom.
Happy meal right here.
Ovo je nemoguće.
1 second.
Get the one that's in the card there.
Bring bear traps in.
Daj mi mapu, molim te, ne mogu na ove debile da se
Box of bear
respawne.
traps already. Other building. Bro, we're surrounded by 3 caravans. I kind of want to just use them just because.
Ovo je gledao mene, moguće. Moguće gledaš u mene, druže.
When you stuck it at aggro. Still working.
Šta da igram? A šta ja radim sad? A ne moraš ti da instaliraš ovo. Sve u redu. Bolje mi da igram. Kao ja sam ga instalirao, ti ako nećeš ne moraš. Nije pod moranje.
Miha dropped the tray.
To ti je Battlefield 5. Nije Call of Duty 5.
Doctor.
Nije Call of Duty 6.
Yes, take it.
Nije ne znam šta, ovo je Battlefield 5. Nije Battlefield 1 i tako dalje.
Hey, you guys?
Yeah.
Na Steamu, ne znam da li imaš na Steamu. Koja znam, za ovo ti treba Origin.
Doctor, right outside over here by the dog pin. You guys want it?
Yeah. Can't release this trap here.
Can you punch me one time?
Bravo, bravo. Živo što radi, ovaj?
That was lame.
Kako
Couldn't
da
place that trap.
dobijem odavde mi s telefona na library ili da vidim imam li da streamuto?
Ne možeš tako
Where
da
out here?
odeš. Imaš games da odeš, imaš menu,
Whoa,
gornji
whoa, whoa,
levićaš.
help
Imaš 3 ona kao vertikalne linije imaš.
Ja vidim
I
gdje.
saw something.
Pa imaš da proveriš games koliko ja znam. Imaš inventor.
Library, store,
Library su ti igre koje imaš.
Bear traps, some of them
Yes.
are second story.
Ovo mi izbaci.
Da, listaj dalje da nađeš koje igre imaš.
Priču, scam, bolts, going, dobro. Deus Ex, odakle mi Deus Ex.
Yeah, I found a spectre here.
How many bear traps do you want to help out?
Resident Evil 2,
All of them?
Deathloop 1 ima.
Halo?
Sure.
Alright, you gotta help.
Ima, glavne, ovo.
Oh, there's another me here?
To je Battlefield 5, da.
To je to.
Hop back, elevators, can you help me?
Ima.
Da.
Mogu ja instalirati?
Ne mogu da pričam, stani. Šta hoćeš?
Mogu da da pokrenem instalaciju?
Probaj. Ako ti upaljen kompjuter, možda može, znam da je Peć instalirao.
Ajde, drži.
A neću ja to, stavi install.
A ne, ali ti znaš.
A ne znam ja to nisam radio.
So many traps.
A neću da probaš, što ti ne probaš? Što te osjećaš se mnogo pametnije?
Get it then.
Upaljen mi je Steam i
Oh,
kompjuter.
oh, whoa.
Mogu da ste?
Oh, team fight!
That's sweet.
That's a sniper tower.
Yes, it is. Missed.
Glavni nam je
I know you can use this.
One hit on one.
That's a hostile.
Ring on that guy. He just died.
Nema mi se nositi u lice, stavi da instaliraš.
Alright, you got
Don't
like
tease
10 bear
bibliotek.
traps on your boss room second
A
story.
nije instalirano. Ja. Pa nemaš kontrolu, vratno da nisi.
But one did right there. When they go to loot, you can kill them.
Pa drži.
Šta hoćeš sad? Šta sad hoćeš da budeš pametniji? Što sam morao? Neću, pa neću, nauči sam, neću da ti ušte podelim, to neću, ako neš da probaš sam, onda
Oh, there's one right here.
nemoj.
Get close.
Ne, a neću to da radim.
Crossing water.
Evo vidiš, instaliram
She's
ti
one,
na
she's
modu.
one.
Kako zna gdje da mi na ovoga?
Pa ne znam, neđi gdje, ima mjesto
way,
instalirano.
Kako da vidim?
Imaš Steam library, koliko ja znam. Bili
It's
moguće,
a
ovo.
prodigal daughter.
God. Flying fuck.
Instalirat
That's
možeš.
my follow up, bro.
Instalirao Steam, to je te.
Game, please. The side of the tower over here, moving my ping.
Okay.
One hit on one. Left side of the tower.
82,6 gigabajta.
Znaš koliko si mislio da je igra? Ko ima 2K teksture. Koliko si mislio da je?
Ili ja, 82,6.
Ne,
The right side. The prodigal, you got an angle on that, Vinny?
Not yet.
0 od 86 GB.
Tag.
Default Steam direktorijum postoji koliko ja znam.
Nice.
Gdje god da ti je default Steam direktorijum, može biti i C Steam. Bez I tried so hard, I got so far. In the end it doesn't even matter.
Znači može daljinski.
Yes, I guess.
Ti to nisi nikad radio?
5GS.
Dobro.
I sad očekuš da ti objasnim. Kažem 5GS. To je sve što sad znaš.
Sad zovem 5.
Pa, samo ga ti zove. Volim kad ga ti matlatiraš mentalno.
Kada zovem Nenada, ako je Nenad ti kada.
Soldiers, capture and hold as many objectives as you can. We have lost our first soldier.
Evo ga djepom, radi mi znaš. Radi za 7 kako. 7
Dovoljno. Imam sad FPS koji mi treba. U igri koja radi normalno i normalno optimizirano 2K.
Zdravo, džape. Evo me tu sam eura punsa. Reci mi džape, ti ne radiš danas na tebe ili si druga?
Što ne zoneš peđi za novu gospodinu.
Peđi C. Znam, ovo mi radi za 7K, to znam. Nego reci ti meni džape jednu stvar, evo tu smo ja i Ilija, kod Ilije se ja. Reci ti meni ako ja imam Steam na mobilu. Da li mogu ja da izdam komandu da mi instalira igru ako mi je kući uključeni kompjuter i Steam sa telefona? Dobro, odem u library. Battlefield 5 je instalirano. Imaš ti Battlefield 5 PC? Pa nema veze. A čekaj, ako ja imam na Steamu, a ti Snake imate na Originu, mi možemo da igramo, jel zajedno?
On ti svejedno pokreće Origin. Blago.
Pa zato što ja vidim prosto činu da igra Battlefield 5, pa rekao... Da, znam, našao sam ja kod sebe u library i stavio sam downloads. To može tako. I što je dobra stvar, izdam komand koda da mi skidi igricu kući. Gledaš? Ne znam zašto to Snake ne koristi, ili nema telefon, ili ono što to radi i tako. Pa dobro, to je dobro. A Peđa? Jedna? A? Ajde da se vidiš sa tim kafu, idu toalet, napadajte ručke,
Da bist du ja wieder.
Ich brauche erste Hilfe.
Ich leg dich zusammen, ja?
Odlično. Very well done. Dakle, mamu i ti jebem retardirano.
Doma ili neće znam. Treba mi jedna usluga od tebe. Ili možda ima i kod Šilja. ima, treba mi jedno 10-ak komada. To. Ne, to je. Nalećet ću ja kolima, pa...
Erste Hilfe für dich. Rauchgranate kommt.
Te ispratim, no? Znaš da će me, diskonektovat će me 8 minuta. Ne, ima veze. Kad počne, nešto neki ne voli. Tried so hard, you got so far. Bla bla bla. Yeah. Wow. Phew. Am I dead? Oder?
Erste Hilfe für dich. Rauchgranate kommt. Ich hab was für Sie. Rauf! Erste Hilfe für dich.
Voll krank. Ecco.
Ich kümmere mich um dich.
Gut, dass es Ärzte gibt.
Objective Emil has been lost, soldiers.
Verdammter Mist, sie verloren.
Rauchgranate geworfen.
Wow.
Well done, we have taken objective Emil.
No medic. What are my boys doing? Nothing as always.
Erste Hilfe. Ich habe eine Rauchgranate für Sie. Willkommen zurück, Soldat.
Moment.
Ich flick dich zusammen.
We have lost objective Emil.
Ziel verloren, verdammter Mist!
Werfe Rauchgranate. Gleich geht's dir besser.
Scheiße! Helft mir! Schnell! Danke, Soldat!
Umri, mamuti. Emil.
Das da! Dort müsst ihr vorsichtig sein!
We now have objective Emil.
Vorsicht! Seht euch das an!
Halo? Vampir. Na poziciji.
Vampir, ovaj ga zove, dobro meni je zvao u 6 ujutru.
To ti je naš drug... Majlan. Sniper ready.
Erste Hilfe! Hier!
Merci, Soldat!
Deep infiltration unit. Jebat. Kao komanda se probijamo ispod mosta.
We have lost objective Emil. Objective Emil is ours now.
Tu mamu ti jebe. Pomagaj. Šteta. Zašto on tebe zvao da te pita da li može da instalira ono?
Koji će da igra?
Ne znam da te zvao da se pohvali ili zašto?
Zvao za to da pita kako nešto.
Ja sam rekao da si ti to radio par puta, ono, od kuću si, ono, imaš s tim. Sam da ima jedan gore. Znao sam da ima jedan gore tamo na tom brdu.
Stavi video tim Battlefield i otkrivo se.
Ovo će sam ušli u bazu, kako ste retardirani. Spawn. Bar komandos, ja? Сега прегазвам се. Kako nemoguće da... Nemoguće ga... Kakav aimbot. Au, brat.
Ich werfe eine Rauchgranate. Das ist ein feindlicher Panzerwagen.
We are losing objective Dora, soldiers.
Achtung! Gefahr da drüben! Das wird dir helfen. Ich lass dich nicht sterben. Rauchmarsch! Ruhig atmen. Ich flick dich zusammen. Gleich geht's dir besser. Noch mehr Erste Hilfe.
Где? Ach, jednym bigowną. Tot. Nego što nego tot.
Scheiße, helft mir!
Treba sanć. Bra.
Deckung! Ich werfe eine Rauchgranate!
We are losing objective Dora.
Tu jeste dobar fazon. Možeš te pregaziš čitava trg. Wow. Amazing.
Be aware that we have lost objective Caesar.
Ich habe eine Rauchgranate für Sie!
We have now taken objective Bertha. We are now losing objective Anton.
Panzer! Da drüben! Panzer! Nicht wie weg hier!
Alert, we are losing objective Anton.
Panzer nähert sich!
We have lost objective Bertha.
Panzer! Seht ihr ihn?
Ja.
We have lost objective Anton. Objective Gustav is lost.
Close. Ne znam, neki ljudi stvarno, naročito ovaj 22682 117 dosta dobre ideje imao gde sam.
noise.
They don't know what hit them, bro. Came out of the blue.
Oh, dang. Okay.
What's up?
That guy,
Who's that Ash, bro? You gotta be careful over there.
yeah, Ash is...
You didn't see that solo just killing these guys?
Well, I sure did.
I watched him die. Like all the solos die.
I was gonna kill that tier 1 with my uppercut right away, but I'm like,
For help,
Yeah.
Dude threw bees on himself. I'm like, oh, this guy. I got a sticky. Hop back. You got one?
I do, but I want to finish the martini. Bloodline, taken once.
oh, bloodline over here too.
Go get that one. Focus.
Where is it?
The one that Ray pinged.
Church?
What?
Yeah, this.
Carbine receiver.
What are you gonna take?
Blood.
I'm gonna take it. What are you
No, the second one. The one that you pinged.
Oh, where's the other one?
Right here. There are 2 bloodlines at church.
Yeah.
Mine.
I'm taking both bloodlines. I'm gonna kill this meathead, Hopper?
Sure.
2 of them.
Boss is here in white. Boss is stuck on his back.
There you go.
Yeah, trait. Whisper Smith. What?
Where was that one bloodline on taken?
Right over there by the white, that little white little place over there.
White shed?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a stone. No way I can do that. You got it?
No.
The first stone over there.
What?
Right there.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not
Oh,
back
let's
to
see.
those bodies, bro.
Yeah, spatter shenanigans. Yeah, this assassin's projectiles are bullshit, and that spider, I was actively running away from him at full speed. He stopped and then struck out and hit me. I'm like, motherfucking go gadget arms on that spider.
Go gadget, motherfucker.
Hey, Martini's not that bad, bro.
Yeah, the martini heading is actually really good.
It's awesome.
Like, it's like the poor man's Sparks. It's a little bit cheaper, not much cheaper, but
Don't see any Happy Meals. got 5. Beat that, right?
I got 5.
No way. Wow.
Yeah, the Martini is overshadowed by the Sparks, but it's still a damn good rifle. It's not. It doesn't do Sparks damage, but I mean, you still make it so that they're one shot afterward. You're not gonna, you know, get any cool kills with a flashbang that I've done before. Yeah, there's no bayonet in the Sparks. But you now have a Sparks pistol.
I'm going back for those bodies.
I'll join you. Let's get the bounty. I got Vulture too.
You want to get bounty and say, hey, we're over here looting, or do you want to just... I don't want him stealing our bounty, so... This night map, he can't get too much range.
Oh, I know. They, I guess, ran out of ideas for guns. The Martini hand pistol was a thing, never a Sparks. Yeah, I think they're running out of ideas, and because the Sparks overshadows the Martini, they just decided that it was better to make one for the Sparks, and yeah.
These first strikes could make a huge difference to France down the road.
And they kept the guns pretty well historic until recently. They're running out of ideas and just making shit up.
There's so many fucking zombies over here.
Dude, you killed a player with it, you killed 2 meatheads with it, and I killed a boss with it. So
I killed only 1.
So that puts us at about 1,000 XP, and I was only 700 away. And then the last one takes 2,000 to 2,500, so it should be, you know, close. Right? I agree, dude. Someone was like, hey, what weapons were good in the past but don't exist anymore?
Next up, they're gonna have a 50 cal.
Oh yeah, 50 cal, you know, light machine gun. You'll be like,
Then bazooka.
and that 50 cal light machine gun's gonna be like, okay, fuck you, the next town over, through the entire boss building, through the stone wall, through the brick wall, through the meathead, and you're dead.
And then make Withers look useless.
Oh my gosh.
Either he was a solo and Bounty was a duo,
Hold on.
or he was a part of Bounty.
You bitch of a grunt. Lost 25 because the grunt hit me with the fucking lantern.
25 more burned out.
Yeah, fucking grunt hit me with the lantern.
God damn.
Bleeding hell.
Hey, I'm gonna loot too, so.
Yeah, go ahead. Be able to scan, and isn't dark side like 150?
They already hit it, dude.
It's done, dude. Graphics layer is done.
Well,
The trait here. Mr. Smith. We're clear. Go ahead and loot. Loot the bird dog guy first?
I did already.
Okay. We'll loot him then.
They must have seen that other team and waited to ambush that other team. Bird dog got sniper and then happy meal right here.
Loot the guy that died over here from his own. Well, got pinned down.
Looted, bro. That fucking rat looted them.
No, wait. We only heard 2 deaths. Was it the third? Look through the bodies. It might have been the third from that other team. It could have been 3 that extracted, and then that we only heard 2 people die. It was their third, I think.
Bounties?
No, the other team. Yeah, we only heard 2 people die. Remember I said they killed 2 guys in 3 shots. We only heard 2 deaths. I think the other team, the bounty team, said, fuck, I'm not running across the map in nighttime.
No way, so they got them up?
I see no bodies.
I don't either.
And there's no bodies, and this guy's fully looted.
They're all fully looted. You don't have vulture, Halbert?
I do. What I'm saying is you couldn't loot him. Ray didn't loot this guy.
And I didn't loot the guy in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was their third. He got them all up. They looted the bodies that we refused to loot and then ran for extract.
How the turntables have turned.
And the team that loses the fucking the tower.
Yep. The only team that lost was Bird Dog's team because their first got killed by the guy in the sniper tower, and then you killed the last 2. So, yeah, that Bird Dog guy killed me from the sniper tower.
There's only 2 bodies.
Or 3.
Oh, I only looted 2.
I got all 3.
Fuck
There
you,
was 3 bodies. There was a play doctor, night tier, and a tier 1.
Fuck you, biggity bitch.
Hey, Hunter XP. Taken once.
I'm not gonna read. No. What do you need for the martini?
I'll let you know. Like, you're asking me, we literally just hit the loading screen.
I'm excited.
It's gonna be close. I mean, Spectre, I have 1 more unlock to get, and the 2 more unlocks, I mean. But the Sparks pistol I need to unlock is only 300 more XP. Yeah, it was 3 mans.
The oppressive occupation of France must be brought to an end. Let's see what we can do to get that ball rolling, shall we?
Bro, I'm even unlocking a bunch of shit for the martini.
I am 62% of the way for the martini, which means I need 700 more experience.
I'll deal with that one last time. And then after you could go
Spectre.
Spectre and Spark Pistol.
Yeah.
We'll both do that. Fuck it. No, I don't like Spark Pistol. I'm not going Spark Pistol. I'll go regular Spark. And if you get killed with the Spectre, that's all on you. Or you want me to go Spectre?
I'd rather you go Spectre. I only need 300 XP for the Sparks. I can sneeze that out. pick another martini. Let's see. The event is greedy. Every hunter looted gives you 12 points. Good motive for looting. Well, we had since we're on a team and we have people that have vulture, we got the points as well. So that team got 36 points and we got 36 points.
I'm taking Spark's poison, so if I fucking hit them, they're one shot to your chokes. Alright?
Alright.
Then, how bad? Oh no, you can't take all single pistols. I was like, take the Sparks, but no.
Or you could switch it up if you're almost done with Martini.
No, you need 700. I'm a humble 100.
Alright.
They got doink.
It doinked. You have 29 days and 5 hours, Ray. 29 days and 5 hours to go up 19 more prestiges. That gives you, if you don't prestige every day, it gives you 1.5 days per prestige. You're gonna have to grind, my dude.
For the 90 prestige, I'm thinking about saying fuck the legendary skin and just take a fucking 10%.
That's up to you, dude.
That would be a smarter and quicker way.
I'm only missing 4 skins.
Oh yeah, dude, I remember that. The
sounds like a fucking nightmare, man.
They
It's foggy, I'm out. You wanna play this?
It's night and foggy? No. I'm out.
Agreed. I hope my solo is 4-star, not 4.5. Wait. If it was 4.5, we'd be 5-star, so it can't be 4.5.
Yeah, I'm not doing night and fog map. That's too broken. Nice.
Mine goes tomorrow. Man, top 1% has been in the 30,000s for a while.
I know you should get XP for leveling up. It was great. I used it a few times. I think the only event I missed was the As the Crow Flies event. That's the only Hunt Showdown event that I've missed. I have every other event skin except those. And I'm kicking myself in the ass because there's some pretty nice skins that I can't get. Dark Miasma, the Plague Doctor skin, the sticky, yep. Also, that bomb lance skin.
Look lively, soldiers.
Yep, and he said that constitute a bomb and the sticky. Yeah, I don't have any of those.
The Allies are very keen to get Rotterdam back.
I have
and we need
every
you to
other
do your
skin
part
in the
that.
game.
Remember your training and do as
Except
proud.
I have one. Oh, I have one more skin that I don't have. That's the Billy Story skin, the
You need
Twitch
to bring
Jock
down the
exclusive.
colonels. They're close by.
Yeah.
Do you have a headsman?
Yeah.
I've never seen you play a headsman.
I've played Headsman quite a few times. There's only two legendary hunters I'm missing are Plague Doctor and Billy Story. Yeah. I have everything except the two I listed.
You even have little.
You were playing already?
Yeah. No, but I didn't know my Twitch login shit.
Yeah, I got CLI'd. I have the Benefactor. Suck it. Suck it.
Suck it, nerd.
Suck it, nerd. Get that knee. Oh, guys, it's Minecraft 15.
Vinny, yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Keine Gefangenen!
Dobar dan.
Boss Tiz not here.
A ne možda napraviš highlights od toga streama, šta? A ne.
Darren. Darren would be the safest play. Fuck you, bitch.
That's got rid of that colonel.
Oh my
They don't
God.
have enough leaders now. Good work.
Ooh, Bloodline. Take him once.
Kome tebi? Pa imaš da staviš u opcijama kao fastest, znaš. Ono to ti bukvalno...
Good riddance to bad rubbish. The colonel's gone. Their defense is all over the place. Bloody good job,
Need to
soldier.
find one zombie.
Alright, I'll try to save you one.
Šta igramo se instalirati, nema mi Dracula internet brz kao što imaš ti.
Ma ne to, nego što je htio Hanta opet.
A to je Handa igra.
Da.
One on me?
Alo,
Halo?
Oh well, medkit right here.
That's funny.
Tebe Discord, šta?
I'm getting tired.
Jebe njega sve.
Pack mule here? Already have it? Come on, ping.
Already have it.
Šta? Je li moguće? Je li moguće?
Not us. Not us.
Ovo je moj zadnji stream.
That was Reed.
Poslednjih 20 minuta.
Nisam ga premotao, bili mogu da napraviš highlight ili moramo da gledamo čitav stream?
Poslednjih 20 minuta.
Was our clue taken?
Ne, znači ne možda napraviš highlight, a moram ja da ga napravim. Ajde, ja ću ga napraviti, nema problem. Ja ću ga sebi napraviti.
In front of me! Knight's here.
Autobot. Headshot. Tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't matter.
Dead, one dead. One on me. Behind this rock. Here, right here, one.
I just threw the bazooka.
Nice.
Bayoneted. Healing. Healing.
Yeah. Ran behind there. Oh, did I? No, I did not.
Let me kill him. Let me kill him.
With what?
Martini.
Oh.
GG boys, nice try, nice try.
Yeah, I got the martini unlocked now. Yeah. Oh, what the? Yeah, dude, I have it unlocked now. I dropped it. I've been stabbing shit. Plus, we just got 2 kills. There's no way I don't have the martini. I also bayoneted that one guy. Was that white shirt you killed?
Right here. Right around the wall. I didn't loot him yet, right there.
I mean, if you did, I have vulture too.
Oh.
Wait, you got a white shirt you said?
Yeah, I got all of them.
Okay.
We got 4 kills on them. They did. Oh no. Thought they rested.
They never rest.
Stuff just spawned here.
Where the fuck were they coming from then?
They came from lower.
Do any of those guys have like a Sparks pistol or something?
I headshot him, but I headshot his zombie. That's why I was like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, I just bayonet rushed that guy. I'm like, you know what? I'm done with this.
Vinny was about to kill that guy with a martini, so he's one shot. I just had to reload.
Yeah, I had a shot with the martini. You're like, let me kill him. I thought you were talking to me. I'm like, okay. And I didn't shoot my martini.
Know your defenses by using your toolkit to set up fortifications.
I had the bloodlust on, man. Not us, not us, not us. Where the fuck they at?
Over there.
Got us all once.
They went like underneath the water. The other team is shooting up northeast.
Yeah,
right here. Tier 1. Oh, they moved. Oh my god, he was standing still. And as I took the shot, he moved. You've got to be shitting me. They're on the boss layer.
Extreme prejudice team. Clear the area of enemy forces.
They're on the boss layer. On the walkway on the outside, right here. They were right there last scene. 2 guys. He fucking moved as I took the shot. You went downstairs. He died. He died. Dude, I killed both these guys right here, yeah. Little, with Caldwell conversion. Dude, I was trying to back you up, but Vinny was being chased by 2 dudes with fucking shotguns.
They didn't know I was there.
Oh, dude, you know, go back and watch my recording. This dude with the Vedley was half a second away from killing you. Vinny, go back and watch. Yeah, this guy, half a second of this guy right here. Yeah, I literally saved your fucking life. Go ahead, loot, Ray.
I did not know he was there. That second guy didn't know I was there. That door guy did.
Here's a sparks pistol, don't you want it?
I will get it to shoot a few enemies. Got these guys in here, Ray?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay. Yeah, this guy had your number. He was verily rushing you, dude. You were fucked.
Oh yeah.
I literally shot him in the back, and he died in a single bullet. You're lucky. If I...
Gooski! Thank you for the follow, man. Thank you, Gooski.
Oh my god.
It was all pre-planned, Halpack. I knew he was there, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, let's go stop him.
Where's their extract? Upper, maybe? I can see them going upper.
Not worth it.
I got a slate.
Oh, I meant for myself, the Sparks pistol. I need close range, so I took the dualies back. I'm going 2.
I'm going 3. I got close range for once.
Just pick up your sparks back up.
I took what? I got the birthday.
No, I've been sucking ass with it. I'm more Mosin now than Sparks. I used to be damn good at Sparks.
Oh shit.
They're ass.
Oh, you've got. I lost his 25. Now, I thought, because some guns, the bayonet, when you do a soft melee, it punches the gun out. Not the birthday, it slices.
It slices, yeah.
No, not all bayonets slice though. Some just push the gun forward and hit with like the
One over here.
Are they going to our bound?
They are.
Oh, they were. That's cute.
Oh, they don't know I'm over here.
They have dark side, of course they know.
You sure? You sure? You sure, right? One rock? there on ping. Right here.
One hit. One hit. Resing what she's hurt.
She has scope spitzers. You're fine. She backed off under bridge. You're so fucking dead. You're so dead.
Good game, guys.
GG, boys. Nice try.
You looted, Ray?
Ray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ray, you think they knew I was there?
That guy's dumb. And he had the bounty, bro. Slay, uppercut.
Dude tickled me with a slate.
Where's the third one?
Right here.
It's a Mosin and a Scottfield. What the fuck?
Wait, regular Mosin?
Regular Mosin with a Scottfield precision, dude. What the fuck?
You want birthday Spitzer? Hopback?
Sure. Take free Spitzers.
I'll take your birthday. I'll take yours.
You sure?
So I can use it. Yeah, so I can use it next round.
Oh, for a birthday XP shit?
Yeah.
I hate birthday. I hate it.
So, I was concerned because I burned a bar off that guy was going to get me. Oh,
hey guys,
good night, Alex. He fell asleep at his computer and just woke up. Have a good night, dude.
Good night, baby. I read your message, Alex. I don't know why you're never Alex Undead. I don't know, man. He said they always ask is Focus a streamer, but never is Alex Undead.
You don't have a TTV.
No, they always ask if he's a streamer because he's got TTV. He's making a joke. It's the joke of, you know, they always ask, you know, where is this person, not how is this person kind of shit.
Hey, where's the snake of it, bro? I have 25.
I got 11.
Where's it at? Ah.
Right here.
There's one over there, too.
Get in line, ladies.
Yeah, 25. That's a lot. I have 8.
Let's go, Darren.
I fucking suck with this, bro.
We had 44 snakes.
Damn.
Where are we going, Darren?
Yeah.
Why not?
So we ran Gauntlet and server wipe.
Yeah?
And this character's level 42. Oh yeah, he's maxing out, no doubt. Oh, my
No
booty.
doubt for the doubt.
I'm level 43. I'm definitely maxing this hunter out.
And Ray's definitely retiring. Nah, I don't think Ray's gonna retire. I think he's gonna be 99% of the way to 24.
You're dumb. It's a clean sweep with
You don't think I know that?
And all 9 people.
Oh yeah. If only they scanned, I would have been fucked.
Keep forgetting the birthday. I don't like this.
I'm gonna be honest, I've been maxing characters out today. I got like 4 or 5 of them already up to level 40s. And then this guy's gonna be 50. Damn, my aim is ass.
Doinked. That money got doinked. My mama always said, life's like a box of chocolates.
Box of potato chips.
Right,
Life
Jenny?
is always the same. Shut up. defend herself right now.
Oh, it's gonna be a rough time.
What, birthday year?
Birthday. Don't kill him.
Oh, she had like Mosin Spitzers or something. Cause I heard the crack. Didn't think it was a fucking birthday year.
Yeah, everyone's just running the birthday with Spitzers. That's the third person we've seen the past week.
Oh my god. Hey, hold up. I got an announcement to make,
Right back.
guys. No. Alright, I'll say it whenever Hellback comes out. This is gonna be a good announcement.
Unknown? When did we just kill Duo?
Wait. Reptilian.
No way.
Yeah. Probably KD save, maybe?
How did you do that?
Alright, Forked River, I shot him through the wall with fanning, and he jumped off the ledge into the wall and killed himself.
The one that was chasing me with the fucking slate.
Yeah, Slate Boy.
Alright, I'm back.
Hellpack, Ray, I got some news for you boys.
So,
I haven't watched it yet, it just got in my recommended an hour ago. Daddy Chill posted a video, and that video looks to be a fort fight.
go check it out.
So I don't know if we want to watch it on stream, whatever, but it's up.
We'll do it later.
Yeah, I'll do it later. Alright. Birthday is looking pretty good. I have...
Fucking awesome, though.
What do you need for a birthday?
2 more. I'm at 88%, and then the last one. Yeah. I'm at 88%, and then 1 more. And yeah, I haven't noticed the bug there, Snake. Has anyone noticed a bug where you'll hear a gunshot and then an echo?
No, I don't think so. I ain't ready up though. I'm gonna use that.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Your mom.
Birthday riposte and dual sparks pistols.
You don't have quartermaster. Oh.
What you talking about?
Oh, you had extra points for him?
Yeah. I don't need it. Yep. I'm gonna start stabbing everything with the birthday. He's just in the bathroom, he said.
No.
Yeah, dude. He said
Hey Snake, you don't like Clay Doctor?
The problem is when you have all of the hunters,
what do you cut?
You don't know.
What's your favorite hunter? What's your favorite hunter?
Your stream, where the echo was happening.
I am back.
Really? Well, he did put your name as a feature, bro.
Oh, what?
While you belongs with the boys, Hunt Showdown feature posted by the way. The last section. He only put
Dude, I have so much frickin' ammo. What's that, Snake? 40. I'm running, the riposte. Ah.
So if we die, this is all.
Yeah. Yeah, slaughter.
Okay.
I'm using the, it's basically a bayonet. It's what a full bar.
What's the Q a full bar?
I don't know. I'll look on my phone.
Nope.
That's
Box the slaughter. Box the slaughter.
Kill boss with two riposte, dude. We'll kill the scrap beak in no time. We'll bayonet him. I'll stand by. He's getting clued. You, right? Yeah, you're on it.
I thought you were surfing.
Trap in the store.
You want a concertina bomb shit? The scrubby.
You can constantly. Oh, this is a barricade door. Bring it back over. Nope. Hold on. Hold on. Wanted to rage him right here.
I'm hiding forest. Ooh, real off.
can't even hear it. Scrap being so loud.
Yeah, someone has a also. Sounds like small volume.
Damn, he broke a lot.
Živ li si, Nenad? Što ne napravi nekakav highlight?
Što ne napravi isto ću vidjeti.
Highlight.
Mora se čini se.
Ili to je da nas staraš da gledamo čitav video 20 minuta.
Se ne vidi kao što sam ga javio ovdje. Onima se vada nije svidjela mapa i sam nešto biti.
To radi, znaš. To ti je novo. To nisam znao da radi. Mislio sam da su to disablo, ali developeri, ali izgleda da još uvijek radi. Dok učitavam mapu, piše waiting for flare, piše skate, leave, on ti ponudi da te vrati match, ti staješ nećeš, on ti vrati lops. Kako to radi, ja ne znam.
Ovo je samo čušu i... Nije noć, nije magla od ranu. A možda se nije ispitao spawn, nije bel vidio.
Možda su nazvili šotke pa su čekali samo noćne mape.
Pošli meč. A gdje je pošli meč kad ja opet zajedno?
Schofield. Moment. Vrati mi securnost. Jebe mate, retardirano. Dođi, dođi. Dođi, dođi sa bomblensom.
Jedna pati mi se desilo da u svim timovima da sam bio imali po dva bomblensa. To je bilo ono... bombardanje.
Da, ima tim pored mene.
Milane! Našao se na... Dva, tri puta jesam, a dva, tri puta si izjebao najstrašnije.
Hello, Mr. Embodiment Revenant. What's up? I give these guys a chase for their buck. And I got a kill, so...
Evo ti pogledaj zadnji meč što sam imao sinoć. Stavio sam. Pogledaj tu sliku. I ako ti ne vezi pogledaj zadnji stream, poslednjih 20 minuta.
Da gledam 20 minuta stream. Sam ja i kad neko forsira gleda 20 minuta mog streama.
Milano kaže.
A ne možeš na trobu da napraviš highlight?
Ne može.
Pa ja ne bi streamao uopšte. Po tom pitanju ne bi streamao. Što ne staviš multi-stream da ti streamuje na trovu i na recimo YouTube-u, pa onda možeš napraviš highlight.
Mogu da isječem recimo 2 minuta klipa, ali šta tebe da sečem 10 klipova.
Pa dobro, ako si napravi 10 kila, verujem ti. Verujem ti.
Jedno i karabina, ovaj ima cah. Dobar. I igraju s tim plastičnim oružjima.
Koje je plastično oružje?
Šta vi to radite? Se diže ova buka. Jesi uspio da digneš i emulatore i pčelu?
Što da ne? To nije loš ide. 2 u 1.
Bravo, i sad znaju da smo...
Što nije problem ako nisu direktno ispred vas.
Pa direktno su ispred nas.
Onda super, dobar posao.
Jebem ti bude ovo. Evo ga. Bone lens, jebem ti bone lens. Mora pazim da mi ne priđe s neke strane.
Ja sam malo probio čeka, on ide na mene bomblensom, ja ide na njega sa onom sekirom, onom ručnom, tomahawkom. Ja ga klepim u glavu, on mene udari onim bomblensom i tredimo se.
A svako da će neko da me ubije sa nosom.
To ti je sudbina uglavnom.
Ne mogu ni da mu sine majke.
so
Zove
caught
Kesić.
and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm too far to lose it all.
Got him.
I didn't even get a chance there.
Delay, a? Bukvalno dok igraš misli sam mi preskočio na misli. Gdje si Boga?
Da se radi Lija ili
Znaš. Malo pre su me trojici urilo preko mape sa bountyjem. Ono, ćoškovima mape su trčali za mnom. I ja se okrenem, pošto sam skontao da će ono, skoro će me stići jevi ga, iako imam staminu, ono, sek uglo je, kako ja, ono, idem u kosu jedno, tako ovaj seče uglo, znaju gdje će ići. I ja se okrenem, bacim koncertine žicu, ovaj ne može da me puca kroz nju. I ja vidim ovaj s boblensom kreće na mene, ja vadim sekiru za basan, tomahawk i ubijam ga tomahawkom u glavu. On mene udara i ja padam u isto vreme. Meni dosta. Pošten trade. Jao, majku ti jebe. Nije toliko teško su lagao.
Čuvika.
Ti vičem. Što bi ja rekao bilo koga?
Evo. Čudavika.
Ti giocune, Simone,
Nije. Pa viče kad se rekao dere.
To ti je vikanje, znaš. To je vikanje. Ili tu urlikanje, šta je sad? Ili Nenade jebote pas! To je vikanje. To je vikanje. To je vikanje.
Koga za... Zemlju?
Šta za mene? Šta vam treba? Treba li kome da ga podojim, šta?
Čemo neki vaše, zaveti nešto?
Ne pada mi na pamet.
Znam.
Dan selak.
U nas je neki vaše, zaveti.
Nemoj ti mene ništa da vodiš. I'm good.
Big da ga vodiš. Da ga prenašam.
Ne, samo ti vodi. A nemoj mene. Rešit ćemo ovo kao ljudi molatore. Stao sam u loku od dere ga bombom se po glavi, ništa mi nije radio. kako si se snašao ili si vratio kontrol nazad na staro?
Ne, nisam. Lakše mi se ga mi ovo na...
Viš nisam probao ja sebi da namestim tako. Zato što imaš taj... imaš run. I imaš kao taj toggle.
Je trčanje u igri tako zabagovano. Neki put kad kreneš da trčiš, on te samo onako uspori na 10 sekundi i tu si mrtvi.
Koji si na listi Nenade sa event pojedima?
Jest neki.
Ne, znaš šta je problem? Što ja prepostavljam? Problem je što igra pokušava nekad uradi dve operacije isto vremena.
Ivane. Trebalo se na nju desiti.
Ovo ti je dobri den, Nenad. Probaj ti Kesu, ne znam da li ćete se sjetiti. Imaš da kad tapneš dugme da uvijek uđeš u onaj kao aim down sight mode, da ne moraš da držiš desni klik ono, znaš. Kad tapneš opet desni klik izađeš iz toga moda. A na shift ti i dalje trčanje.
Ne, lakše je meni ovako, znam na što mislim.
I meni je bilo lakše 30 sati ono space i volt na isto dugme, kao što Milan ne dalje radi, znaš. Dok mi nije dosadilo da ne...
Prije sam ja koristio stalno taj režim, da tapnem i da mi stoji u... Materin, jebem ti materin, daj govna, sve može sam bačio na govna. Vodim, brate, mrtvo ovog sranja, vodim se vodu u smrći.
Gdje si bio?
Stvarno, radi igra kao dok se
serveri.
Uopšte više nema nikakvih problema.
Ti ćeš jedan bat.
Ma da. Aj. Jebi ga, za open world igre mora biti dobar read hard disk.
Gdje je stari?
Dobar dan!
Dobar dan.
Ajmo stari jebo, sprašao da celu mapu da bi bio tamo jebo.
Da se prisoču.
Samo na Kinezi uđu.
Ma nemoj to radi dok mi boss Reni jedan je boss i u kurac. Evo je boss, ajde. Ajde. Najgore što taj reconnect u igri uopšte nije fiksan kako treba.
Se mene voice. Ona bude mi.
Ima on mali a ja ću se u kurac, on uđi u bosler i jačaj.
O, Miki Milane.
Koji vada? Jel fali neko strip?
Dobro, stavite mi samo, kako su ljudi već došli, a nema niko
Falio
da...
neko strip!
Ja sam falio, lemen.
Dobro, preko tebe da nego svoje igre.
Ne, znam,
Ljudi mi
nego
već
se
stigu,
zajebavam.
ja sam sam u bosleru. Kako je to dobro.
Nema bolje.
Sve, brate, ulazimo u partiju, restartujte kompjutere, sve uradite, brate, pa onda da igramo normalno. Ne, brate, sad se ja drkam cijelim timom sam tu.
Ko se rekonektio, Nenad?
Ma, betna, bre. Bravo, tako, stavite me samog u bosleru. Pošto je tim došao, ja sam ovdje. Sam sam ovdje, ceo tim me napade. Nemojte igrat.
Što si ti diskonektovan? To sam rekao da sedem.
A što se nerviraš? Jer ti Grenovački kaže da je umoran, da je gladan i tako to je varijanta. Ja sam se već navikao na egzibiciju.
Svugdje već buše rupe dole.
bilo prije 10 minuta. Normalno da nije se isto.
A imam free bombulence koliko voliš, razumeš. I imam trait Assailant, i onda sam ponovo sekiru za bacanje. Ponovo sam pištolj s bokserom. Revolver s bokserom i bombulence, jest. Šta ćeš više? Neće ti ideja za oruž, razumeš, nije kompletno napraviš. Šta vi budete? Options. Zoom. Shoulder. Default.
Šta?
Shoulder. ADS je hold. Fly.
91.
Pali govna.
Interesantno. Obrnuto.
75, 90.
Ideš neke masije, digi me neke masije. Ja nisam umeo ni da mi krenuo. Dao sam se za ti nešto. Kako se nisam dao?
Dobro. Ovo je dobro.
Ajde. Predao sam, vidim.
Dao sam.
Nije fazona ako ne lutaš, to je gej. Kjeraš. What? Ovo ti se zove taktičko repozicioniranje.
Ne, ali... Na stublici šta je njom.
Na šta? Na stubli?
Yes.
Taktično mrdevin.
Evo vamo što je izluta.
Kako je sad Bomblens prošao kroz zombie, ja ne kapiram. On se okrenuo u mesto i... Ne, niđe hitboxa, niđe ništa. Oh, the scene to close.
Ovo bi samo da sam vidio ugo, primjer, jako mi.
Ugo.
Kažeš. Jesam, vidio sam. Vidio sam i ovoga
Mjesto, pošto ti peć igraš dosta agresivno, to bi više ležao Bomblens nego automat. $150.
Samo ja ne znam kako mi tebe nisu čuli.
Neka ljudi ne čuju stvari, znaš, to je tako ide. Nije neka tajna.
Tako, još si otvorio vrate, evo te... Gledaj.
Easy. My legs are bad. 50%, ništa je ništa, čista matematika, crva nije ni bilo.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Dobro,
Znaš da zmija zna peđe
da...
da...
ne radi posao, jesi ti ljudi.
Pa da. Znaš da zmija zna da polomi cijelicu ili da pozvoni zvoncem, zato što kao aktivira sve što je pored nje. Ili polomi. Oštri.
Šta je bio nešinom? Papujem. Papujem.
Papuješ ili papuješ?
Papujem.
Što ti, pa ti pokupi metak, da Milan se zna gdje on. Nemoj to da reći, to je retardirano, to ne pali nikad. Ja sam za to da nekako svi preživimo, znaš, 3 puške brže ubijaju nego jedna sačmarica, znaš. A još kad taj nekako ima shotgun promašuje.
Ovo ti je 20 metara iza tebe. Prizan je tvoj domen, Milane.
Prizan dignute orane, tamo je boss je vratno bio.
Koji vlada?
Ford Karmik i tako te klaustrofobije od ovaj compound.
Bilge, pa rekao sam, znam, sve mi je jasno.
Man, like ISIS.
Živaj s tim. Nešto na računu ovog druga balade. Misliš da se karakterizira?
Njega samo Hunt ispunja.
Toga radi. Toga dila.
Ipak sigurno su oni u toj gasi.
Stikicu mu rokne ako ne, sad ga idem sam. Stikicu na njega, stikicu na njega.
Uvo me čovjek.
Šta ovo bilo?
Jebo ga doći.
Dobro, oprosti, sljedeći put ga neće poneti.
Još manje. Ne znam, vidim da nije put. I da smo zbog toga u kulja s otim.
Glupo je bilo. Gledaj Hio komikse.
Još jedan ekipa je tu. Nemoj.
Digni.
Tu je čovjek će me ubije Kesiću. Milane, nema veze, će ne uzmeti pravo ti će me dignete. Milane.
Ne radiš
gasim se jebot, šta to?
Aj jedi govno, ti kažem ne diži me.
Kak je to vezano? Bitno je
Odakle
siga.
te ubija? Pa pogledajte mi noge jemeže.
A otkud on to zna? 3000 sati i Hunt. Kao da ima 5 minuta.
Ispod tebe jebote.
Beka moramo baš to biti.
Samo od toga je velite usta.
Neka. Poludeo je to tamo.
Beka, zatvaram i bijemo boss.
Inače, to ti voliš da radiš. Ti voliš da nas dižeš, ja ti kažem nemoj, ti kažeš čuti, kao di ću te. U fazonu kao možda kao ne gledaj. To ti voliš da radiš.
Saga, tu si slobodno. To je to, bravo.
Kakav je problem?
Još mi kaže da me ne diže čovjek mora.
Tvoj komentar je bio, pašće mi KD.
Ne, pašće mu zvezdice, MMR.
Da, pašće ti MMR, to je vrlo bolje da ti padne.
Ma nema to veze, MMR 4-5.
Ljudi sa 3, 4, 5, timove, trojke. Sve to upada u mečeve, ne boj se ti ništa.
Čuvaj onda to, nemoj mi ostavljati to prazno ako stigne.
Milane, one su ispod vas, neće on doći odakle.
Opušti si me. Nemoj ga nade. Opušti se. Spusti se, da li je moguće? Ovo je urlano. Milan, ne?
Duhovi. Oh my god.
Pazi, bomba.
Šta ima na Twitteru?
Ima...
Šta
pornjava
zbacim?
na Twitch.
Ne, Twitter, bret.
A?
Twitter, onaj... Tweet.
Pa pornjava na Twitchu.
Šta radiš ti, Nenade, dole, zbilje?
Liku
Šajanin,
Šabanova
metal
na...
sam Šajanin.
Ne znam šta je radila.
Vidim da si mrtav, pa to je za očekivat bilo dole.
A, bož.
2 tima, bete.
Šta ti znaš, bre? Ti ne znaš ništa.
Evo te ovako neka ciginka, jel?
Koja?
Ti, Nenade, umjesto što se krpiš od vatre, skrećeš, brate, između redova, a ne krpiš se tu, u tom nivou.
Bio sam zapaljen i
Od vatre ti govorim, pa, od vatre.
Pa čekaj, imao sam 25 HP-a na kocku od 50, manje.
Aha.
Pa dobro.
Pa šta dobro? Ili ne umem odvati ili ne ubije opet ovaj.
Je ovo realno bilo, majkiti?
Nećeš tako brzo izgoret, uvijek ideš u među nivo, brate. A ne tu da se krpiš, jer da...
Malo je promašio.
Bio ispred mene, čovječe bože.
Što ne rade ti šotku ne nosiš?
Šta ćemo što?
Što ne znam da igram s tim, ne volim to oružje.
To je to. Čovjek je priznao, šta sad, ćete ga ubiti.
Uzmi pogledaj klip u sinu pa će vidiš jedni sa nogama.
Sa?
Šta radi on sa longama?
Isto što i svi ostali rade sa longama, ubije ljudi.
A misli kako perim djecu.
Pogledaj kako Rakta zi buši kroz zidove sa longama ili dileni, pa ćeš odustati od toga što si rekao. Ćeš već da fleksaš malo.
Green, what is your problem, Green?
Dole su.
5 ljudi.
Gdje je Gardi?
Beka, kamperaj do kraja, nema šta.
Gdje je Gardi? Gdje je ta kraljina igre? Juče kako mu se slim. Ne može kila da napravi u 5 mečeva.
Nije on kriv što je star. Ajmo tako.
U 5 mečeva ako ubije jednog čovjeka, to je za poznati.
I onda ubiju ga sa šotskom i kaže ovo su pičke od ljudi.
Pičke, ne igraju se petlarama. Pičke. Dobro, izvini Boris, svi će da bace šotku da bi se ti osjećao nekako bolje.
Petlaru misliš?
Kaže, treba zabraniti shotgun. Pa rekao, pa ovo ti je divlji zapad igra. Pa ili su imali koltove ili dvocevke. Ili vinčesterke. Nema trećeg. Sparks i te gluposti, to je vojska koristila.
Da. Ma da, ima još 30 minuta, nemaš frke. Sad idi seri, brate, gledaj vesti i ostale drkačine. Pošto vas da to radiš na početku partije. Idi, jedi, popi kafu, nebitno.
Jebi.
Jebi.
Ujebote, ovo je uspio da ubaci unutra, zamisli. Ovo je uspio unutra u boss layer da ubaci, zamisli.
Sa bombu?
Pravi bombu.
Tolika čast.
Eno nam zvone. Odlično, neka dođi. Ne znam Beka šta je Nenad dolje tražio, bret. Vidi da smo gore ušli u boss layer.
Smrt. Pa namesti se i čeka ih da priđu, znaš.
Sa druge strane sam teo da im uđem.
Vidim, fino si teo.
Ali ste ih vi pustili da izađu iz bossa arene.
Fino je hteo.
Čekaj malo, si krenuo tamo, šta čekaš? Ako si već krenuo na tu stranu, ulaziš. Ubio si ih poslije.
Nenade, ti kada nemaš dobre slušalice, evo, ne čuješ ljude.
Ja čujem dobro, ja sam ga čuo da je... I ja vičem, čovjeka me ovdje...
A ti vičeš,
Pa dobro, šta ja da mu radim što je tamo?
Meni mora da pukne glas.
Jeli, Beka, šta ja da... Čekaj, Beka, šta ja da mu radim što je tamo? Tu sam, brate, gore, u totalno drugoj elevaciji.
Čovjek je napala pčela. Ja vam viču, čovjek je napala pčela, vi...
A šta da mu radim?
Pusti to Drakula.
Šta si ubio?
A jače.
Jebote boss da te jebe boss.
Znaš li ti to?
Pa jes.
Koji dvojici si ubio?
Znaš.
Koji dvojici? Znači ovdje je 9 čovjeka, a?
Svako leto ima svoj.
Ovdje 3 tima pored nas.
Pa
Ovdje
koji
3 tima pored nas.
I novi telefon.
3 tima pored nas, a?
Hello
Nenade,
everyone.
dvojice
Nice to
ubio
see
i
you.
ja sam jednom.
Pa znam.
different world from the one.
Ovaj debil ubio sam sebe, čuo ovo Beka.
Some may argue that black and white photography is a classic art. Yes, of course.
Znači, tu su
but
3
still.
tima, Milane.
3 tima. A jedan boss jebote, 3 tima.
Jesu 5 tima tu možda, a?
3!
A si ubio 2 čovjeka pre ovih dvoje? Nisi...
Ne, pa njih je ukupno 2 ubio. I ja jednom.
Ali to je bilo posle ovoga. Poci kad sam rekao da šeo ne napadaju.
Ne, pa nije ih još ubio do tad. Ti si rekao još ona nije da ih je pčela napala, a mi smo 2-3 čovjeka kasnije pod...
Diga si me, a?
Ali ti si uzeo i bo, i ovoga jebenog bossa si bo, jebote boss.
Pa dobro, bossa, ne znam.
A ne znam.
Čo ne znam jebote?
A ne znaš.
Poca jebote dok ja skibivao s ljudima.
A ne znaš. A ne znaš.
Ispod nas, Beka.
Tried so hard.
Ja nemam problem s tim da oni dođu.
I tried so hard, I got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Had to fall to zero.
Masakrirat ću ih kad dođu. A šta? Klasika, Romero nema
masakr.
jačeg, jesi ti lud.
Romero masakr.
Ne može ni jedna šotka protiv Romera, jesi ti lud. Ma bježi to trza, brate, pun kurac. Jebo to.
Šta je auto 5? Terminus?
Ma bježi. Terminus smeći.
Smeće. Jedino što puca jako brzo.
Pa lagano, nešto gledaj neku seriju, nešto. Imam se kaj. Možeš gledati.
Možeš šoma napisat.
Nema mi tu žicu ti. Ladno nema žice, sviđa ovo. Ajmo mi napolje, ja. Dođi se. Vikaš i ne nadi se.
Džabe se kad je PSKP, ja...
Ajmo napolje, beka. Ajmo. Ne mogu se s tim debilima natezati. Neće oni ni skontat, znaš, samo nemojte ništa dizati.
A eto, nemoj ništa digneš i...
Igraš simulantno, si zaboravio.
Još smo izašli, ne znam.
Ja sam izbasio.
Ajde, da ćemo ti šta priča, ajde.
A ne znaš da ti panu noge da...
Da se tu pčelu dić krova.
A otkud, njega to ne zanima. Znaš, njega to ne zanima.
Još ti kažem dole ispred mene.
Njega to ne zanima.
Izvoli smo baluti, ne nade, jebot sad.
Ali nema to veze. Nema to šta ti kaže da bar nešto se potrudiš da zapamtiš. Znaš, ne moraš da učiš nove stvari. Rekao ti ovako. Pravac koji ti noge pokazuje. Pravac s koga je metak došao.
Samo gas, nema stajanja, alo.
Ne treba ni da pitaš gdje su ljudi.
To je to, beka, zajeba smo je debile, mutave. Retardirane.
Jučer smo sa starim par puta samo iznijeli bounty i izašli iz bossarane.
Ne vidim ništa, ajmo. Napolje, ne nade, izdali smo bounty, jebo što si umro bi svako jebo.
Ne znači meni ništa bounty.
Odlično.
Ne znači ti bounty, ja ću se svaki put bounty. Svaki put ću pored uzmem.
Vamo čovječe, skinut ćete, alo.
Ile ga ne rade.
Ne stižu ovi, je. Ma kak? Svaka čast. Jedino Nenad stigne da umre, Igor.
Ja sam ti pobio i na ovom kraju, niko ne...
Jebajte, igraj malo, ovo zine.
Samo 3 čovjeka, dok vi biti jebano bossa. Ovdje se prvo pobiju svi ljudi pa ona boss.
Pa biješ ono što ti prvo na ruke, ne preskašeš ništa, no.
Da. Bolje lakše se porazumim sa randomima nego sam i ono.
Beka ovog što sam ubio 90 i prestiž 1.86, 8000 kila. Nemaš za meni na Romera kad mi čučne vrate, to je kraj priče. Beka kad mi čučne na Romera nema tu. Samo da ide 2 minute, Beka.
Kaži mi još jednom. Uvalija si me. Uvalio si me preopasnim izvuk. Kako nisi? Kako nisi? Ja sam drugi put igao. Ja ti kažem ne... Ono, ja nemam šotku, ja ne mogu da uradim ništa gore. nema vezu.
Budi tu sam, kao podrška.
Budi tu.
Samo budi tu, ništa drugo.
Jebaš uvijek, ti uvijek gledaš. Više pusti ti pogledaj. Ne. Stop 50 meter.
Da, ti vrtiši. I
Jesi. Sve je tako. Sve je tako.
Češ da nije sve tako.
Da ja poližeš mi jaje.
Znaš šta mi se čini da je pokvaren oružje, Nenad? Winchesterka sa zapaljivim mecima.
Jeste.
Znaš zašto? Zato što pri pogodku ostavlja vatru, ali ne radi kao normalna Winchesterka. Normalna Winchesterka ispaljuje projektil i taj projektil leti i udarite. Kod Winchesterke sa zapaljivim mecima ona zapravo ne ispucava projektil realni, već to što si gađao, bukvalno ga instant zapali. Znaš, drugačije radi. Insta hitno. 100%.
Ajde. Samo si izdoguj kad dođeš do nas. Kažu su ubili 51 Rusa, da su mu uništili 2000 tenkova, 4500 borbenih okružnih vozila i 1050 komada artiljerije, 300 komada višecjenih bacača, 150 PVO-a, 250 aviona, ovo stvarno nisu normalno.
Ti nisi normalno.
Ko je kome uništio?
Sve ima. Evo se. Potopili 15 brodova i potopili 3200 kamiona.
To neki imaginarni brojeviš, ne?
Kaži nešto.
Moj Neša, da ako ovaj meč biješ nešto. Osta čovjek na MMA 5, ladno.
Stvarno, zločin.
Zato što sam sinoć pobio masu ljudi.
Ali ne, znaš koji je realan neki Nenad do MMA, da se ne uredimo. 3,5, 4 do 4.
Nije, 4. 4
Ma
do 5.
nije, realno nije.
Da, kao što je realan Milano MMA 3.
Ne kontaš, nisam ja rekao da si ti loš igrač, nego imaš kao taj star rank, razumeš? Koji imaginarni broj.
I igru sličnu kao gardiročke, što je najveći problem. Dosta pisire, jesi primetio kad
Zakuju se za mest.
Kad gledaš mene, si primetio koliko sam fleksibilan, jebi ga, trčiš, bežiš, skačeš, gledaš.
Uzmi pogledaj posljednjih 20 minuta onoga streama što sam stavio pa će da vidiš.
Ne mogu ja gledat te, brate, stream što je MMA 3 se ubija, to mogu, brate...
Ajde se ne jedi govna.
Ajde, brate.
Ne jedi govna, to ovo su sve petice.
A jes, realno jed, brate.
Da, jojke, da.
Ajde.
Ovaj je mnogo čovjek ubeđu u sebe.
Ajde. Reci taj rang, ajde. Evo, to. Slušaj sam jedan.
Da. Bolji si mi od tebe.
Pa jesi. Ne, Kesi, jesi. Pa jesi. Zmeš, jesi. Možda u Tarkovu.
To se smiješ tako je bolje. To je najlošije prema najboljom.
Ilija, nisam znao da igraš golem ili ona.
Ja? Pa ja igram loše. Ne mogu ja da napravim 3 kilo u meču da me dignu 4 puta, to je meni retardirano.
Ti da ne igraš sa Kesićom, sa Peđom i sa njima ti bi bio dvojka.
Milan bi bio 0. Gazili bi ga trojke. Sjeći on u 10 metara da juri ljudi sa dvocekom u maku. To nije normalno.
Ne, ja se slažem sa Belom.
Ja sam sa randomima došao do petice, a ti sa timom. Vidite, bože moj.
Šta? Kao što si ti rekao.
Isto bi volio da padnemo u neku kad igra sa randomima protiv tebe.
Pa igra Evropu, radi Q, gdje on pačiš? Stream snajpuj ga. Gledaj Peđin stream i uradi onaj Q.
Tu su ljudi u compoundu i vi u bossa, Beka.
Čisto bi volio da uzem i
Ajde, Beka, moramo jalan, brate. Ajde.
Možeš, a? Sve da pobiješ, a?
Nemoj pucat, alo.
Možeš 10 metara.
Možeš sve da pobiješ, eto ti.
Tvoj domet je 10 metara. Dok god da nisi u 10 metara ne može tu biti, znaš. On ne koristi flash bombe, ne koristi frag bombe, ne koristi dinamit, ne koristi poison bombe, ništa od toga. Dok god si van 10 metara nema, njegova moć je 0. Razorna.
A ga nisi ubio? Bagovo mi se. Zato što možeš da skočiš sa si...
Šta ti se ubagovalo? Prosti.
Zna već gdje, znaju gdje.
Space Vault, šta?
Kako, brate? Pakao je.
Možeš skočiš debilčinu sa sjene gore.
Možeš da skočiš, da. Umjesto da voltaš. Što mu objašnjaš to? 30 sati ima. Ne ti njega da učiš kako onda igra se.
To stijeno nije dok je ova mali razbi mora da se skoči.
Ti čovječ imaš 1000 sati, nema njega da učiš.
Sam stano umno bolončo. Imaš pola metre razmi.
Ubio me Beka svojom šotkom jedini. Kasnili smo taman toliko da ubiju bossa i gotovo.
Češ da kažeš da je Beka ih naoružao opet?
Čekaj, si bio ispred mene, što nisi ušao u poslednje nego Čekaj se.
2 sablje nosi bek.
Ej!
Aj, jevem ti igru, mrtvu.
Što nisi ubilo još jednom?
Ne znam, ja se kucao u pipa, ni hitova ga nisam, kako ne znam. Tu sam kurac popušio.
Tu sam kuraca punsi.
Tvoje igre. Bio sam 5 metri iznad tebe. Šta očekuješ da... Imaš šokni, šta očekuješ da je trči ispred tebe, a?
Da.
Pa da. Da ti otkriješ da je neprijatelj, da on možda ga dislocira uzim.
Gađat ću te mosinkom dok god ne umreš. I onda ću uzem lanternu iz nekog komponenta da te zapalim.
Ono će kaže da ja i ti imamo isti stil igranja. To je daleko istine. To je daleko istine. Nigdje ni blizu. Ako zoveš isti stil igranja da ne nosimo dvocevke, pravu si. Jel da ne, imamo isti stil igranja. Mogu sve da nosim 8 dvocevke. Čak i Romero. Ako treba, ali... Triple barrel.
Što ne nosiš više double barrel nego to smeće?
Pa to ga radi sad. Ma više ne...
Pa bolji ti je double barrel od tog smeća.
A, brže puca. Brže puca. Aha.
Voli da ga vidiš.
Hoćeš da vidiš kako brže puca.
Sada oči idemo osmati, ne vidiš li?
Ti že budeš isturen na izvidnice, šta bi?
Boss je na King Snake-u, Vidim da je tu furun.
Boss je na derbi.
Ako ste vidjeli tu furun. Šta? Valjda nisu ljudi, ako se tu upadam odmah i ovaj da dobiju.
Sigurno neću na novce koji ima leveling da uzem osim.
Pa brže puca. Kad bi Mosin imao onaj... onu poluk, da.
To je to za patano. Ne pipaj ništa. Odlično. Će mi ljudi od dole da mi dođu. Taj perk tebi ni ne treba, ali ja ih uzem.
Quartermaster.
Ne bi jebo, šta će?
Ponesi. Da nosiš... Sekiru umjesto sablje. Combat X, moram.
I stvarno, latka ga. Ja sam ga uzao, ali ne treba mi, to može imati.
Tebi onaj. Stavio sam ti govor da se razavio. Ma ne, pazi, kreće nođu se preozove nego odahnu.
Beka, ako nema nikog izlazi. Šta nosiš zapaljive metke?
Da probam u monitori. A ne, za Mosin ne znam zašto nosi, to nema point.
Ne, za Winchester, da probam.
Probaj, vidiš.
Vidio sam da je baš Broken kad su pucali na mene.
Broken je, ne promašuje. Pogodiš, nema ono da kao pogodi ga Winchesterku, ne, nemam promašuje.
Vidio sam i kad su pucali na mene, sam osobno koji je peo taj metak nekako.
Veći je hitbox, kako bi ti objasnio. Veći je hitbox metak. Površina koju, kad pogodi metak udari, ime na tebi, to je veći. Na Winchesterki je tek, to je tablirano.
Da, hitbox.
Pa više ti je Broken vatra na Romera, odmah ga pali zasigurno kad ga zvekne.
Pa to je... to je zapaljiva sačma u suštini, fosforna amunicija, to ima logike jer to je 10 metara Kesiću, znaš. To ima logike.
Pali to i na više.
Ne, a Winchester kad te pogađa na 100 metara i insta, znači, bukvalno brže zrno nego normalno, zato što način na koji radi igra, na koji radi serveri, to je sve zabagovano. Zbog toga radi. Veze sa fizikom, normalno.
Peknula sam uzeo.
Starog magarca.
Ginove bombe, što? $128.500, se malo bekao poravio s parama.
Eskorti su vas da je
Tu
unim.
si na 10.000, evo.
Danas imaš, jutro se nema i tako to.
Ajde be, što i već čovjeka više be.
Nek jede go. To mu je od mene. Kraj.
Čekaj be, može voli, može steći lep.
Da. Nisam zainteresan za ostalo.
Što mi izbacilo?
Možemo i tu neki fetiš
tu start. Šta je ovo?
Fetiš, što mi fetiš?
Je li tebi izbačilo bek?
Nije. I ti si tu se navajati.
Ja nisam uopšte u partiji s vama, pošaljite mi like.
Da ću pošaljiti.
Vika, tako. Mi to kažemo zove.
Isto, to ti isto.
A nije.
Čekaj, ti si normalan čovjek, kada slika. Da.
Dere se ili viče, isto, to ti je...
Viče,
To je deranje, to nije vikanje.
Ne, vikanje, viče.
A ti imaš više crnogorsko državljanstvo?
Ima.
Ma kurac, ne da ti milo da glasaš. Edi govno. Kad mi pokažeš da ti za glasanje, verovat ću ti.
Evo bi ti izbačio taj metak ili šta?
A imaš i pasoš i ličnu kartu crnogorsku.
I zdravstvenu knjižicu, sve ima, da. Stižemo iz crkve da uplati članarinu.
Hop.
Jori.
Bekao i se našli.
Dobar dan.
Beži otale, Beka, beži. Beka, crveno bura.
Jedan manje.
Comment and subscribe for more videos like this. Until next time,
Reci gdje si ga ubio, da zna gdje su ljudi.
Bingo sam ti gdje sam ga ubio.
Beka, Jan je tu. Da. Gdje si? Ima šotku ovaj
Hello
bam.
everyone and welcome back to Mystery Scoop.
Šotku ima, pazi. Nemoj reload tu ispred mene.
The subject of today's video is the painting by Ingres of young Napoleon as first consul of France, dated 1804. But before we go any further, we'd like to delve deeper into Napoleon's curious and peculiar gesture of posing with his hand in his waistcoat.
Pazimo, ovdje ima još jedan da
Dvojica su kod njega, dvojica su kod njega,
While he's
obica.
simply resting his hand whilst maintaining a long posture.
Bravo, beži bomba. Aj, joj, brate, digo je svog.
I gore ga djepa, pokrivam da ga ne digne.
Ne tu, tamo. Sad su dvojice protiv tebe. Sa šotkama.
Boje.
Pa da. Tako i treba da bude.
Desno.
Čuči.
Dobro, ne slučiš da bude.
Jedi govna.
Jedi govna! Ne ide to tako. Moraš kao Gardi da se zaleti. Jedi govna!
Jedi govna.
Kako kažeš ti, Drakula, da se zaleti? Moraš da udakneš, kažeš ovako, ne, jedi govna, to je ravno, nema smisla. Jedi govna!
Ajde, daj, sigra.
Mora svaka uvreda da se kaže, da uneseš duše malo to.
Uzme i pokrivam da mogu da ga ne digne on čovjek.
Da.
Odmori doživot.
Ne, pusti. Pričaš s Milanom, ti on priča. Dva čovjeka,
A što mi to nisi odmah rekao da će dvojice nego čekaj ti ubili? Čeka si ti ubili.
Dobar dan!
Dobar dan.
Oh my god.
Čeka si ubilen.
No fucking shot. No way.
In this video, we're going to be talking about the newest crest that is coming to the game very soon.
Oh my
which
god.
could be quite scary. I'm not exactly sure. Now, if you guys do not know, there are currently two different kinds of crests. You have the regular legendary crest. So anytime you get these regular legendary crests, whether it is from a Shadows event, or there's multiple different ways to get these legendary crests, right? If you obtain one of these crests, that means whenever you run your Elder Rifts, whatever legendary gem you get is going to be soul bound to your account, which means you cannot sell that gem in the marketplace. Now, one thing to notice when you go to this crest merchant, if you get the Eternal legendary crest, which is this one right here that you either buy with Eternal Orbs or you buy them with platinum. Now, when you buy this with platinum, this actually is a crest you can get once per week, and you can sell this crest on the market. So if you get a
So keep in mind that you can buy one of these a week as a free-to-play player.
25 metara.
People like Rich and Quinn were burning 10 of them every 3 minutes.
Ja mu verujem 100%. Evo, Nenad, brate, ja znam igrao sam.
Like, so you think about that, right? It takes you 3 months to do what Rich was able to do in 3 minutes. 10 weeks for a 10 pull. That's right.
Hello, what's up, man?
Well, this makes Tower of Fantasy look like the Salvation Army. Like they're just giving shit away all the time. Oh, another yellow nucleus. Oh wow, a gold nucleus. Okay, yeah, everybody gets one. All right. Yeah, sure, you could have one of these. Oh my god.
Elder Rift from this one crest run, and trust me, it does happen. I see it on the Facebook group all the time. Then you can then sell that gem on the market and make yourself a ton of platinum. Make sure all you free-to-play players out there are definitely buying that Eternal Legendary Crest every single week with the 1600 platinum.
Hell yeah.
Well worth it, no doubt about that, because you never know when you could possibly get extremely lucky, right? And also, so these are the regular Eternal Legendary Crests, which obviously if you buy these with Eternal Orbs, you can then sell them on the market. So the new crest we have coming to the game is right here. And I do not know exactly how I feel about this, boys, but this is in the current game files. If you want to ask my opinion on what I think, I'm going to tell you anyway, even if you don't ask. So basically, I believe that this could be setting us up for a whole new row of legendary gems. So let's say...
Obviously. The thing is, so what you have to understand is that basically these games, these pay-to-win games, operate the same way that Bernie Sanders says the United States operates. Where like 99% of people only have, you know, 35% of the wealth, and the top 1% have 75% of the wealth. Like, these games are the exact fucking same, where you have these super omega, like, Kraken level whales that are just fucking spending 10 grand. It's like, I saw JT did a video and he titled it something like the $1 Million Battleground. And nobody in there was winning $1 million.
Yeah.
Nobody, the people winning $1 million are on the yacht and they're investors at Blizzard. All right, that's what it was, because he did a whale battleground, and everybody collectively at that point, if you added in everybody's microtransactions in the group on the whole team, it was over $1 million. So what a surprise, they're gonna add in new legendary gems. This is what a lot of these games do. It's the same thing, like, I mean, Tower of Fantasy is doing this, where they're adding in Frigg, right? Who's like the hot, tall anime girl with massive tits and a sword. We might have to get that one. But I tell you one thing, I'm not getting this. Because the different, like, it's nuts, man. 2 swords are even better. And so, yeah, this is crazy. Of course they're going to add a new one in. Because those people, the thing is, it sounds crazy, but like the people that play the game and they're spending, they're investing, you know, 10,000, 3,000, 5,000, like 20, 30, $50,000 into the game. These are people who are hooked through the gambling. So, like, if they beat the game by gambling and they win, right? They have all 5 stars. Well, they're just going to slowly drift away from the game because they already beat it. So what do? Well, you do the same thing Stake does. You add in a new slot. It's like, you know, people get bored doing Anubis, they get bored doing the Zeus one.
Ne loguješ, nego imaš kao neki minimum, minimalni kao launcher taj za Origin. Mislim, ti kao nećeš da se loguješ, ali ne brini, on ti sam loguje. Ti kao nećeš, ali on ti to uradi.
And 2 or 3 more 5-star gems. And then having this orange crest that could be available buying through either eternal orbs or other ways of gaining this throughout the game to run more Elder Rifts. That is kind of what I've been theory crafting, or what I've been thinking, like, you know, because it's simply, if they come out with, they're going to come out with new gems, right? In a matter of time, they're definitely going to come out with new 1-stars, new 2-stars, new 5-stars, right? They're going to 100%. So when they do that, if they come out with the new gems and they just place them in the Eternal Legendary Crest, it would make the odds of getting a specific gem that you want really hard, right? And it would basically...
That's not a bug. That's a feature. Yeah, so it's designed that way on purpose. That is intended game design. So that way you have to do the exact same thing over and over and over.
Pa ja igram Battlefield 5, no je on pitao kao bi li igrao.
It's turning away people from running Elder Rifts with those crests, because it wouldn't simply be worth it unless you're just running it to gain platinum to buy whatever gem you're basically going for, right?
So it's not about that, because if you were able to do that deterministically, the thing is, like, they will get some people that will keep rolling to hope that they can get the individual 5-star of the new gem, even with every other gem in the loot pool. So like this is what happened with New World, for example, whenever they added in a new weapon. Is, oh, you add in the new weapon, and then the weapon is stuck at 500 gear score. There's no modifier that increases your drops for the weapon. So you basically had, like before, you were leveling up everything together, but now a new weapon comes in and it's being leveled at 500. So it takes exponentially longer to make progress because you're only making progress on one item. Now, obviously, it's been improved, though. Now, how can you be so dumb and still have money? Well, because a lot of people are really good. Like, for example, there are people that can program a website, but they're autistic and they can't talk to somebody at a coffee shop. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's got different talent points in different places in life. Like, that's just the truth, right? And like, that's an extreme example, but there's many other examples that are less extreme.
Like if they came out with a new selection of gems through a legendary crest like this, I think that would be a solid idea, because then it would give people the option like, oh, well, do we want to go for Blood-Soaked Jade and Seeping Bile or whatever we need from the regular legendary crest, or do we want to use these and go for some of the new ones that do whatever they do specifically, right? Or this could be, who knows, I could be way off, man. I'm just speculating, to be honest. This could be a legendary crest that honestly is something that's a part of Fractured Plane, that then you turn it in, and who knows, maybe you just get more eternal legendary crest if you beat the right level to gain this crest. I doubt that's what it is, but it could be.
Whatever the thing is, here's how to figure out what it is. What will cause you to be able to make to spend more money? I think that there's a good chance that this is either a more expensive version, or it's a special crest that is, if you use it, it adds new gems into the loot table. It doesn't replace the loot table, it just adds them into the loot table. So you have to spend even longer farming with it. That's what I'm kind of assuming. Yeah, use Occam's Razor. I think they're using Occam's Wallet. I think that's basically what's really happening here. What is the simplest solution in terms of how much money the company can make? And that's what's going to happen with Diablo Immortal. I think it's that simple. Yeah, there's really nothing else to say for it there. I think that Diablo Immortal, right? I mean, I tried the game out, and like, I'm still playing Tower of Fantasy sometimes.
Ne radi, svi igraju sa svima, ne radi, sledeći meč može igrati sa Raktom Zim. Ne radi, a ne radi, to je samo okvirno tako. Nema dovoljno igrača za tako nešto što ti pričaš.
Nema tu MMR i to.
Some sort of primal gear turn in, like I've been talking about.
I think primal gear is due to come in this game sooner than later, hopefully, to where we can obtain some sort of primal gear depending on what Paragon levels you are. I think that would be very helpful. Also, I mean, what do you guys think that this legendary crest could be? I'm not going to sit here and speculate for days and days and days, because I had tons of different ideas. So I wanted to just give you guys my main idea, which is a whole new sequence of legendary gems. And this crest is used for those legendary gems. Again, I'm just simply theory crafting. All I know is this is in the game file and will be coming to the game very soon. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be used. Anyway, guys, let me know in the comments below, what do you guys think this is going to be used for? Because I'm curious of your opinion. Anyway, guys, I am out of here for now. Peace out.
So there it is. I think they're probably adding in a new legendary gem that will enable you to get new legendary gems. Or sorry, a new legendary crest that will allow you to get new legendary gems. The reason why I think that is what will make them the most money. I think that also the new legendary crest will probably not overwrite the previous loot. It will just simply augment new loot on top of it. That way you can fully maximize the amount of money that a person has to waste in order to obtain what they want in the game. And honestly, if somebody's still playing Diablo Immortal at this point, they deserve it. I don't give a shit. The game is just, it's bullshit. It's a bullshit game. I don't know how JT plays it. I hope he comes and plays Diablo 4. He said he will. And so that's going to be great whenever he comes over there and does that, because any grinding in any other game like this would have already resulted somebody a spot on the leaderboards. It's just horse shit, man. That's all it comes down to. And it's not even a game, to be honest. That's right, Chris. You're right. 100%. It's not a game. Yeah, there you fucking go. And it's just, it's sad. I mean, let's read what some of the comments people think it is. It's a guaranteed 2 to 5 star. It'll be a trade-off between, do you want a gem power and gamble, or do you want a guaranteed and no gem power? Yeah, there'll probably be some sort of a trade-off. Let's see here. A gem for new level 10 gems. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Could be an easier crest to craft with reduced drop rates. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. It's just, it's too fucking much, man. As I said, I don't understand why people play this game. I don't get it.
Česno, ja i Kesić stari capnuli jednoga, zaletio se sabljem da probuši Borisa i Kesića, kako je bio skok, mada već imao manji health, stari ga pukao. Ja sam ga uletio skinuo, propao mu Juriš.
Yeah, I think so. Only costs 100k to get 5 star instead of 240k. Yeah, true. Let me link you guys the video. JT is, you know, he's the only person that I know that keeps up with Diablo Immortal. So anytime that he has news, I watch it, man. That's it. Did you watch the Ashes stream? No, I didn't. I'm going to wait for the recap video. I'm going to watch that instead. That's the way I see it. I don't mind games with micros, but if there's any pay to win, I won't play it. I quit WoW because of it. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, again, like you should play whatever you have fun playing, and if you don't have fun playing a game that way, then don't play the game that way. Don't let anybody else tell you what you should and shouldn't do. Do what you want to do, because I mean, if you're not doing that, what the fuck are you doing? So that's the way I see it.
Zađu do pušenja. Tuka nije za... pobio bih. Ako sam bio samo jednog.
World War II was nuanced as hell, and it's impossible to determine what every soldier from every nation thought of his enemies. With that said, as humanity has studied the war, some common perspectives have floated to the surface. You probably know, especially if you're from an English-speaking country, how the Western Allies felt about the Japanese. But what about the other way around? What did Japanese soldiers think about Allied soldiers? What about their opinions on Americans in particular, given that the Japanese launched the attack that pulled the US into the war? Looking at some war documents, propaganda works, and anecdotes, we hope to shed some light on those questions today.
Imaš PTSD od Milana.
In Japan's Meiji era, from 1868 to 1912, Japan transitioned from an isolated feudal society to an industrialized nation-state, adopting Western innovations and culture. Though, while the Japanese may have played baseball and watched Hollywood films, they also wanted Japan to remain Japan, to defend against Western colonization, and to grow as an empire and reach great power status. The Meiji government placed an emphasis on national unity and patriotism. As the Japanese islands lacked raw materials like iron and oil, Growth for Japan was synonymous with overseas expansion, and overseas expansion meant war. From the mid-1890s to 1945, war was pretty much what the Japanese did. In the 1930s, during the Showa era, Japanese nationalism rose to new extremes. To achieve the coveted great power status, Japan began another war against China, namely the Second Sino-Japanese War. This angered the West, especially America, which answered with embargoes on Japan, drastically reducing its ability to wage war. At this time, about 80% of Japan's oil came from the US, as did most of its steel. So after the US cancelled all oil exports to Japan in mid-1941, the Japanese people felt they had been cornered. Some Japanese leaders considered the embargo a preemptive declaration of war. This is corroborated in Read This Alone and the War Can Be Won, a Japanese military booklet issued in December 1941. The booklet reads, "At stake in the present war, without a doubt, is the future prosperity or decline of the empire. Slowly, little by little, like a man strangling his victim with a soft cord of silken floss, America has been prohibiting the export to Japan of oil and steel." Of course, December 1941 was also when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, hoping to cripple the US fleet so Imperial Japanese forces could conquer the Far East and seize its island's raw materials. The aforementioned Japanese military booklet offers additional insights, notably into how the Japanese military perceived Japan's role in the Far East. The first chapter reads as follows. "The English, the French, the Americans, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and others sailed into the Far East as if it were theirs by natural right, terrorized and subjugated the culturally backward natives, and colonized every country in the area. The natural resources of those countries were taken by a handful of white men, and tens of millions of Asian inhabitants have suffered constant exploitation and persecution at the white man's hands. The other peoples of the Far East trust and honor the Japanese, and hope that with the help of the Japanese people, they may themselves achieve national independence. In this narrative, Japan is painted as Asia's only hope, while the West is clearly the aggressor. Japanese World War II propaganda bolstered both of these notions. Studying a graphic by Akira Eiji in the January 1942 issue of the Japanese periodical Manga, John Dower, the author of War Without Mercy, Race and Power in the Pacific War, concludes that the Japanese saw themselves as the rising sun whose light was purifying the world. This was of course in reference to the Japanese Empire's flag. In War Without Mercy itself, Dower writes, "The Japanese routinely refer to themselves as the leading race, or Shido Minzoku, of the world. They called on a variety of metaphors, images, code phrases, and concepts to affirm their superiority, ranging from expressions that demeaned non-Japanese to elaborate affirmations of their own unique qualities." On the other side of the coin, writer Jack Wyckoff concludes the following in his review of Dower's War Without Mercy. "The Japanese portrayed the enemy as demons, cannibalistic ogres, gangsters, Napoleonic megalomaniacs, and even dandruff. An excellent example of Japanese propagandists demonizing the West is this depiction of American President Roosevelt. Unfortunately, the Western allies lived up to these depictions on more occasions than one. US forces, for instance, sometimes refused to take Japanese soldiers as POWs. In War Without Mercy, Dower refers to the 1980 memoir of veteran William Manchester, who witnessed a young American soldier mow down a line of unarmed, surrendered Japanese soldiers with a submachine gun on the Japanese island of Okinawa in 1945. Dower also pays heed to a publication by historian Dennis Warner, who witnessed a US Major General order a US Colonel to gun down a group of wounded, surrendering Japanese during the 1943 to 1945 Bougainville campaign. Bear in mind, these were just 2 accounts evidencing this behavior, among many. Another way in which the Western Allies lived up to Japanese propaganda was through trophy taking and the mutilation of dead Japanese soldiers. This practice was not uncommon among American soldiers, who were known to take Japanese ears, teeth, and bones as souvenirs. According to historian Niall Ferguson, boiling the flesh off Japanese skulls was not an uncommon practice. In his book, With the Old Breed, at Peleliu and Okinawa, author Eugene Sledge depicts an incident in which a Marine extracted gold teeth from a Japanese soldier who was still alive. The Japanese soldier had been wounded severely in the back and couldn't move his arms. The Marine put the point of his K-bar on the base of a tooth and hit the handle with the palm of his hand. The knife point glanced off the tooth and sank deeply into the victim's mouth. The Marine cursed him and with a slash cut his cheeks open to each ear. Blood poured out of the soldier's mouth. He made a gurgling noise and thrashed wildly. Another Marine ran up, put a bullet in the enemy soldier's brain, and ended his agony. The scavenger grumbled and continued extracting his prizes, undisturbed. It is evident that all of the above was indeed on the Japanese soldier's mind too, as corroborated by Japanese letters retrieved by US Marines during the Guadalcanal campaign. According to I'm Staying with My Boys, The Heroic Life of Sergeant John Basilone, USMC, by Jerry Cutter and Jim Proza, one of these letters read as follows. The Americans on this island are not ordinary troops, but Marines, a special force recruited from jails and insane asylums for bloodlust. There is no honorable death to prisoners. Their arms are cut off, they are staked on the airfield and run over by steamrollers. Demonizing the West was just one way to inspire contempt of Western soldiers in Japanese soldiers, however. Another way was to focus on, in quotation marks, Western cowardice, as well as the West's lack of spiritual incentive. Basically, the Bushido code of behavior, which was instilled into the Japanese during basic training, regarded surrender as a cowardly act. Anyone who surrendered forfeited their honor, including enemy soldiers. According to the US Colonel Fred Borsch, those who had surrendered to the Japanese, regardless of how courageously or honorably they had fought, merited nothing but contempt. They had forfeited all honor and literally deserved nothing. Consequently, when the Japanese murdered POWs by shooting, beheading, and drowning, these acts were excused since they involved the killing of men who had forfeited all rights to be treated with dignity or respect. The aforementioned Japanese military booklet, Read This Alone and the War Can Be Won, provides further evidence of this attitude, stating, "Our opponents are even more feeble than the Chinese army. They are very effeminate and very cowardly, and have an intense dislike of fighting in the rain or the mist, or at night." Drawn from John Toland's The Rising Sun and the Decline and Fall of the Japanese Empire, 1936 to 1945, a Japanese pamphlet titled The Psychology of the Individual bolstered this perspective. The pamphlet read, "The Americans call themselves brave soldiers, yet they have no desire for the glory of their ancestors or posterity, nor for the glory of the family name. They as individuals want to be known as brave and to be given publicity. They fear death, but being individualists, they do not think much about what will happen hereafter. They go into battle with no spiritual incentive." As we said at the beginning of this video, the war was nuanced, and it's impossible to determine how every soldier perceived his enemies. What we've discussed here was merely some evidence in support of some Japanese perspectives about Americans and the West, with many examples coming directly from Japanese military documents or Japanese propaganda? Which perspectives do you think were true for the majority of Japanese soldiers? Can you think of any that support or even contradict the ones we discussed today? Please feel free to share your thoughts in the comments.
Što ne progovaraš?
Šaki, gdje sam ti stao na nogu, da vidim? Šaki. Šačiri. Pazi, šačiri. Šačiri bečiri. Šačiri bečiri zajebala. Znaš ti ko je šačiri bečiri? Ej, toliko je toplo napolje, znači... Nerealno. Ohoho, tu je i glas savesti Gusan Kosović.
Tamo se neko imate da mrze pinjačan.
Dovoljno. Savesno si rekao. A gdje nam je injured man?
Povređeni penis.
Injured man.
Injured man, ba-da-da-dum. Injured man, ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Injured man,
for help, injured man.
Injured man, viva, here comes the injured man. To ti kao Spider-Man, samo injured man.
Injured man. Call for help, injured man. Ja sam tu, idem da se presvučem, bogo mi!
Aj, sjeba.
Naravno.
Stan.
Ne, išao sam da gledam kako drugi jebu. Zubarko, vjerovatno.
Nemoj to. Nemoj mi to pričat. Završi mi to.
Zubariše? Čekaj da se presvučem, toliko mi je toplo i da upalim klimu. Ajde ti, nečitava, bež dalje od mene. Bež dalje, nečitava, bela stvorevino. Trpala si mi se ispod noge, malo prestao sam ti na nogu, glupačo.
Beware, here comes the injured man.
Ajde, viči Kesiću.
To.
I nikako mi on neće da kaže što ga zovu pedala.
To što je mnogo
Pa
vozio
rekao ti je da
pedalom.
ga ne zovu tako.
Ja imam informacije da ga zovu.
To ti ja nisam rekao, to je neko drugi.
Kakve su ti to informacije?
Opet ti podaci, ko te snadbeva s tim?
Stigo što Čiri Bičiri?
Ma tu je.
Arden Periš! Arden Periš!
Znaš?
Gdje si čovječ?
Ja Snake najbolje igram kad igram solo protiv Triosa. Sad sam cijel Trios pobio sam, evo.
Da. Znam.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Tu ti već radi MMR, znaš, neće ti sigurno kao solo, zapravo, hoće neko.
It's absolutely marvelous. Šalje li reku invite?
Možeš ti reći da notiš recimo na Delaney na Rahtu kao duos. Ali to je najgore što se može desiti.
Delaneu, šalje li reku invite?
Alo.
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 Alo. Hallå.
Alo, alo.
Alo.
Alo, alo.
Mislim,
Razumeš.
Znači, jel neko šalje, mislim, znači invite
Kesić.
Znači, značilo bi mi kad bi neko, znači, značeno u nekom značaju posao značenje invite, razumiješ? Dobro, vidim da nema ništa od igre, ajde onda.
Ajde, pravi partiju, Gardi.
Gardi.
Nemaš ti, vrate, viš da ovaj...
Biće opet noć.
Ti, totalno.
Biće opet noć ako ja pravim.
Neka bude, nema veze.
Znaš
Pa
da
evo,
to ne valja.
sad sam u noć pobio cijel tim sam.
Znaš da to ne valja ako ja pravim te noćne partije. Neki parti, ono, znaš. Neki parti.
Žurku pravi, šta?
Neki tipar. I naravno neko se opet čeka, jeli?
Ne radi ustavanje.
Ne, ti se čekaš, Kesiću, ti se
Kesić.
Kesić.
Moram da čekam oje što popravljaju MMR-ove.
Ko to popravlja MMR?
Dobro, igre nema ništa, ajde odo ja da spavam.
Gdje ćeš?
Čekaj, stani, nema se čekaj, stani, šta ti je?
Da spava mi se, ali vidim nema igre, tako da šta ima, čekam više koji kurac.
Dobro je tu Ilija reka, ako ti se spava, napravit ćemo pauzu, idi spava.
Vidjeli si.
Ne spava mi se uopšte, nego vidim da igre nema. Vidim da igre nema.
Kako nema, pa jesi napravio lobby, evo.
Pa čekamo tebe.
A jesi dobio poziv,
Jesam.
Šta, za vojsku?
Pa prihvati poziv.
Zamisli onda trebalo bi ući na poziv, znaš šta misliš o tome?
Poziv za vojsku, šta?
Ne, poziv za ratni raspored.
Kao što neki su dobili.
Da.
Neki soldati.
Ich bin einen Soldaten.
Neki kojima Rusija bitnija nego bilo kojem Rusu.
Pa dobro, Rusija je naša braća, Rusi su naša braća. I ja sam za Rusiju, vrate.
Krvi dajem.
Ja sam za samo moju državu.
Tačno.
To me boli kuna za sve ostalo.
Ja nisam, ja sam i za Rusiju.
Što se mene tiče, se pobiju međusobno. Neka ne stanu svi.
Čuvaj, nek ne stanu svi, slušaj.
Neka stanu. Neka stanu. Kući.
Nek ne stanu svi.
Stari, sad ćeš da boostaš. Nenade.
Da, sada ga je na šesticu ga boostam.
Ja... Ako padneš, ja ti ne dičem.
Evo, slušaj, neću se dizati.
Ja sam ti rekao, ako ti padneš, ja ti se popišam na leš i zapalim te još jedan.
Vaš.
A evo, kunem ti se.
Nema dice.
Ako padneš na glup način, nema dice.
Šta to znači?
Ja ću te dići, evo.
Postoji pametan način, šta?
Znači, ako padne neotvoreno, ako ja odakle, kako, šta, kako...
Ti to mene kopiraš, šta ne?
Kaka!
On kaže da mi imamo isti stil igre, pa malo.
Pa to i jest isti stil igre, stvarno glupe smrti ne mogu da stavljam glavu u torbu.
Glupe smrti. Ništa tu nije glupo da ti ja kažem.
Ja.
Ich bin Soldatin.
Sad još jedino kad bi Nenad stisnuo ready, na primjer.
Ready?
Jebote vas da se čekaš, čovjek.
Ja nisam ni znao da si ti došao, ja nisam ni znao da si ti došao.
Pa sad znaj
jebote, ajde. Kad bi gledao u ekran, možda bi znao.
Nemoj mi samo apka, dobro tu Beka kaže, nemoj apka ti.
Multitaskujem.
Pusti me ti, pa da multitaskuješ onda bi ready.
Kako ne?
Noće vede nad Srbijom.
Znači... Te nije noć, te je, neću igrat, ajmo. Da sam koji kurac uopšte ulazio.
Samo igraš noćne mape, šta?
Stari, gledaj da nas ubiju odmah ođe na spavnu.
Melodno, treba odmah.
Nemoj, Boris, molim te.
Ilija, što ne gledaš stream? Evo ti Nenade, ti streamuješ, jel?
Ne streamujem.
Ne streamujem. Draže mi da čujem vaše komentare.
Upalit ću.
Blanchett.
Kate Blanchett?
Kate Blanchett?
Vrane.
Pa koja vrane, bre, šta?
Konji vrani,
šta?
šta?
Ko upali ovo govno?
Neki upali, ajde, pusti. Teraj dalje.
Koja govno?
Ovaj gramofon.
Šta, neko je upalio gramofon?
Do you ever think about what would happen if we gave guns to potatoes? And no, I'm not talking about America. Today I'm talking about Brotato. Well, this game answers that age-old question. Finally, we can see a weaponized potato in action. And, it's pretty decent. I mean, look, he shoots the gun at the monsters that are attacking him, but, like, look, it's only one gun. And he doesn't even shoot that quickly. Like, geez, that's really quite slow. The game is simple. Your potato will automatically attack with their weapon and will evolve and mutate into a gunslinging demigod. So yes, we have solved what happens when you give a potato a gun. It shoots at monsters. Job done, wrap it up it's time to end the video. But wait, we can answer the next most age-old question. What happens if we were to give a potato 6 guns? Yes, that's right, 6 entire guns. Okay, it took a bit of time and saving and buying, but here we are. This is a fully weaponized potato equipped with 6 guns. This is the maximum amount of guns a potato can carry. Everyone knows that fact. It is simply impossible for them to hold more. The game simply wouldn't take it. We can do great damage, shoot enemies that spawn in, and of course continue to upgrade ourselves, but ultimately this is the limit of what we can achieve in terms of weaponizing our potato. And as any American will tell you, whilst having 1 gun is good and 6 guns is great, it's not going to be enough. I mean, what happens if the Brits come back and try to reinstate the immortal deity known as Queen Lizzie II? I mean, you need to have at least 10 guns to shoot down one of the giant mind control T-blimps that we have, and if you don't do that, then we'll be able to use them to assert control and Britify those Yanks. So we need more guns, and that's where I step into the picture. Now, this game isn't released yet, which means that for a professional video game exploiter like me, this is a veritable treasure trove of potentially broken features. So yes, it's time for the Spiffing Brit to see if Brotato is a perfectly balanced game, or if perhaps printing infinite guns is a problem. So when I say we're going to be printing infinite guns, there are a few ways in which we can do this, and a few characters that we can do this with. For example, with your average potato, you simply select the character you want to play, select the weapon you want to use, and wabam, you're away with that one weapon. Look, we have a taser. It's not very good. We are going to die here really quite quickly. But we don't need to limit ourselves to one taser. No. If we wanted multiple, then there's a few things we can do. The easiest exploit is simply to select the weapon that you want to have, then click on the weapon, and then very quickly press escape. This takes us back to the character selection screen. We can then repeat this process multiple times, and this is how we start with 3 tasers. This is of course a lot better than starting with 1, but as you can only have up to 6 weapons, it's still not necessarily a path to infinite success. So could we have more than just those few weapons? The answer is of course yes, and this is where auto-clickers come into the mix, because as you select your weapon, you can get as many of the starting weapons as you like, provided you click as many times as you want that weapon before the game actually loads in. So for that reason, I've loaded my auto-clicker up on my mouse, and I'm about to select the pistol as many times as possible. And we've loaded into the game here with 20...
Ja igram za publiku ili za sebe? Igram radi sebe.
22 out of 6 pistols. Now, for a game that limits you to just 6 guns, having 22 of them is pretty useful, as we can just simply spawn in here, and as you can hear, the game sounds are a little bit bugging out at the moment, but generally speaking, we have more guns than we would ever need, and enemies just quite simply are not able to even get close to us. Now, this is good, but it's not perfect. 22 pistols is fine, but we have a few limitations. They're very slow-firing weapons. So, what if we were to try something different? Well, allow me to present you the perfectly balanced class of the one-armed. Now, the one-armed is someone who only has one arm, but similar to your average Twitch viewer who only watches the hot tub category, that one arm is incredibly strong. Consequently, it has a plus 200% attack speed, and all damage gains are increased by 100%, with the only drawback that you can only equip one weapon at a time. Now, this is, of course, very powerful. The starting pistol here is now actually doing really good. It shoots very fast indeed, and these enemies, well, they don't really stand up to it, so that's a great success. But of course, you're limited to just one weapon, and nobody wants to be limited to just one weapon. Look, we can't even buy another pistol, it's just impossible. We could maybe discard this weapon, pick up a spear, but hey, a spear's not exactly very good. Look at that, sure, we can stab it real quick, great, and we're just gonna die here. Spear, you're the worst weapon in the game, pathetic. So we need multiple of a weapon, and so for that reason, we're going to do something very majestic. We're going to select the one-armed here, and then we're going to get as many SMGs as possible. We're going to use a mix of both exploits by using an auto-clicker as well as also just this escape function to see how many SMGs we can get. And as you can see, we've now spawned in with 33 SMGs. This is of course very good because as you can see, wave 1 is now a little bit easier than it used to be. Having that additional attack speed is very useful, and despite the fact that we're only doing 1 damage per shot,
that's kind of all the damage we need to do when we fire 1,000,000 bullets. So bam, wave 1 complete, fantastic. We can even increase our attack speed further with, say, this reflexes upgrade, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stack as many attack speed modifiers as I possibly can, and we're going to see just how easily we can break this game. Now, every time we level up, we get to mutate ever so slightly, but also we can speed up the game a bit just by simply killing people, because once you kill every wave of monsters, the next wave spawns in, meaning the faster you can clear the waves, the more monsters you fight, and consequently the more experience you're going to be getting. And we can pick up a nose here. Now, a nose increases your luck. Everyone knows that. It is just scientifically accurate. And then we'll also pick up reflexes again. This is fantastic. Now, our rate of fire is certainly looking very good. It sounds absolutely glorious. 1 damage is all we need to pretty much wipe out every enemy in the game. But of course, the game will get harder. More and more enemies will spawn in, and so we must scale accordingly. We must not sit on our potato-based laurels. No, we must thrive and improve. Now we're starting to face superior enemies, ones that can even fire range shots at us, but luckily they also drop more experience. And generally speaking, whenever an enemy spawns in, it dies nearly instantly thanks to the sheer rate of fire of our glorious minigun. Right, I've also upgraded ourselves, so our SMG bullets are now doing 3 damage. That's like 3 times the damage. The rate of fire is still absolutely fantastic, and everything is getting lovingly evaporated nice and easily. Of course, yes, this game wasn't really designed for the use of 33 SMGs firing at the same time, and also I don't really know how biologically anyone could hold 33 guns at the same time, let alone a being the size of a potato. However, I'm not here to question the game's logic, I'm simply here to just abuse it, and for that reason, I for one accept the fact that canonically, yes, a potato can carry this many guns. Now, the rate of fire is just absolutely glorious. We basically aimlessly fire in one general direction of our enemies, and everything on the map is instantaneously murdered. We are yet to take a single hit of damage for this entire run, which I imagine is not exactly how the developers intended. Also, because our luck stat is so high, we keep getting all of these amazing goodie boxes, which are filled with wonderful potential upgrades. Oh yes, more armor for less speed, yes. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have really bad speed, but that's fine. We just need attack speed or a bigger nose. Right, now we're really facing the larger, chunkier enemies. These are actually meant to be difficult to murder. However, of course, they still die all the same because, well, this is a nightmare monster that I've created. The potato is just literally the most evil being this universe has ever seen canonically. And also, luckily, all of the enemies, thanks to my ridiculously high luck stat, are effectively pinatas made out of goodies that I desire and will steal from them. Tasty corpse monies. Clearing these waves so quickly. It is glorious. Unlimited raw potato power, the likes of which not even the Irish have ever seen. Right, we've increased our luck even further and our attack speed and our damage. We now, of course, do critical hits, which do up to 12 damage, and there's a small chance when we murder someone that a bullet will fly out of their corpse, and that bullet does 60 damage, which is, of course, absolutely fantastic. And it's part of the reason why enemies are just spontaneously combusting on the screen. We also now have a maximum health pool of 36, and we've effectively become a god. Right, our attack speed is now up to 265, which is absolutely fantastic. It will increase our damage to plus 80%. Right, let's go. We are now probably a murder machine for the final wave of the game. Yep, each of our base shots are doing 6 damage, and this will only increase as time goes on. God. Ah, the potato of death has arrived. None of you enemies shall survive at all. The potato takes no survivors. But we haven't even taken a single hit, ladies and gentlemen, but this is it. The entire run has been won. We have created a god that just quite simply couldn't be stopped. However, we can do better, because as I say, we can effectively have infinite starting weapons, and that's great. But there's an important thing we can do with that. Say hello to the stick, ladies and gentlemen. The stick isn't very good. It has a base damage of 8, and it's a melee weapon, but the stick has an advantage. It deals 10 additional damage for every other stick you have, and whilst the game can technically only process 7 melee weapons attacking at any one time, the amount of sticks you have still add to the stick's damage, meaning we're going to create the most perfect character with as many sticks as possible. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, time to activate the auto clicker, and we should have a decent amount of sticks. Okay, we have a decent amount, yes. We have 44 sticks. Now, 44 sticks basically raises the base damage of sticks up to 234, which, as you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty decent. A critical hit from a stick is doing 400 damage. There isn't an enemy in this game that can actually even withstand that much damage, which makes sticks very powerful indeed. Now we're going to go for a luck-based build. The more luck you have, the more items the enemies will drop, which means the faster you level up, and one of the advantages we have is that as the shouty man, we are going to be facing an extra 50% of enemies. This is very good, as that potentially means we can get 50% extra experience from all of their corpses, and already we're...
Jesi umro, Gardi?
A jesam, bez veze. Što da ih sačekam lepo, jednog po jednog, ja sad brzeljam. Kad ti brzeljam, što brzeljaš? Kad ne brzeljam, brzeljaj.
Pa jes, nemoj ga sluša, brate. Ajde, igraj svoju igru.
Igra toliko ubogova,
ajde,
brati, ja ne
šalji mi
znam šta je
noj.
ovo.
Nenade,
Ja ne
šalji
znam
mi
šta je
noj.
s igrom od juče, toliko loše radi da je to strašno.
Gardi, kako radi loše, brate, meni sve u redu.
Radi da radi.
Nešto mi seče mi do bola mi seče igra.
Kako, brate?
Radi da radi.
Ne znam.
Stavi 6000 seriju, brate, pa nećeš imati problem.
Stvarno, što si prodao grafičku koja je ispravna. Ne vidim pointu.
Nisam je još prodao tu.
Pa što ne probaš? Možda bi radilo bolje.
Zato što moram da raskačim vodeno hlađenje s ove.
Jao, da.
Da ispuštam vodu, onda da ja vraćam nazad, da prepakujem creva na procesor, jebe.
A možeš i to da radiš bez da... Pa da, napravi si zatvoren sistem, da, zajebano.
A mogu jedino da nađem negde kuler za procesor koji nemam. I da sve bukvalno poskidam da visi u vazduhu, jebi ga, razumeš?
Pa realno, što da ne? Eto, a što ne bi primjer to uradio? Što?
Zato što ću onda da uzem čekić i da polupam sve što visi.
A brate, ne sprdaj se, jeboj.
Što znam čoveka?
Voli da mu sve to bude lepo spakovano i to.
Znam čoveka, to jest mene koji je živac, znaš.
Da, Gardinački ne filozofira, jebote, montiraj to, brate, i skrasi se, jebote.
To sam jeo radio. Ja skaču sam sve kablovi i ponovo se i pokaču da sve bude kako treba.
Ta grafička je, brate, stara, to već novi čip će, brate, da radi mnogo bolje. Ja znam, evo po meni. Sredio sve, brate, igra
do juče mi je radilo sve normalno, znači igra mi nešto
brate, igra se,
nešto nije u redu s igrom.
Stalno se update-i ubacuju neka nova govna i eto, to je to, jebim.
Znači juče Snake-a nisam mogao da spektatujem uopšte, toliko je seklo njega kad se
Ne znam, ja nemam
da je
tih
to
radova.
strašno.
Baš nemam tih radova. Gardi,
nedelju dana je.
Sad nema više da pičiš ono 200-250 što se kaže, svuđe su kamere ubačene, si čuo, vidio?
Pa, dobro, onda sam ja ostao bez vozački sigurno.
Čuo sam bez vozački. Pa nisi vozio, jebi ga još polako.
Pa vozio sam na autoputu kad sam se vraćao pred 190 sam se vraćao.
Kad pred nedelje?
Pa.
Kamera te uotila, znaš?
Otko znam.
Pravo će ti stigne pismanci.
Dok stigne na kućnu adresu, te uhapse jebote.
Neće da ga uhapse, samo će mu kazati
neće, moj kurac neće uhapse. Hapse za prekoračenje, to je čuči ludi.
Će da mu puščanju lepo da plati 100-200 hiljada kaznu i...
Dopisnicu.
To mu je lepo 16 svojih
kazneni pun zatvor.
Boli se ako ću odem zatvor, ja idem na ti pošaljimo cigarete.
Zabrana vožnje.
Pošaljite mi grafičku.
Poslaću mu ti cigarete pa ti se tamo trade sa njima.
Pošaljite mi.
Te double barrel ubije, stari.
Nije, aperkat je.
Snajperkat. Nisi napaperkat što sporo reloadu, no?
Ne znam šta se desilo, znači reloadovo mi ga je 3 puta do kraja i krene od nule, nešto.
Ne, nego je Crytek toliko nerfao taj uppercut da je počeo request da reloaduje, znaš.
I to, nego krenuo je da mi reloaduje svih 6 pa krene ponovo od nule i tako 3 puta.
To je stari bug, ali problem je kod uppercuta što je animacija preduga i onda čekaš godinu dana dok obrne burenci u sljedeću poziciju.
Ajmo, Madonna.
La chapelle della Madonna.
La Madonna, bella.
Ako ga
Bella
već
Madonna,
tu.
bella Madonna, bella, bella, crna Madonna.
Stari, uzeti u to. Ali si na farmu.
Znači, neko trči za nama, znači,
Ne trči.
Znači, neko trči za nama,
Ne trči, zato što ja dojim korake.
Znači, neko trči za nama. Arden Periš trči za nama.
Arden Pariški.
Arden Parižanin. Ohoho!
To je Leo Gardinoč.
To je taman za mene. Zov prirode. Sad ćemo to da rešimo.
Jebeš mi, ako gledaš ili je one treba da daju merdevine, ne može se popneš gore.
Merdevine?
Da.
Pa to je bilo zebancija. Community su zebavao kad su kad je bio onaj bug, znaš, sa merdevinom. Community se zebavao da... Kao koliko je broken taj exploit, trebalo bi da Crytek ubaci kao tool, znaš, ladder DLC. Da možemo da po želji, znaš, eksploitujemo igru, kako ćemo.
To je otišao na nas. Kesić.
Portrik. Nazad.
A jebem u sveca, ja neću tako da se igram, da ti kažem, neću.
Šta ti, Hrvat?
Ne. Bač fanim, ne znam šta je.
Ohoho. Evo ih, tu pretrčavaju. Blizu su nama, ej, pazi.
Znam.
Portrik je boss.
Evo ga.
Znamo. Na most.
Our defenses are being attacked.
My bow and arrows are ready.
O, i drugi tim dolazi.
Bear.
Možemo tu mnogo da uradimo u Kesiću. U sandviču smo. Što ga promaši?
Što sam debil.
Beo je boss.
Evo si da ga pustiš da priđe bliže.
Dobro, sad kasno je.
Sad smo u sandviču. Nemoj tamo. 3 čoveka, bolice.
3 čoveka, Hero Nerd. Tamo.
We're up to level 3. Oh, and that means we can pick up ourselves an uncommon nose for an extra plus 30 luck, raising ours up to 50%. So we have a very gloriously nosy potato, but still sticks are not the greatest weapon in the game. There are damage upgrades we could be picking up, but they are actually completely useless simply due to the fact that, well, we can't actually do really any more damage than this. If enemies can't take more than 234 damage, then what's the point of doing more than 234 damage in the first place? We are very susceptible to any range dudes though, simply due to the fact that, well, we have to get close to something in order to murder it, and that makes them very annoying enemies indeed. Oh my goodness, and they can run away from us. Oh my goodness, and they do insane damage. Run away, run away, run away. It's okay, just, we can live off of just having extra health and healing a bunch, okay? That's just what we'll have to do. Oh my goodness, they are spicy boys. Oh my goodness, and we get to pick up another lost duck for an extra 50 luck. There we go, we're up to 120 luck, and it's only wave 5. This, it will become one of the luckiest potatoes the world has ever seen, and already we're starting just to fabricate loot boxes from the enemies. Glorious loot box enemies. Now I massively increased our HP as well, just to deal with the potential threat of any ranged boys, and also so that I can just barrel my way into the enemies without a fear for my own life and well-being. There we go, fantastic. 2 loot boxes already on this wave. Now I'm literally just looking for anything that works with luck, and luckily for us we have cyber balls, which basically means that there's 4 20% chances that whenever we kill an enemy, 30 damage will be done to another random enemy. This will hopefully make the whole clearing of the map a whole bunch faster, as we can kill enemies on one side of the screen and it will kill the others. It also means we don't really have to focus on any of the ranged dudes, considering we can just fan or snap half the map out of existence. And so yeah, it's just going to work in the most perfectly balanced ways possible. Oh my goodness, yes, this is now very, very powerful indeed. We're leveling up exceedingly quickly, we're getting lots of items off of the floor. Oh, there will be no way to stop me once I get this ball rolling further. Fantastic, 4 loots off of the floor as well. We can pick up another duck as well. We've become exceedingly lucky. There we go, 170 ducks. This also raises the cyber ball damage up even more. Not that it really matters, because we can one-hit every single thing this game throws at us now. And we haven't even been to the top of the map, and every creature that spawned up there has already died. I mean, look at all this XP lying around. Where did the bodies come from? Oh dear. I got up to 210 luck, which is amazing. I'm going to pick up the baby elephant, which is another thing that scales with luck. None of these have any luck modifiers. All of these are useless. There we go, there's my rubber duck. And I roll again, and we lack money for anything. But that's fine, we're up to 260 luck on wave 8. And that just basically means we can murder everything that comes our way. Look, here we go, we got the beefy boys out. Now the beefy boys, once again, one hit, because, well, you know, there's only so much beef in the world. Whenever we pick up an item, enemies just kind of die. And then whenever an enemy dies, another enemy dies. So it kind of just creates this nightmare chain reaction monstrosity. Also, we've already picked up 5 loot boxes this run. 5! Like, jeez, just, the enemies are just printing money for us. Lovely. More items is more good. More items, the more powerful I become, the more luck I have, and consequently the more items I get. Oh yes, this is true power. Oh god, far too many loot boxes. Oh game, what have I done to you? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 loot boxes to go through. Fantastic. Plus 10 max HP for less dodge. Why not? Attacks have a 25% chance to burn. Sure, I love the skeleton sausage. Plus 5 melee damage. Plus 10 max health. Sure. Speed increase. Yes, I like that. Armor to decrease speed. No, don't need armor. HP regeneration. Why not? A lost duck to increase luck itself. Yes. Alien magic to give it max HP but minus 5 luck. I think we can spare 5 luck. I will take that. And then 15% extra damage we definitely don't need. Fantastic. Oh, this is going great. And, oh, yes, we can add another 14 luck with the nose. Let's go, let's go. Oh, this is fantastic. All right, here we go. Wave 9. I want to see how many loot boxes we can get. Oh, God, my hubris. I just stood right on the spawn. But my goodness, what a glorious run that was. Now, this game is absolutely fantastic, although it is ever so slightly broken in certain ways. For example, this is the final wave, ladies and gents. We've had a very decent run, of course, by cheating in and starting with a whole bunch of extra SMGs was very great, but then by reaching the end point of the game, the miniguns became viable. This character also has one fundamental flaw. By having an extra 50% of enemies on screen, that means you level up more than everything else, and also luck is more powerful, Because with more enemies, that means there's more enemies to drop loot boxes, which then means there's more chances to get upgrades, and then more upgrades mean you're more likely to get, say, a luck upgrade, and then a luck upgrade means you're more likely to get more loot boxes. It basically spirals the game completely out of control by making something that logically should be harder or more challenging actually just completely and utterly easy. This final wave right here could genuinely be completed by me just standing still in a circle. That is how easy we've turned this game into. Our bullets aren't even doing that much damage, maybe 13 damage each, but it's the crits where they do well, and trust me, they always crit. And that is the end of the run, ladies and gentlemen. Goddamn perfectly balanced. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brotato, once and for all proving that yes, there is not a single problem on the entire planet that guns cannot solve. Probably. Car won't start, just probably. Car won't start, just shoot it or something. Want to get a bottle cap off of your beer? Just shoot the top of the beer.
Story recapped here. Today I'm going to explain an action, adventure, and fantasy film called Sucker Punch. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. In the 1960s, a girl nicknamed Baby Doll receives news on her mother's death and rushes to say her final goodbyes. Baby Doll has a younger sister, who at the moment shares the grief with her. On their mother's deathbed is their stepfather, who is smiling menacingly while looking at the two girls. After the funeral, the stepfather opens their mother's will, where he finds out that she has left him nothing and that all her possessions are to be given to her two daughters. This angers him, causing him to act manically, burning the will. On that stormy night, Baby Doll watches over her younger sister and puts her to sleep to comfort her. Just as she leaves the room, her stepfather waits for her in the hallway, seeming to have an evil plan. Baby Doll runs to her room as fast as she could and bars the door to keep him from coming in. She even scratches him out of defense, which angers him further. Realizing that inflicting physical harm on Baby Doll isn't enough, he goes to his younger stepdaughter's room instead. He enters the room and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Baby Doll exits through the window and re-enters through the window. She holds her stepfather at gunpoint, fires at him but misses. She shoots again, hitting his arm, but unfortunately, the bullet hits her sister. Realizing what had happened, Baby Doll runs to home, wants to get her stepfather again, but could not bring herself to kill him. Eventually, authorities arrive and blame the tragedy on Baby Doll, and she is declared mentally unstable. After the incident, Baby Doll is brought to the Lennox house to be institutionalized. Two nurses drag her out of the car and bring her inside. At the end of a dim hallway, Blue Jones, one of the asylum staff, awaits them as he holds the keys to multiple doors of the institution and acts as the head of security. He leads them into the room where the girls who are labeled insane are kept. The head psychiatrist, Dr. Vera Gorski, supervises the girls and utilizes the room as a place where they can socialize. As Baby Doll observes the girls, the stepfather bribes Blue Jones into forging Dr. Gorski's signature to have his stepdaughter lobotomized, which will stop her from informing authorities of the true circumstances that led to her sister's death. The poor Baby Doll is still speechless about how fast things in her life are changing. She observes the institution, watching the daily procedures done on her. The day of her scheduled lobotomy arrives. Out of nowhere, she wakes up in another realm where the asylum has turned into a brothel. In there, Blue becomes a mobster, while the stepfather is dressed as a priest. The star of the show, Sweet Pea, approaches the three of them to welcome Baby Doll and asks her sister, Rocket, to show the newbie around the establishment. Before following Rocket for the tour, Baby Doll spits at her stepfather to express her utter disgust, making him angry and delusional. Rocket is naturally friendly and assures Baby Doll that she will be comfortable in no time, as it just takes a little while to get used to. She shows her a room where they bring clients and reveals that they are the main attractions to lure in customers for Blue's other businesses such as guns, gambling, medications, and the like. In the rehearsal room, she is introduced to the other dancers, Amber and Blondie. Rocket informs Baby Doll that everybody gets a dance routine that they practice until they can perform it perfectly. That night, Baby Doll breaks into tears in the bathroom, completely shattered about how her life is at the moment. The following day, while she sweeps the floor in the hallway, Rocket does her chore in the kitchen. While the cook is busy eating his meal, she tries to take a small block of chocolate to enjoy. Little does she know, the cook sees what she did and punishes her. Baby Doll hears her screams and enters the kitchen, where she sees the cook pinning Rocket to the ground. Immediately, she comes to her rescue by holding the cook at knife point, who now has no choice but to let the both of them go. Both of them make it to the end of the hallway just as the bell rings, signifying that it is time for their daily rehearsals. In class, Dr. Gorski is envisioned as their dance instructor. She calls Baby Doll to come to the middle for her to be examined. As Blue enters the room, Dr. Gorski plays a song. Baby Doll seems clueless and unsure of what to do, so Dr. Gorski approaches her to say that she has no purpose of being in the institution if she does not dance. She plays the music again, and this time, Baby Doll is willing to dance for her survival. She closes her eyes and wakes up in a fantasy world. A majestic temple in the snow stands before her, so she enters to see what is inside. With the door slightly open, Baby Doll enters and sees the wise man. surrounded by candlelights, holding a sword. He asks her what she seeks for, to which she replies, a way out. The wise man promises her that he will help her get the freedom that she desperately desires. Deciding, he opens a box with weapons that she needs for her journey and hands it to her. He then adds that she needs 5 more items that will be useful and necessary: a map, fire, a knife, and a key. The 5th thing is a mystery that she must find out on her own, which he claims is the reason he involved the journey. He also says that to get the item, a sacrifice would be needed in exchange for the victory. After relaying this message, the wise man makes her turn around, where she finds 3 samurai giants ready to fight her. The first samurai kicks her back into the temple.
Ne može, mora žuta kocka da stoji na njega, da ima pravo da se rekonektu. Totalno deo.
Eventually, she manages to bring the giant down by striking its knees and cutting off
Stari,
its
jesi uspio?
Out of nowhere, the second samurai launches a rocket,
Ma
causing a big
nema
explosion
reconnect,
inside the
izašli
temple.
smo s mape.
Isteklo ti je vreme.
Kill Baby Doll. It brings out her
Ako ste izašli s mape, nema ko da ga revive, zato mu ne da se vrati.
With impeccable speed, she dodges every bullet and runs toward the
Nema
giant
ko da ga
directly
vrati
in the
nazad.
face, causing its instant death. She then walks bravely outside to face the final samurai. It advances at her, and she gathers enough strength to kill it with just one strike.
Sad
Just like
radi
that,
sve
Baby
okej,
Doll has
nećeš
defeated
restartovat
3 giants
ništa
despite
više.
her size and amateur experience in combat. As the music for her performance
Krasi
ends, she
se
wakes up in the
jednom
rehearsal
jebote.
room, finding everyone impressed and cheering her on. Completely taken aback, Blue looks at her intently before leaving the room. For the first time in weeks, she feels a sense of accomplishment. That night, Baby Doll lets the other girls know of her plan to escape from the establishment, but Sweet Pea is bitter about this idea, saying that it is impossible. Blondie enters the conversation to say that the last 3 girls who attempted to escape have died. Despite this, Rocket is convinced that Baby Doll's plan could be effective in their escape. She and Sweet Pea get into an argument about trying to get out. Rocket then tells her older sister
Stari,
that Baby
nemoj
Doll even
na
saved
pola
her from
metra
death,
najmi
believing intensely in her
downside,
strength.
nego nišani
Because of
brate
this,
sa
Sweet Pea
nišanom.
takes time to contemplate getting into their escape plan. Baby Doll enters the room, writes the things they need on a small
Ja
blackboard, then
moguće li je
discusses
na
the
pol
whereabouts
metra
of
da
the
ga
items.
promašim?
The map in Blue's office, a lighter that will cause fire for
Ma on hip fire, znam ja šta
Blue's
radi.
master key that he wears around his neck. Baby Doll finally convinces the 4 girls to participate in preparing an escape. She intends to use her dances as a distraction while the 3 girls obtain the necessary items. Sweet Pea volunteers to take the map and makes her way to Blue's office to inform him that Baby Doll is about to dance. Excitedly, he heads to the rehearsal room for some entertainment while Sweet Pea stays behind for her mission. As Baby Doll closes her eyes to begin the dance, she is back in the fantasy world where the 4 girls and the wise man appear as well. In this vision, they are in a World War setting where they have to obtain the map by entering the enemy trenches and infiltrating a bunker protected by German soldiers. All of them make their way through the soldiers as Amber climbs to a robotic war machine. The war resumes, bullets fill the air, and danger is just among them. The girls fight together to attack the enemies in hopes of obtaining the first item. Amber flies into the air with her machine while shooting planes that pass by to bring them down faster. With the air slightly clear, the girls mercilessly shoot at the enemies and fight them. They manage to bring German soldiers down despite being outnumbered and outgunned. Sweet Pea and Rocket near the bunker and both of them struggle to fight back even with all their skills. The enemies manage to get a hold of them. Gathering enough strength, Sweet Pea gets up to help her sister, surrounded by steampunk soldiers. The 4 of them reunite just outside the bunker, where a weird-looking commander holds the map. Baby Doll manages to make her way inside, but the rest of them get left behind. She uses her sword to fight the guards surrounding the commander and successfully takes them down. The commander comes face to face with her, attacks, but the structure collapses, and an officer runs away with the map before Baby Doll can stop him from escaping in an airship. She then uses a machine gun to shoot the airship, causing it to explode, leaving the officer to fall where she stands. She takes the map from him, but the commander comes from behind her, asking her to give the map back.
Skrabik.
Throws the map into the air.
Skrabik, mislim Skrabik.
Crushing the commander with Amber's machine. They all escape and grab the map just as the dance ends. Extremely satisfied with her performance, Blue and Dr. Gorski talks outside to discuss Baby Doll being on stage. Dr. Gorski contemplates the idea, saying that the girl is not ready. Blue reminds her of his authority, making her give in to his requests. He then goes back to his office and notices the hot photocopy machine, which means that it has been recently used. He looks at the map and finds out that someone has touched it. That night, the mayor enters the brothel, where Blue warmly welcomes. Known for his love for cigars, the girls assign Amber to steal his lighter, as he's her regular customer. She agrees and approaches the old man to obtain the lighter. Meanwhile, the show is about to start, and Dr. Gorski introduces the newest member of her team to the attending guests. Baby Doll shyly begins her dance and enters the fantasy world again, which mirrors their attempt to take the lighter from the mayor. In a plane, the wise man explains that they should drop into the courtyard of a burning castle and kill creatures along the way. Their goal is to find a baby dragon and retrieve 2 crystals inside it while Amber pilots the plane. Before the girls descend, the wise man reminds them not to wake the mother dragon, which confuses them. As they make their way down, the girls immediately shoot at their enemies and find the dragon's chamber hidden deep into the castle. They finally see the baby dragon lying above human carcasses. Baby Doll slits its throat to get to the crystals. She lights both of them against each other, but the mother dragon comes from below the pit and blows fire. It notices the dead baby dragon and whimpers just before it flees to chase the girls. Ready to avenge the death of its baby, the dragon gets on top of the castle, starting to attack the girls, but Amber stops it with the plane. The dragon then shifts her attention to the aircraft, starting to chase it relentlessly, putting Amber in full responsibility while Blondie shoots at it from inside. She aims the plane into a bridge to cause the dragon to crash into it, but it only grows more aggressive. It bites into the plane, damaging the tail. As the dragon sees Baby Doll in the palace grounds, it charges towards her and blows fire. She jumps into the air to prevent being burned, then proceeds to stab the dragon in the head, finally killing it. She feels more empowered than ever, and at that instant, her performance ends, leaving the mayor impressed and clueless about his life. In the dressing room, the girls celebrate after Amber reveals that she was able to get it. Baby Doll enters to thank her and proceeds to hide the lighter under the dresser for safekeeping. In the middle of their happy moment, Blue comes into the dressing room and senses something is amiss. He lets them know that he is aware of the trespassing in his office and the loss of the mayor's lighter. In a rage, he drags Blondie to threaten them that something terrible will happen.
A ti misliš da niko ne nosi antidot bulletine?
A ne nosi, brate, to retko, koja budala
According
nosi.
to her, Blue is way too powerful to escape from, but Rocket remains firm on continuing with the
Pa je li,
Pravo si, bilo ko, kaj si upravo, vi kao profesionalci, znaš ti, high tire, niko od njih to ne nosi, to je kao...
Neće otragi daleko.
In a motherly way, she assures her that everything will be all right, and Blondie attempts to let the doctor know about her game plan. Unfortunately, Blue walks inside the room just before she spills.
Polako, ne moraš žurit, čekaj stari, da ga zalepi.
Baby Doll
Ne moraš žurit, samo ga pogodi.
prevent harm to anyone. Suddenly, Sweet Pea enters the kitchen with a change of heart, and the plan resumes. She locks the kitchen doors and lets the cook sit on a chair while Baby Doll puts on another performance.
Neće mu ništa damage, znaš.
They need to disarm a bomb protected by a couple dozen mechanized gunmen. Their goal is to fight the enemies, deactivate the bomb, and then steal it. A helicopter brings them to the train where the bomb is located, and Amber is the pilot. She shoots a missile for the group to have access to. They fight the robots along the way and succeed gracefully. They are significantly outnumbered, but they manage to take every single robot down with Baby Doll's lead. Sweet Pea comes for backup, leading to the group's advance, even protecting her sister in the process. In a race with time, the group deactivates the bomb with ease and proceeds to secure it with ropes to carry it with them. The robot gets back to the corner of the train. It activates the bomb, and the mission fails. Suddenly, Baby Doll snaps out of her fantasy and wakes up in the kitchen, where the cook snaps out of hypnosis. He notices Sweet Pea taking the knife from him in his anger, realizing the girl's scheme. Just as the cook is about to stab her, who intends to protect her sister, Baby Doll returns to the fantasy. Sweet Pea and Rocket are left on the train, where Rocket's jetpack is broken. She launches Sweet Pea's jetpack into the air, leaving her alone on the train as her sister watches her from the air and completes it. After arriving at the destination, the train explodes, paralleled by the cook stabbing Rocket fatally as she tries to protect her sister. Blue storms into the kitchen to find it in complete disaster, raging about Rocket's death, who is an asset to his business. Sweet Pea is distressed by the passing of her sister, acting frantic, before Blue sends his guard to take her to the closet. That night, Baby Doll's buyer, a man named High Roller, arrives at the brothel to spend a night of entertainment. Before the show, Blue enters the dressing room to see the girls about their behavior in the past few days. Sensing that he may get out of control, Dr. Gorsky tries to stop him, but he slaps her out of his way. The angered mobster reveals to everyone that Blondie snitched on the girls and informs them about their plan. Full of guilt, Blondie cries and apologizes for what she has done out of fear, but Blue is unstoppable. He continues to confront them by flipping the blackboard that reveals their game plan, and not long after that, he shoots Amber. However, it is not enough for him, so he shoots Blondie after calling her a snitch. The distressed Dr. Gorsky is sent away by Blue's guards, still mourning the death of the girls. After everyone leaves the room, Blue attempts to force himself on Baby Doll. He puts her against the dresser while she desperately fights back. Luckily, she manages to get a hold of the knife and stabs Blue in the neck. It allows her to grab the master key from him after saying that he will never own her. She then makes her way to the closet to free Sweet Pea and informs her that it is just the two of them from now on. With the items complete, they start a fire to keep the orderlies busy and occupied while they seek an exit. They use the map to run through the hallways unnoticed and open the gates using Blue's key. As the fire alarms are activated, the gates are unlocked, giving them an easy passage, but a group of men blocks their way in the courtyard. Baby Doll realizes that the fifth item they need is her sacrifice. Despite Sweet Pea's protest to be together, Baby Doll insists on showing herself to the men, thus distracting them long enough to bid time and allow her friend to run away unnoticed. Sad about separating ways, Baby Doll comes in front of the men, and one of them knocks her out. This permanently closes the fantastical realm. Back in the asylum surgery room, the surgeon has finished Baby Doll's lobotomy. Dr. Gorsky enters and notes that during her short stay in the institution, the girl already stabbed an orderly, started a fire, and even helped another girl escape the asylum. The surgeon is taken aback by Baby Doll's expression after the procedure. and asks Dr. Gorski why she authorized the lobotomy and many identical ones before. Dr. Gorski realizes that Blue has been faking her signature, just as Baby Doll is escorted outside the room. The poor Baby Doll is brought to a room where Blue welcomes her and intends to force himself on her again. Suddenly, the police enter and apprehend him from doing anything to the girl. They take him away, as Baby Doll sits and smiles serenely. Sweet Pea gets stopped by police at a bus station as she tries to board a bus, but the bus driver, who happens to be the wise man, rescues her by misleading the police and kindly letting her board. At last, Sweet Pea has another chance in life, leaving everything behind but the bond with her friends and sister. Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications, and leave a like, it really helps the channel out. Thank you for watching.
Raskubat će ga jebot. Ajmo, udat ćemo, udajem.
Opet ko pičke igramo.
Idemo, boys.
Ajde, igramo ka pičke. Tu si, brate, s nama i gotovo.
Tu si, Jesse.
Opet ko pičke igramo.
Sreka Apex. Apex pičke.
Odakle me prati taj Mitchell, šta je to krv ti jebe? Lija, probija li špicer gvožđe? Ja mislim da ne, a?
Zavisiš koje gvožđe gađaš.
Pa dobro, gvožđe jedino što imaš jeste ono metalni krov, ono, naš, ono, lim u stvari.
To te zanima. Pa...
Sumnjaš, a? Sumnjaš da špicer to probija?
Ne znam, vredi probat.
Šta diša ovaj? Šta mu se diša? Šta uzdišaš ti?
Pa zaboravim da dišem po 4 minuta pa onda uzem vazduh.
Toliko se napališ na hranu. Ti voliš hranu.
Dankeschön.
Ej, Drkulović. Upadaš umjesto me.
A mogu, ali...
Neću, mogu ali neću, reci neću. Budi karakter, reci neću. Reci otpor sisi.
Jok igre ga, nije valjda da si umoran već, koliko si igrao meča, 3-4 i odmah si umoran.
Nemojte kritikuju ovi omladinci da se pecaš, pusti to. Eto viš, nije normalno, viš.
Pa kad si ludi, evo, sad si gledaj. Kao normalno.
Until a couple months ago, we'd never heard of him. And then the other day, virtually every tech company on the planet banned him. Not just his presence, but also his ability to conduct business on the internet. He was taken off Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, all of it. Then they started telling you that not only was he not allowed to talk, but you weren't allowed to like him because he was an incredibly bad person. And our view on that always is we'll decide for ourselves, since we're adults and Americans, and we'll listen to anyone we want. We'll come to any conclusion we care to come to about what that person is about.
I don't really feel like I've exposed anything. Like, I'm truly not a very political person. This is the first time someone's experienced this level of ban. I'm not particularly right-wing. I don't vote. I mean, I obviously have my own personal views, but they didn't ban me for that. They banned me simply because I had large swaths of the population.
I would agree that most of the things that he says about, like, what I've seen, again, I've seen probably 10% of things that he's done. It seems like there's not really a exclusive political slant. He just dislikes the leadership, which is like everybody fucking thinks that. That's not very brave either, but yeah.
Agreeing to very traditional masculine values, teenage men and young men, 22, 23, 24, were looking up to me and aspiring to be like me. I have a very traditionally masculine life. I have fast cars and a big house and a lot of money and a beautiful girlfriend. And they thought this was very, very threatening. And for some reason, they decided that it's better if they annihilate me from the internet and replace me with somebody who's more aligned with whatever they're trying to purport.
Tell us what your message is to young men.
Yeah, so I think that being a man is very, very difficult. I think that men's issues are largely overlooked. The people in charge of the world pretend to care.
I would agree that a lot of men's issues are not taken as seriously. I think that recently that's changed a lot, and it's a good thing, but it's changed as a result of people complaining about it. I think that a lot of guys, it's like, be a man. Like I saw one thing, it was like 2 weeks ago, some girl, you know, some teacher, female teacher, had, and it even had in the news thing, it's like she had underage sex with like her 12-year-old student. Bitch, that's rape. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? And then it makes me so fucking mad. And like, I can understand that like there's gonna be the fucking 55-year-old boomers.
To
They didn't look like that. Yeah, I'll tell you something. You're gonna get that. I'm not mad at them. This boomer, who gives a fuck. But the fucking news publication, the title of the fucking article. Oh, and the person only got 3 months in jail. I think that's a huge problem. The 3 months, it's disgusting. To be fair, I think it was a sexual relationship, and it might not have necessarily been explicitly sex. Maybe they were just sending pictures to each other. Well, I wonder what that's called.
But when somebody who's championing men's issues like myself comes forward and finally manages to garner huge percentiles of the public support, I'm silent. So they're not really interested in men's issues, and there's a lot of young men growing up today that feel very disadvantaged. The agendas that are being forced down their throats are not agendas they align with, or they feel affinity to, or agendas they want. And I basically just say to men, look, it's a very hard life. You're going to need...
I agree with the problem, I just don't agree with the solution. Like, I do agree it's a problem, absolutely.
Brate, reci to kako se zove srpski, a ne te...
Strong body is a strong mind. You're gonna have
Čim
to
to
reject...
izrazim?
Vlaška je stara Srbija.
Vlaška magija.
Jeste, Vlaška je nego čije.
Don't tolerate low quality people in your
Vlaška
life,
magija,
which
no
means
čije,
don't tolerate men who just smoke drugs and play video games, or men who are disloyal or dishonest. By extension, don't tolerate women or girlfriends who are disloyal or dishonest.
I really hope that, like, the thing is, with Tucker Carlson, I really hope he asks him about the comments on women. Because, like, yeah, sure, you give the person their opening statement to express who they are. That's totally fine. But if Tucker Carlson doesn't even fucking touch and even press
Mogu da kažem da sam povukao njihov akcenat, ali nisam, razumiješ Crnogorac. Moj deda je Crne Gore, moja majka je Crne Gore, tata je poreklom Crne Gore, ali ja nisam Crnogorac. Milo Đukanović mi ne da, i ostalo. Nemam nekretnine, nemam ličnu kartu, nemam pasoš, ne plaćam porez, nemam, ništa nemam. Znači nisam Crnogorac.
And it must have been a really good joke. And another thing is there's the thoughts on the views on women in general, right? Things because I feel like he doesn't even touch on it. It's going to be very disingenuous. We're going to have to see. Tucker's a clown. I'm not interested on if Tucker's a clown or a bad guy. I don't give a fuck about that. I just want him to give it a fair shake.
Try and build and create a reality full of high-quality people in which you can resist the programming that the Matrix tries to influence you with, and grow up truly happy. And what happens is when I say these things,
I don't understand why somebody like Tucker Carlson doesn't just go up and do the thing that he, like, say what's real. Like, what's your life about? What has it all been for? If you can't go up in front of the whole fucking world and say what it really is. Why? Money? What are you talking about fucking money? The guy's he's the heir to Swanson. The amount of money he's getting paid from Fox is nothing. He's doing this for fun. I don't understand.
Ignore 95% of what I say. They ignore me saying that you need to avoid low-quality men, and they take the bit where I say avoid women who are dishonest, and then they put it on a reel, a very short 3 or 4 second clip, and then they say I'm a misogynistic person and I'm dangerous to women and I need to be banned. The problem is that the majority of young men in the world today are completely invisible, and social media has made them invisible. If you go into an Instagram feed,
that's true. I actually had a video that I had planned on watching with you guys, and it was where is it? Fuck, I'm trying to find it. Did I not see it here? It's one of these. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not. Maybe it got taken down or something like that. I think that's what happens.
Ne tu, Nenade, ne tu, ne može tu sve luđe. Ovdje, tu treba da montiraš. Ne na ovako.
The fact is, there's a lot of women who are
daj mi tu jednu žicu, ja ću montirati.
It's because a lot of guys don't stand out. They're boring, unsuccessful, unattractive, and uninteresting. So they don't stand out.
Jedino tu mogu da
wow,
uskoče, Nenade.
Another guy that plays League of Legends all the time and has very strong views on politics. How unique. Oh, he watches anime too? Holy shit. I can't believe it. Of course they're invisible. I think that the problem is that what I wish Andrew Tate would have said more, or would say more, is that a lot of men are invisible because they don't try to do things that make themselves visible. It's the same as if you go into a room and there's 10 girls in the room and one girl is super fucking hot because she works out every day, she's wearing makeup, she's wearing nice clothes. The other 9 are going to be invisible to you. You know what I mean? He does say that though. Well, it's not what it's being implied. Again, I cannot state I've seen a lot of his stuff. I've seen some of his stuff. I don't know. It has not seemed that way to me. It has seemed to me more that the men, it is happening to them. And I wish there was more messaging about the fact that they are also doing it to themselves. That's my opinion.
You have extremely beautiful women, which is fine.
Yes.
They're beautiful, they're allowed to take pictures. But the only men who have followers are men with massive social status, right? Men with Ferraris and money, or rappers, or people who have YouTube channels. Interesting people. If you're a normal man with a normal job, you don't really exist in the online world. It's very difficult to get followers. Nobody replies to your...
I don't know. I find that to be like a disingenuous comparison because there's a lot of girls that are normal and they don't look, you know, like if you're 5 or 10 girls, you don't have a bunch of followers on Instagram either. I have plenty of real-life friends that are girls. I know this might sound crazy, but I actually know a few girls in real life, and I've seen their Instagram. They have maybe a couple hundred followers. Like, yeah, this is very common. It's way easier for women than it is for what he said.
Ne, molim, bejtuj,
I'm gonna be honest, man. This might come off as sexist. I'm so glad I'm a guy. I am so fucking glad I am a guy. I wake up and I thank God every morning I'm a guy. Absolutely. If, like, yeah, same? Exactly. You're goddamn fucking right.
DMs, you don't really matter. You don't have access to the sexual marketplace. It's very difficult for you to even get any kind of recognition that you're even alive.
Yeah.
And a lot of men feel lost because of that. I was championing to a degree.
Everything that Andrew Tate is saying is true about men. I'm just saying it's not exclusive to me.
A jebote, nije
However, everything that he's saying is true.
Choose by saying to them, look, that is unfair perhaps, but that's the way the game works.
That's
you
right.
need to become a man of importance. You need to become a man of influence, or you're going to suffer the pain of being invisible forever. Here is how you do it.
He's right.
I wasn't trying to change the rules of the game. I was just telling the men how to win because I came from nothing and I'm completely and utterly self-made. And I think the reason a lot of men are so depressed is because they feel invisible. They feel like the life is too hard. Women expect me to be strong and smart and funny and interesting with a nice apartment and a fast car and tall and well-connected and funny and it's just too much for them to handle. The social pressure on men is absolutely immense. And I was championing their issues. And at the same time, all these social media platforms pretend to care. As soon as somebody...
Let's be honest. The reason why he got taken off the social media platforms, I personally don't think had a lot to do with him championing men's issues. How do I know this? Because there are a lot of other people who also champion men's issues that are not removed from social media, right? So it's clearly not because of that. Because if it was, then all of them would be removed too. But they're not. And they even say a lot of this same stuff. They even say that men have it worse in the sexual marketplace. They even say the exact same stuff.
It stands up and champions their issues, they mass blanket ban me, which shows they have absolutely no care for the young men of the world today. They think that by banning me, I'm just going to vanish and the young men are just going to go and start eating the gruel that they're fed on their YouTube feed. They don't want to read, they don't want to see transgender people wear makeup. They don't want to see that. They want to see a man who has a bunch of money and a nice life and some fast cars and is strong and is confident. They want an action hero, and that's something that large portions of the world still want to be.
Oh yeah.
And YouTube and social media platforms obviously just don't like the idea of that. They want to get rid of me and try and replace me with something they see as far more malleable, trying to create people which are more malleable and more easy to program and more easy to control.
So news accounts in the United States say that the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest, Romania was tipped off.
Yeah, he was about to, the reason why is he was about to circle around to the fact that, you know, one of the biggest culprits of that is mainstream media. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but this is on Fox, which is mainstream media. So they're like, okay, let me just stop you right there. We know where you're going.
To your misdeeds and alerted the local authorities you might be committing human trafficking.
Yeah.
Given that this is the same charge they leveled against Julian Assange or a species of it, you know, skeptical, but I want to know the details. Were you arrested for human trafficking? What happened?
Yeah, I was not arrested.
I don't think that Julian Assange was arrested or was charged for human trafficking. I thought it was like sexual assault or something like that. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. He was? It was rape. He was? Okay, yeah, it was a very long time ago. It was rape? Yeah, something like that.
So what happened is I suffered from a case of swatting. It's very popular with people who are large on the internet. Many large YouTubers have been swatted. It's where you call the police and you say somebody has a gun or there's a hostage situation and the SWAT team arrives. Somebody made a phone call to the American Embassy saying that I was holding women at my house. The police arrived, and let me state this now. I state this openly to the world. I have absolute respect for the police. I would hate to live in a country where if you call the police saying women are being held against their will, that the police don't respond. That would be terrible. Of course they should come and look. Yeah, absolutely. They turned up, they investigated, they realized that nobody was in the house against their will. There was no crime committed. They said, okay, you're not a suspect, but you are a witness to this, along with me, my brother, the housekeeper, the gardener. Everybody who was in the premises at the time was labeled a witness. We had to go to the police station for 45 minutes for pieces of paper. We filled them in and we were let go. I was swatted. Nobody was hurt. There's no human trafficking. There's no women who were tied up. There's none of these things. It's all just complete fallacy.
You probably made some of these companies mad with your views on COVID. So some of...
It's hard to say. Because, like, for example, like he said, whenever he was talking about a girl having OnlyFans, that's his money, for example. So that implies a level of ownership. And how is that ownership exercised? You see what I'm saying? Like, just because something is not... Just because somebody is not tied up in a basement with rope and duct tape over their face doesn't necessarily mean that they're, you know, not still part of this. So I don't know if I'm going to say this. I don't know if these allegations are true or not. And to be honest with you, I'm not going to say that they are. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't have what the police have. And obviously the police don't go out there because they're not trying to get them. There are plenty of ways that they could extradite. Or at least attempt to.
Forrest, if you would, what do you think the response to COVID globally did to the populations of the West?
Yeah, so I certainly made them out of my views on COVID. I don't want to go to conspiracy theory, and I would also never kill myself. Let me just say that here for the record.
Okay.
But at the time of COVID first being announced, my brother and I decided we sat and had a very logical conversation, and we sat and said, we're two young, fighting age males. If COVID can kill us, then the world is over. It's zombie apocalypse time. So there's no point hiding. We may as well go out with a bang. So my brother and I flew to Stockholm, Sweden. Now, I don't know if many people know this, but Sweden never closed down.
Yeah.
Stockholm and Sweden never closed down, never made you wear masks, never mandated the vaccine. At the very beginning of COVID, when the rules were strictest, when Florida was still closed, when Miami was still closed, when the Republican states were still closed, Stockholm, Sweden was wide open with full nightclubs.
That was my understanding.
And a party scene like you've never seen. And we lived in Sweden for 3 solid months with zero restrictions, zero worry or interest in COVID. It was like the world was completely normal. And from there, when we left, obviously COVID was still going on. And in a neighboring country, you go to Germany, and they were having full panic attacks, genuine panic attacks if you didn't have a mask on. And it was just very obvious to me. I was like, I've spent the last 3 months ignoring this, and I'm fine.
Gdje si čovječe, šta radiš ti jebo, jesi lud?
Stala mi struje na blic.
A jebote život.
Stala mi struje na blic.
Evo, vrćem se, gardi.
A nije tu gadinovački.
Ma tu je čovječe, šta ti?
Mutiran.
Zaboravio da...
Čuješ se?
Sad te čujem.
Jebi ga, boj se.
Uzeli smo balon.
Mi nije dan, nervozan sam, ne znam što mi nije...
A ne zajebavam, ne?
A ozbiljno.
Evo ti balon. Gdje čujete ovo mišljenje? Vamo. Sad ću mu ja jebati ovo.
Ovi šumovi po 2-3 puta su.
Gde su lešovi?
Tu svi jedan do drugog, sve se isložio u metar.
Ovaj jedan spaljen.
A?
Ovaj jedan spaljen.
Šta je?
A šta je? Kome je to? konekcija.
Meni ne stava staviti na
Quartermaster.
sekundu.
Treba li ti Quartermaster, Gardi?
Pa dok je automat prebacio ovamo.
Evo ti vamo, čuješ?
Ne, treba mi Quartermaster, šta će?
Ček. A što skakućeš, brate?
Ko? Šta si rekao, gdje su lešovi?
Evo vamo, brate. A gdje jebate, ali kako izgleda ovo Ilija? Čovjek se rekonektovao skakuće svo vreme.
Ja skakućem.
Skakuće, šta znači? Ti meni sad stojiš u vazduhu.
To je sjajno.
A, što? Što?
Igrač.
Absolutely marvelous.
A, još ure i da se ide, bre. Cijela ekipa je tu. I Nenad.
I mladi.
Mutira se.
To je pička, je.
Gdješ ti, Beka, što preko mobilnog pričaš? Na svadbu. Eto ti viš, ideš li? Ko se to pa ženi jebo?
Ja se ne ženim.
Znači u putok se na svadbu ide.
Ne, da što si me zvao, brate? Šta je plan?
Ljudi!
Da kažeš Kesiću da ne mi je snemo se...
Ljudi!
Ja sam Nenade već ćeo da izađem, da?
Ljudi!
Šta je problem?
Ljudi! Ljudi!
Mutira se. Ajde.
A nemaš...
Pa je.
Šta ćeš ti iz Battlefielda 5? Šta ti ja kažem, što nemaš upsnaže? Aha, prioriteti u životu i tako. Dobro, ništa, ja se izvinjam.
Prioritet u životu ili ja drva da se isteku?
Pa nećeš se grijat na ups.
Si vidio? Čovjek ide svaki dan da seče drva, bre.
A Kesiću, ti ako možeš 80 metri drva u danu da sečeš, svaka ti čast.
Pa i sešću.
Čekaj, samo malo. Ti to za zimnicu radiš ili za...
Da.
Okej.
Zove povređenog čovjeka i reši...
Povređeno. A najjači ovaj povređeni čovjek.
Jesi ti svjestan koliko ti 9 mora voliš za 80 metara? Da izmeteš i da natovariš i da skineš.
Pa nije uopšte problem, ja sam veliki radnik, navika sam svašta da radim. Pa ozbiljno.
Znaš koliko možeš za dan? Znači da odeš oko 8 i da se vratiš oko 4.
Ti ne znaš čovječe kakav se ja radim, čovječe.
Pa kažem,
sve živo radim, brate, sve živo.
OL diagramo Battlefield B.
Samo da pojedem sup, hoću. Čujem te, Milane, samo ne znam zašto sjediš.
Što te zove na mobilu?
Naravno, pojme, nije normalno. Viš da nije normalno. Tried so hard and got so far. In the end it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all.
Spartans 83 said, Al morazmi od mutirat da nam kako u lobi isti da upanemo.
Sva tri sam u tepu.
Već sam te odmutirao, nego ono... Ti to ne kapiraš. Ne upadamo mi u isti lobby, nego te ja pozivam u družinu Pere Kržice.
Što nismo u lobiju, šta je ovo?
Mora da vičeš.
Pravi partiju, stari.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Spartans83 said, a sto čini rahtazi ovo je nemogućnost.
Ja mislim da ima cheat.
Ko ima cheat?
Rahtazi. Mislim,
Ma kak?
da se šeta oko boss arene, puca bez a znam ja da je to iskustvo.
Skill, brat.
A skill trči oko zgrade i puca kroz zid uglov. Molim te. Šta ne može, ćeš da ti nađem stream njegov. Trči oko zgrade, puca u trku, puca i zaperka to u glavu. Oni ga jure shotgunom, on trči kroz zidove i ih ubija. Oni hoće sačmom da ga ubije, oni haperkatom buši kroz zid. Čemu pričaš ti? Ne znam.
7.500 sati ljudi.
Imam ja 5, ali još ne znam da pucam na pamet kroz zid. Znam shotgun da kad pukne...
Za 2.500 još ćeš naučit, aj.
Dede.
Evo. I ti da nas igra, bek. Ne zajebavaj.
Nema to na Steamu, moraš da uđeš u igru.
Čekaj, ajde igramo svi zajedno to. Koliko možda maksimalno igrača? Gardi.
4.
Gardi. Koliko tu može maksimalno igrača?
Ma 4, a može i 60 igrača.
4 u skvodu da bude, a 64 igrača.
Možeš upast kao drugi skvod. A ne ide to na Steam, moraš da uđeš i da staviš launch. Da startuješ. Startuj samo igre. Ne ide Origin, nemoj da ga zaglupuješ. Ne, mora, samo pokreni igru. Nemoj ga zaglupuješ. Da je normalno.
Beži u kurac.
Neki na igru ono pokrene da se nogoje na Origin.
Jebote, 5200.
Ne radiš ti ništa, ne, sam to palim.
5200 pezosa da dam za smrljivi Battlefield. Evo, nek mi sisaju u kurac. Kako džabe, brate?
Je, da, bila je džabe.
Ne pogledaš na CD Keys koliko je za promenu.
Aj vidi mi to.
A završi.
Ajde vidim.
U džoku te jebem.
Ajde vidim to.
Gardinovački, kako džabe pišem 5300 pezosa, to je 5,5...
Kad gledaš na glupom Steamu, jebi ga.
5.500 dinara mi treba za igru smrdi.
Kad gledaš na glupom Steamu, alo.
Ali tu ti je i G2A i tako ti sajtovi. I Kinguini.
Da, kako to drka po nosu, jebate, šta je to?
A Milan.
Na CD Keys-u ti je Definitive Edition 1400 dinara,
jebate. Brate, ima li što jeftinije?
Ima za 1100, običan, na Steamu.
To ti je to, a to mu je dosta,
1100 dinara.
To mu je dosta.
10 TV ima na Kinguini.
Ne kupuješ nikakve premium edicije govne, samo normalno. Viš da umire čak.
Kako u grbu?
1142 dinara Steam verzija ti je na CD Keys.
Nenade, čekaš se, Nenade.
Čuješ?
1100 dinara.
1142 dinara.
To ti je
dobra cena.
A bilo je džabe, Kesiću?
Bilo 300 dinara jedno vreme.
Bilo je džabe. Samo odeš na onaj Electronic Arts, staviš claim i uzmeš ključ, to je to. Džabe.
Ti si ga džabe uzeo, a?
Mislim da je Beka uzeo, nije ga Beka kupio.
Ti nisi džabe ili šta,
jesi? Ja ga kupio, a neftini već.
Zato što je jedno vreme bio sranje i niko nije teo da ga igra.
Niko dok nije izašao Battlefield 42, ljudi vidjeli da je zapravo petica bolja igra.
I kad god su govorili da je najveće sranje, uvek su ga igrali. Ja ga imam od prvog dana i uvek su puni serveri. Znači, možeš pričati ljudi šta hoće.
A dobro...
Ajmo jedinicu igrat, brate, bolja je dosta.
Baš i nije.
Pa Mato je to igra, koliko tu godina ima je?
Ja, brate, imam jedinicu.
Znam, ti ćeš da igramo to što imaš jedinicu, znam, Kesi, kod dan. Ali ta igra mi je još 100 gigabitarski, ne treba.
Jedinica je najbolja igra, definitivno. Nije dvojka, ova jedinica je bolja. Ma, bolja.
Bolja je jedinica, bolje, 100%. Kako tematika,
Svi, prvi svjetski rat je, ali svi nose automatske puške. Kao da igram Hunt.
Ti igraš uopšte?
Kao da igram Hunt. Jel ti izbacio, Milane, Party Invite?
Tematika. A bolja je jedinica duplo je.
najjača tematika ikad je. Od svih tih ratnih igara.
Nenade, jel se rekonektuješ?
Znaš je da prihvatiš to.
Nije do mene, do Kanta je...
Jebi ga, brat.
Hoćeš opet
ću
invade.
morat opet sve da ih pobijem sam, kao i prošlu, Nenade.
Da što si moja dokio.
Ako namještaš grafiku, Milane, vrištaći. Ne interesuje me to.
Verovatno igraš sa Petlarom, jebi ga.
Dobro.
Čuješ džukele levo?
Master smanji u opcijama. Stavi master volum na 15%, 10, ne više.
Ne možemo tu dizat trak zbog... Evo ti trade. Nekromancer.
Mislim da ga imam.
Imaš ga? Ajmo.
Da. Ej, nas pratu, jel čuješ ti?
Misliš?
Mali su tamo, ba. Kerove, čuješ? Paljbu. Čuješ Milana kako viče da...
Master volum je 20%, Milane.
Čekaj, Lija, imaš i
a music mi
18%. Lija.
Imamo, neću da ga instaliram pored ovoga.
Što?
To što mi je to još 100 GB.
Ali bolje je nego petica, brat.
Nije.
Što misliš da nije bolje?
Znaš zašto nije? Svaka puška ti je kao u Huntu. Imaš prototip puške, a svi je imaju, znaš. To ti je tipa između prvog i drugog svjetskog rata postojali su kao nekakve automatske puške, ali možda je postojala 1-2 komada. U Battlefield Ketu svi imaju automatske puške.
Eno neki, ili čak i neki nacrti koji su poslije...
Papiri, samo papiri, kao to nikad nije napravljeno. Ali svi imaju to u Battlefield Ketu. Niko ne nosi repetirku pušku, svi nosi automatske puške. Nekakve prototipove nekakvog Glocka automatskog pištolja i tako neki.
A dobro, nema veze.
A ima
samo
veze
nek se
to.
roka, brat.
A ima veze. Znači, nisam retardiran. Šta hoćeš? Na 18% ili 20%.
Pa imali smo
i muzik isto na 18%. Smanji. A hoćemo hoćeš da gluviš. Igraš kampanju, nema veze. Mislim da ti je pokrenuo sam kampanju. Moraš da odradiš to da bi uopšte ušao u glavni meni, ja mislim.
Ajmo, tamo je boss.
Neki update ima kan.
Kakav update, čovječ, ulazi u igri smo.
Za skinove, opet skinove prave, a? 100%.
Izbacio mi da update-uje nešto.
Možda ti fali neki fajl. Jesi li kad si izletao iz igre, kad ti ono zabagovalo sistem, jel ti...
Čaki.
Neprelno si ugasio kompjuter, ali tako? Neki fajl ti je vjerojatno obrisu. To ti je ono kad ti crkava hard disk pa ti pravi bad sektore, znaš.
Ne da mi se tu peticu, pa neće ni kupi, bolje je
crkava. Mora da mu crkava grafika, a 5 i 6 XT.
Moguće. Ako crkne ne bošću ga na ražilje, neću ga istečen.
Poli ga onim pivom, što ga prv budeš vrteo na raž, što ti je duže. Tamo ga redovno zalivaj pivom, da se ne usmrdi.
Ljuto.
Ajde, Nenade, oli do nas, brate, naši smo bossa već.
Nije do mene.
A ne, no i do mene, vjerojatno.
Jeste. Naravno da je do tebe.
I ti razumeš da mi puku server od kretaka i što sam tu kriv ja?
Ništa.
Te ti fali struje, te ti server, te ovo, te ono, daj, brate.
Tebi struje fali više nego meni, a meni se ovo desi jednom u 30.
Ali brže se onem nego ti, što je najgore.
Jes.
Ubiše ga, stari.
Ne volim, mene neće da vrati. Ili vrati novca.
Vratit će se, ajde.
A šta evo, crna ekran i okreće u moje mogu od kante, to ti je to.
A ide
Kako ćemo nas
ovo,
dvojica ovo zrušit,
ma
stari?
sad ćemo to mi da rešimo. Mislit ćemo na Milana dok budemo pucali, čim misliš da ubijaš Milana,
Probaj...
odmah si precizniji, odmah si precizniji.
Probaj Milane Shift F1.
Šta te jebe, Bekar?
A igra neki intro.
Šta ga ne jebe?
Kad prvi put dođeš u Battlefield 5, imaš neki kao...
Znaš koliko će njega to držat? Sat vremena.
Znam. Instalirao je Escape from Tarkov da bi video da ima 100 frame-a.
Ma sat vremena, on to čista proba FPS, kak ti, ne voli on te vrste igara.
Kako to radi?
Mnogo je, kume, mnogo je sat vremena. Aj, jebem ti mater.
Šta je bilo? Evo ti završim crva, može?
Ako ste vi štrumfovi, piške ili pesku, aj Milan smo igrali dosta igara zajedno u lanu. Ako ste vi gorali single player igre.
Igrao sam i ja.
Što? Counter Strike? Ne računam.
A kozake?
Jeste, si igrao multiplayer?
Ja ne čujem ništa.
Da.
Respekt.
Čuješ išta?
A čujem ih unutra kako hodaju.
Tati, 100 pešadinaca... Ma šta, 100 pešadinaca ne može ništa da uradi. Kozacima.
Kad se sjetim kako se to gleda. Oni plaćenici, oni konjenici su bili najbolji.
Pa da, ne moraju da pucaju. Samo protrče kroz pešadi i pobih.
Znaš šta mi se svidio?
Šta s njim?
Dva tima, stari.
I što su imali one konstrukcije...
Čujem te, šta ćeš sa DLSS-om?
Čujete sve, brate.
Ne znam.
Aj, čućte sad malo DLSS.
Ne znam i nije mi ni važno. DX12.
Nema to uopšte poente.
Ti ne meštaš grafik.
FPS
Ti ne meštaš grafik, jesi ti lud?
Ma da bre, tačno sam znao šta je će.
Psihotičan tip. Moraš da pokreneš igru DX12. Ali tebi ne treba... A, što moja pričam da mu ne treba DLSS. Dobro, nije plan. Aj kad budeš htio da igraš, reci.
Tačno.
Reci, bit ću ja to.
Vidiš i koga je stari?
No. I tried so hard, I got so far, in the end it doesn't even matter.
Oko njih to kupi Bounty 3 komada.
Dvojica.
Ne, nego je jako brzo preletelo.
Tu gledaj. Headshot. Samo pokrivaj to. Pao si. Prvo si prvi, brate, a me dižeš, jebate. Imaš i baci mu prag mu baci prvo. Izašli su, brate. Eno te gleda.
A jebote, pogodi ga drugi put u pičku materinu!
Ne može, brate, kad ovaj neće se rekonektuje na server, ne možemo ovako igrati.
Imaš bak, Borisu.
Pogodio si ga prvi put, viđaš?
A jesam, jebu.
Pička.
Drugi put da si ga pogodio, ubio bi.
Kurat, pička, govno sisa, kurat, pička, govno sisa.
Kurat, pička, govno sisa. Kurat, pička, govno sisa.
Viš?
Kurat, pička, govno sisa.
To.
Kurat, pička, govno sisa. Kurat, pička, govno sisa.
Kurac, pička, govnosi se.
Kurac, pička, govnosi se.
A, Boris.
Kurac, pička, govnosi se. Izgleda mi ne ide danas sa kidom, vraćam se ja na noćnog.
Noćnog brava.
Noćni čuvar.
Na noćnog debila.
Gdje si Nenade, ovi danas, nemam puno vremena. Još parki i idem, ajde.
O, ne radi.
Daj invite, ajde, daj invite.
O, ne radi.
Ajde čovječ, šta radiš
Šta
sad?
da se spišam da ne...
A pišaš svaki 2 minuta, evo te si prvadio.
Čovjek ima problem sa prostatom, jebi ga.
Pre svake partije si spišam.
To s Milanom kad trguješ to, znaš, pre krene preko grafičke, znaš. To, čovjek jebi ga ipak ima problema višestrukih sa tim prostatama i to.
Namestili tu grafiku da se vidi taj frame i da se briše igra. Namestili. Pa je.
Da se tuče!
Brate, vidi taj frame i obriši to. Znam da to nećeš igrati.
Možda i hoće. Mislim, znam da neće, ali malo.
32 minuta maksimum. Koliko traje?
Kakav update? Za Origin ili šta? Za čega update?
Za igru?
Kaže treba neki update da odradi.
Ja sam ušao u igru, ništa. Ajde, nek uradi update. Ne znam šta se...
Nemoj bre da radi update, ko zna kakav je to update.
Neko.
Kakav multicast?
Single player.
Ne znam šta pričaš. Multiplayer želiš da igraš.
Nije multicast, nego multiplayer valjda.
Single player.
Jesi ti sad u meniju, blago mene?
Nisam u tebi, nego u meniju.
Mogu te pozvati? I čovjek ima sve, on ima, ja imam basic, on ima definitive edition.
Ko ima definitive edition?
On.
Moj Milan.
I šta ti je tu sad?
A ima sve.
Ima dva skina više za oružja i ima jedan povećan pohod.
To je ono.
Da. Necessary defense.
Znaš koliko će to tebe beka držati? 10-15 minuta ti dajem pored. Kako misliš ako prosto sinoć se igra da će te držati?
Da ga ja kao medic dižem, naravno da hoću. Moram nešto da liječim, ako nemam koga da liječim, ne mogu da...
Ali ti čovječ ne vidiš, ne moraš to igrati jebote.
Ima shotgun u igri, znaš?
Ali short neće nam pomoći ništa.
U Battlefieldu? Radi, brate,
u
to.
Battlefieldu svi igraju sa snajperima.
Makaki. Legneš na zastavicu, oni dođu da je kao osvoje, ti ih poskidaš.
Ti ćeš sa snajperom da igraš.
Ajmo Golden Apes. Periš.
Gledam još ja posle Battlefield 5, ako hoćete.
Ja ga igram svaki dan.
Kako misliš skinut ćeš Battlefield 5? Pa jel imaš ti to?
Imam.
Otkud? Neću
odbijat ću.
Da uzmem nešto što igrate 5 minuta, koliko si igara do sad kupio, kao igramo, kupite da igramo. Ja kupio, niko više nikad u igru nije ušao, znaš?
Niko nikada.
A šta? Kupio, brate. Pa jesi rekao onaj skam da igramo, kupio sam ga, niko nije cijela igra,
nema potrebe.
To se meni stalno dešava, stalno dešava. Ne instaliram igru niko nigde, znaš?
Ma ne, pa
ja ni ne refundam ništa.
Ma odmah se refunda, jebe mi se.
Sad refundam, ne? Ajde, napravimo partiju. Ti to, partija, omladina, akcija. Ja sam dobar igrač, verujem. Mrzim ove što imaju aim, nema aimbot, ali imaju speed hack, to je najjači cheat u igri.
Captain Lashy.
Prtrči kroz čitav skvad i pobih mi trezi.
Boris, što si pao? Od čega si pao, ne ti, Borise?
Nisam ja.
Aaaa, nemoj mi ti slat ništa.
Isto ja nerad je pao.
Ma goni ga bre u
Prihvati to.
kurac i njega i njegovu igru i svega jebe.
Bravo, sad idemo.
Kaka je to debile.
Idemo u rat. Čekaj, idemo u rat. Pam 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 pam.
Što si izašao, alo?
Jel idemo da rpamo?
Ne znam.
Tu je boss, Jadinački.
Da rpamo.
Sad ću da dođem, nego ne znam jel ga ubilo nešto ili
nije,
ništa ili ništa ne
dođi vamo,
govori.
jebe mi se, umro je čovjek.
Kad ništa ne govori jebem ga ubije.
Debil bre.
Nije loše.
Ulazi čovjek da mi trola partije bre.
Ko, Nenad?
Taj čovjek bre nije normalan uopšte.
Ne. Možda mu je opet nestala struje.
Op.
Šta radimo sad?
Idemo da se bijemo.
Oho.
Uključio sam i DLSS i race rating.
Race rating, ili ray tracing.
Dosta.
Jesi te učitalo?
Ne mogu brate, ovo je previše više.
Jesi te učitalo? A nešto ste sporo učitalo.
Kaka je to debilo čovjeka, ma izašao bre, pun mi kurac. Nemaš brate sa
Na B poziciju.
Čovjek
Sponuj se na
brate
B.
uđe u game i odmah izađe brate, odmah izađe.
Otvorio ti je mapu i pitate gdje ćeš da se šta, ne.
Deploy, šta be?
Čuti, tu je kod mene neko.
Gdje?
Ti si... neđe, gore iznad mene čini mi se. Gdje si se pojavio?
Dosta, to je stari, nemaš brate, viš da ovaj debil.
Evo ga, za mnom, vojnič. To su naši, ako nisi konta. Njihovi su crveni. Aj za mnom.
Šta ubije jebote, ali se skraci ti jedno više jebote.
Tuci njihove, pomaži našima, prosto.
Ne moraš stati od kompjuter, samo idi na desktop i podesi tamo device na slušalici gotovo. Sve je brate kada ne znaš.
Nis tunel se krlja ovdje, pazi. Što se radi?
Streamuje li ko to, moraš da to uključu kako je.
Evo se, bit će na ovome tunelu.
Ovo čudo mora, ovo je za plakanje.
Biće.
Kako to pucaš brate bez I'm down side?
A iz ruke. Nije to kao Hunt.
A ne može to precizno da pogađa.
Može. Poginut će masovno.
A koji je Bek?
Beka je iza mene, evo ga u dimu, vidim ga, Bekoni. Poginut će mi. Evo ga, pratim zeleni marker, evo ga trči gore gura u stepenicu. Polako, sleđa se to bilo. I mene isto. Ao, što se radi.
Evo rekao,
Beka.
Uletio si među petoricu. Čekaj, di će nas ovi, stani. Di će nas medik, sve u redu. Oca ti jebem.
Beku je diga i opet je pa.
A jebi ga to što... A to što ovaj gore vidiš mi trezom, eno ga u poziciju, ne mrda. Treba nam dimna bomba da nas digne ovaj medik. Ne znam će uspjeti, teško. Moramo smisliti bolje nešto. Neće stići.
Deploy.
A, deploy. Na, oteće nam A. Ovo što ti je crveno gore na sredini ekrana znači da njihovih ima oko nas. Neko se šteka, pokušava da nas leđa uzme.
To Beka pored tebe, jesi?
Beka je jedan od njih. A ima neko gore, da, gore u zgradi. Da ne, nas prate. Izašao je. Je li moguće? Ima nestalo struje.
Streamuješ li brate da vidim kako gineš?
Ah, krvan jebem.
Mnogo je bolji grafički jedinice, brate. Mnogo bolji.
Živa istina. No to i zahtevni. A, nisam to treba da kažem.
Ova petica nešto mi je suva grafički stroj.
Ima jako.
Evo ga ovaj kreten, evo ti. Svako malo ulazi i izlazi, ne može se, brate, odustao sam više, ne mogu.
Ja tebi nikad nisam rekao da si kreten, ali dobro. Ne razumijem da ti toliko inteligencija.
A jebote, otišao si, svako malo izlaziš iz krokanta, šta radiš?
Ne, nego mu pukne igra, ti jasno, ne stane mu struje.
Ja tebi nisam nikad uputio nikakvu uvredu, ali okej.
Moj se vređaš, on
Sve
je
je u
mod.
redu.
On je mod.
Sad ne razumijem, okej.
Ti si starac.
Ja dan kako si.
Šta, kad Boris vređaš u to?
Uđem i odmah poginem jer ovoga nema, ovaj svako malo ne zna šta radi više.
A nije nego... U Nenadovu odbranu, dok se Hunt učita, može čovjek novine da pročita. I ženu da obljubi na prvo. Pošto to satima traje.
Je bolje živ?
Ujebot.
Ole skinut igram. Ma jebala te petica, briši to i jedinicu stavi.
Pa neće igrat na to. Isto će biti.
Više, ali to je F4 ili...
Što ti Ilija nosiš te dimne bombe, brate?
Ha, zato da mogu da uletim u dim i da podigne moje momke što igraju sa mnom, razumiješ? A i ne mogu da pucaju tebe ako te ne vide, jel' tako? Evo da je dobra fora. Znaš kako sam puta protočao pored tenka zato što sam bacio 2 dimne bombe. Tank kurblas onom kupolovni, ne vidite.
Bolje ponesi neki automat, a ne to za...
Pa ja imam automat. Ako misliš na ovu pušku, to ti samo tromblon ispali, znaš.
Pa zbog toga, za meni to pa stavi nešto drugo.
Ne mogu, ne, to ti je samo gadget, kao sprava, znaš. Ništa to nije posebno. Evo, što se radi. Ovo ti je mala mapa, mnogo pešadije, nema vozila, nema ništa. Ao majku ti jebem, kroz kaver me ubio, gledaj ga. Jedi govna. Biće ovoga, to sam da ih ispušam malo. Ovo ti je pogibio kad radiš svake gluposti, ali ono, vredi probati. Možda neko baci divnu bombu do ih momaka. Neko, bilo ko. Će kurac. Ajde! Gdje ti nepopularnije zanimanje biti doktor, znaš. To što doktor može da podigne bilo koga iz groba. Customize. Squads. Ne smiješ biti sam u timu, znaš. Ako si sam u timu, onda nemaš na koga da se sponuješ. Što ako mogu na tim da iskočim. Mogao bih.
Jebem ti život.
Dobro. Ojajaj. Ajja. Udri ga ona. Tek tako. Nema, završi mi to.
Vidite te Battlefield 5. Opa. O Ilija. Da vidimo koji je to šifer. To je ovo. Ovo je most. Verificazione. Milane, ci da idemo? Ja imam bio ovaj. Viš ti to?
Imam jaket.
Imam i ovaj bez stave, ja sam to i zaboravio da ja to imam. Viš ti to? Gitarete, basko jebate. Kombajna. Dwie kontejnery, Łukasz.
Ste pomrli svi, šta se dešava?
Jesmo. Meni piše ste vi izašli.
Šapo, šta se treseš, šta ti je? Ej, duša. Ne znam šta mi je skučilo.
Da mu nije zima.
Čega zima? Znaš što izgleda stomak pokvarila? Ej.
Sa čim je ti hraniš?
S granulama, onim štrudlama za pse iz mesare, čim treba. Što je prdela jutros, ne znam šta je. Sad je uzela nekako zaloga i gleda me i trese se ko od straha da se trese. Čaki, šta ti je? Slušao? Čaki? Na kitarata Milana Beladata, jel igraš Battlefield 5? Streamuješ, da vidimo šta to igraš ti. Zašto? Sramota ti. Milana kitarata.
Samo za vas.
Evo palim Battlefield.
Pališ Battlefield?
Ja.
A gdje nam je kekara? Slani pereci kekara.
Mislim da je otišao.
Sirov kekara.
Gradi od pet. Viš moglo bi se isto nešto jesti.
Moglo bi se da si... Kemlja? Ti da kemljaš, a mi da ne kemljamo, a?
To nije u redu. To nije u redu. Đuki? Te bilo, Đuki? Đuki moj? Đuki, što si mi nečitava, jel?
Kombajna vešatka.
Šatka jeste. Natka.
Majki Belgijand.
Anžeja. Euro Pride će biti otkazan, to je istina.
Da.
O, hvala ti Bože. Kako je to sramota, brate, sramota. Sramota, čoveče. S čime se oni to ponose, što se unakaze i obuku ko raspale kurve, bre, one najgore, znači... Jebem mater da vam jebem mater u pičku, da vam jebem mater.
Opušteno, boj se.
Ludi Milojko. Znaš ti ko je Ludi Milojko?
Nemam pojma.
Žikina dinastija deda je. Ovaj ko moj deda Ludi Milojko, kaže Žika. Isti ko Ludi Milojko. Ludi Milojko.
Bojna vršatka.
Ej ljudi, ja sam otišao malo da se odmorim.
Ajde.
Što naravno ne znači da sam pretjerano umoran, jednostavno sprečavam da dođem do umora. Ajde, čujemo se posle, pa idemo. Ako ste tu, ako je možda Ajkulo Drakulović tu. Ajde, čao.
Ja je mi da vola, a?
Crazy, huh? I got so hard. I got so far, I tried so hard. Then it doesn't even matter.
Bojna vršatka.
I mean, one factor that's different with the U.S. and Sweden is there's a lot more fat people and unhealthy people here in the U.S. So we're going to get more people that are going to be hurt by COVID because it's going to be, it's like a multiplier effect. Just saying? Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, Sweden's a more healthy country. So I think that there's going to be a higher probability. It's like, and this is always what the problem with talking about COVID was, is that nobody actually wanted to have a genuine conversation. Nobody ever wanted to talk about, you know, other variables like this. Like, oh, well, you know, you have population density, you have, you know, transmission, you have the, you know, general, you know, well-being of the population. They just don't even want to talk about this. That's why I never talked about COVID on my stream, because it was just a waste of fucking time. I mean, really, like, I found it to be more useful for my time to talk about the BLM riots and stuff like this. I thought that was a better chance of me getting through to people what I thought my message was than COVID. Nobody wanted to talk about
anything. To tvoj profil, Nenad, taj Vernon Droshes.
To brush you off and he present facts. Of course they do.
And now I'm in Germany, surrounded by panic attacks and endless mass. This doesn't make sense. And I told the truth on social media. I said, this is obviously an overreaction.
I to se pokupe s ovoga sa Twitch.
Staro žive. Vidiš kako grafika je, bot mi zjebala se. Čestitam. Imao sam te tačno tamo gdje hoćeš. Autobot.
That alarm. If you don't, you'll be facing the whole army.
A još. Gdje je vojska? Ovdje se ne vidi ništa. A ono ni ga ne vidim. To je bitno. Milan je oborio rekord. Bije 2 minuta u Battlefieldu 5.
Ozbiljno?
Rekord.
A nemam ja kom. Ne. Neću od igre biti. Kao da sam uzao figure neke da budu. To je meni non-skill. Dobra je igra, ali meni koji igram ove primitive igre, da, to izgleda
Mora skinemo igru se zove.
Oko da sam upalio, ne znaš.
Patch šta?
Mora skinemo.
Evo kako gledam.
Skini.
Ja sam to sam.
Ja sam ne pokrenuo kako ovako, neće.
Nije update-ovan, nevjerojatno. Oca leti jedan. Kao ne vidim, ne. Dobar stos.
Ja tu su brani. Lagano.
Request for extraction received. That's how it's done. Bloody fine job today. Absolutely top draw. Got to hold this position. Dig in. To hold them off until we get there. Shoot to kill. soldier. We're entering the local airspace. If you can keep them at bay just for a few more seconds, we'll be there. Soldier. That operation simply could not have gone better. The enemy's defeat in this area is down to your hard work.
Da. Tako.
Keep us moving up, moving.
Bam.
No, kogoś poczekić.
The decimation of your income, the fact you can't go get a doctor's appointment for a genuine ailment or a genuine risk of cancer, for example, the fact that you can't see your loved ones in their final days, these things are far more destructive than the common cold. I think that what they're doing is unfair. I think it's a massive overreaction. And this is based on my personal experience. And I think at the time there was a lot of pushback, but I would like to think now that 99% of the world see I was totally right.
I mean, I don't know about that. It's kind of hard to say. Like, it's like you can't say that he was totally right after the fact, because a lot of people have the vaccine. And let's be honest, it seems like people that have the vaccine probably get COVID a bit less. Like, they probably get COVID a bit less and it's not as bad. On average. This is an on average thing. Never had it. Yeah, not true. No, they don't. But the symptoms are lighter. They also die from heart attacks more. I've heard about that. I'm not sure how true it is or not. But what I'm saying is, like, obviously this is not a very good assessment because most people are vaccinated now, so you can't compare the two things.
You know, it's kind of funny, Tucker. I'll tell you, at the height of COVID, I used to say to my brother,
what's this here? I had long COVID after catching for a year. Second dose vaccine, you lose your protection in a year. Chat scientist. Let's look it up. Let's see. How likely are you to get COVID if you have versus don't have the vaccine. Yeah, Google for COVID info. Keck W thinks Google isn't censored. What? I mean, like, so it's either true or it's not. Literally really hard to look up. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to say. You're going to get lies and government answers? Well, how do you know what you're getting isn't a lie or a government answer? How do you know that you're not just getting a different flavor of lie? People always think that the thing that's different is the thing that's true. Sometimes it's just too different. God fucking how is it so hard to find information about this? This is insane. This is absolutely insane. No easy response on that with all the different variants. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, and check back in 10 years when somebody does a documentary of this shit. Yeah, exactly. Vaccines for bodybuilding immunity since violence, right? Why does COVID vax not work like the chickenpox vax? I don't know. Like, I mean, you guys know. Throughout the whole thing, I never told people, oh, you should go get the vaccine. I never said this. I never said not to do it either. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Yeah, I've never said that. Why not? Because I don't know. People should make their own decision. Here we go.
How will people struggle with the cognitive dissonance?
If I can't find, by the way, if I can't find a graph and I can't prove it, then as far as I know, it's not true. I think that it's true that, like, people that had the vaccine probably got it less. But if I can't find any data on that, then fuck. Like, I'm not gonna die on that hill. Sure, maybe I'm wrong on that.
When this is all over, because COVID is still out there. Nothing's gone away. The thing that we were all hiding from is still right there, out there to get you. But now everyone walks around and they're not scared of it anymore. And I'm like, are people critical enough to analyze themselves and say, for a year...
Haven't COVID rates been going up? I've heard from somebody that COVID rates, my dad said that COVID rates were going up. Yeah, I think that, yeah, because it's over. Well, it's because people don't give a fuck anymore. People have, like, even with Donald Trump, probably by the time it was like 2018, 2019, it was like, yeah, Trump's the president, it is what it is, right? People at a certain point just get tired of being upset and worried about it. And they just want to move on with their fucking life. I think that's what happened. Do you know the media rates are going up? The media says it is? Yeah. I mean, yeah, everything could be a lie. I mean, for sure. Like, that's definitely a factor. Like, that absolutely could be the case.
Of my life, I was deathly afraid of something. Now I'm exposing myself to said thing, and I'm not afraid anymore. The media tricked me, and I was a fool. But they're not. They don't even seem to self-analyze and go, I got tricked. They're just like, oh, okay, next thing. Hey, Andrew now.
Well, it's because people, like, they think the same thing that I think. They think that because people got the vaccine, COVID is not as bad, it doesn't put as much of a strain on the hospitals because the symptoms aren't as bad, and so it's more manageable by the government and the different apparatuses that are supposed to deal with health problems. So that's why people think that it's logical.
Like robots. It's mind-bending, truly.
So I saw you compare the experience of rich people under COVID, you're one of them, to everybody else. What did you notice about that? It seemed like a two-tiered response.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so the story was very simple. I was flying inside of Europe. There's a lot of low-cost air carriers. It's only low-cost primarily. There's not much first class, business class, anything like that. And I was flying, and my experience was plagued by endless paperwork, wearing a mask, put the mask over your nose. Every time you eat, you have to put the mask on in between. I got told off for not having...
In Texas, brother, let me tell you something. That wasn't a situation. That just wasn't no motherfucking situation over here in Texas.
the mask up
Never
high
was.
enough. I got told off for drinking too long because my mask wasn't on.
What's a man?
Pure panic and chaos. And because I'm fortunate enough to be fiscally secure, from there I decided I'll just buy private jets from now on. And when I bought a private jet, there was no masks, no paperwork, no mask at the airport when I landed. My air stewardess was not wearing a mask. My pilot was not wearing a mask. COVID didn't exist once I bought a private jet. Very interesting. Maybe if you're rich enough, COVID can't take, maybe COVID's scared of money, I'm not sure. But it seems that everyone who's flying on private jets never had to worry about COVID ever. It's just the people at the bottom who had to worry about COVID.
Well, of course they had to worry about COVID. That's why they were fucking singing bullshit in their bathroom and posting it on Twitter for validation. How many celebrities did that during COVID? Oh my God, that drove me crazy.
COVID. And it's kind of interesting, right? Life's always been two-tiered. There's always been this separation in regards to fiscal access. But I think a lot of people in the world today don't realize that it still very much exists. And a lot of the rules are only the rules for a certain class of people. And once you pass a certain level of index or a certain level of money, you can do basically whatever you want. And COVID really highlighted that to me, and it's truly sad.
I'm glad that he says that, because he's totally right. Yeah, he's totally fucking right. Like, you know, the list, who's the Ghislaine Maxwell? The fucking Jeffrey Epstein lady. Where's the list of people? Who are the people that she was trafficking? Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, who has any idea? It's like, who could possibly figure out who these individuals are? Bobby Kotick was one of them. You know that? Yeah, if you can make enough money, you don't have to follow the rules.
I mean, it's easy for me to make a joke of it, but when I would fly on a private jet and do whatever I wanted, or go to Sweden and party in nightclubs and do whatever I wanted, and then I'd come to, let's say, England and see my friend who couldn't go see his dying grandmother because of a COVID restriction.
That's too much.
That's truly sad. Yeah. That's truly criminal. It's really crazy what's happened and how the world's just moved on, and the cognitive dissonance that people don't have enough respect for themselves and for the truth to analyze how they were so easily fooled. It's really sad to even think about, but maybe that was the beginning of me being disliked by just pointing out my human experience.
This is the way I looked at it, right? Is like, as somebody who is not a scientist, okay? Not a scientist, gotta see in chemistry. It's not my thing. I don't really care about that kind of stuff. I usually would wear a mask. You know, especially with my mom, right? I couldn't take a chance on if it was fake or not. I couldn't take a chance on if it was, you know, the common cold or not. Not with my mom. So I had to wear a mask. Right, I did that. And so that's obviously what I did. I even wash my hands sometimes. Now, in my mind, this was like the logic that I had with why I thought a mask would work. Right? So, damn, wait, what? Wait, what did I say? Out of character? Oh, wash my hands. Oh, yeah. I thought I said something bad. Anyway, so I talk a lot. And I spend a lot of time talking in front of a glass desk. I have a glass desk, and every week or so, I look at the desk, and I see little bits of, like, spit. And by the way, I'm not special. You're the exact same as me. And so I clean my desk. And I assume that in those pieces of spit, there exists a potential that the COVID virus could be in that spit. And so to the extent that the mask blocks the spit, it will probably reduce, not remove the chance of, reduce the transmission and acquisition of COVID. That was my logic. That's what I thought. So yeah. That's literally how it works. And so that's what I thought. Well, I guess now maybe that's not true. Maybe but that seemed like a good idea to me. You know, a C-grade chemistry student. That's why I did it.
Experiences during the pandemic. But I want to tell you something that's actually kind of scary about this banning.
Yeah.
It all came so hard and so fast.
Same grade.
That I don't know if they all just follow each other. I don't know if they're all influenced by each other. I don't know if there's someone above them all. I don't know. But when they go to cancel you, ladies and gentlemen, it comes hard and fast.
I think the reason why it happens is that the different companies don't want to be the ones.
Slušam te, šta je problem s tobom? Moram mi da... Moram svaki put da bi nadjačavao Milana i sve ostale. Sti lud! Onda jebi se, tako, jebi se. Ne želim da se urlam.
I don't know that it has to be, because everybody acting in self-interest would result in the same outcome. So I can't rule one or the other out. But what I can say is that imagine if Facebook was the only group or the only website that didn't ban Andrew Tate. It's the same thing as people today when they said, oh, Rumble platformed Andrew Tate. What do you think the odds are that people are going at these Rumble advertisers and saying, hey, listen, like everywhere else fucking got rid of this guy, why aren't you doing it too? I think that it's all a bunch of fucking big tech companies that have a, let's be honest, fiduciary responsibility to make as much money as possible, and they just view him as unprofitable because they could potentially lose advertising money because of him. You see what I'm saying? You see how all this, canceled by capitalism. Yes, that's correct. I've always been of the mindset that any boycott doesn't really fucking matter. Like, most people don't give a shit. And they don't last for a long time. So I don't think that a lot of these problems really manifest in anything that matters, one way or another. But I think this is what they believe. It's like 3 people send an email to the PR representative. Next thing you know, there's a board meeting and $100 million decision is made. Because of 3 or a half a dozen emails about some fucking shit on the internet. That's what I think happens.
Facebook, then your Instagram, then your Gmail, then your Discord, then your website hosting, your domain name, then your payment processor, then your bank. And like, it's just like in real time, you're watching your phone and apps just exploding.
What?
Boom, boom. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely it. I mean, like, there's one of the times you need to realize you're wrong.
Strategija.
There are billions, čovječ.
Nije. Tu se biješ proti zombija.
Age of Darkness. Age of Darkness. Age of Darkness.
Beka, šta se ne tuče, Beka? A gdje?
Gdje veš? Neko pala, imali su šansu da me uzmu kao zaposlenog. Ne želim. Ne želim, kasno. A ne treba. Radije ću ja prosim ulici. Kad mi je trebao posao, nisam mogu da ga dobijem. Nek jede go. Znaš kad sam bio? Ja da kumim i molim na koljenima, nekog neću. Kad meni treba posao, nema. Kad njemu treba radnik, nek jede go.
Nema više, niko neće ni radi.
Neću ni ja. Ovo je stara priča, ispričao sam je. Da. Tako.
A ne pamtit ću.
Ma. Kako kad mu je mozak izgoreo od steroida. Nisi jednom pričao tu priču.
Mutirao si ga.
Ma kaki nisi. Otkud ti to? Kako si došao do tog zaključka? Jeli dragan. Šta me je odalo? Šta me je odalo? To što neću s njim da se svađam. 100 put sam rekao neću da se svađam s njim i starim. Kako da je došlo od toga moram ubicu da psujem i da im jeve majku ubici. Znači mutirat ću i sebe i njih i neđe pričam. Kapiraš? Neću da ga psujem, neću da mu govorim vole magače, svinjo, vepru, neću da mu pričam, to mutirat ću ga, nećemo razgovarati. Vrlo jednostavno. Što bi se ja s nekim svađa i pregonio? Kako Da te iščupam odatle, majku ti jebem. Ma nemoguće.
Ne možeš se ući unutra.
Čime da ga ubijem? Magnum. Viš?
Moraš i uništiti taj tank.
Mislim je to zadnji objektiv. Trebao bi da nađem negdje bazuku ili tako nešto, znaš. Rocket launcher.
Da.
Ovo nije predviđeno da možeš sam da igraš. Ovo ti je ono na mišiće bilo, znaš. Šta je to?
Alo?
Jel te opet zastigao? Ko će ovo?
Da. Igramo, šaljem invite.
Ova, probušio bi više lim.
Čustim se ne, čekaj. Pa hej, to je istina bio.
Je ludilo, vrat. Za čovjek da preskoči ogradu, bret. To sam umor.
To se traži u igri.
Čovječe, nisi se penjao.
Istina bio.
Stoblici, znam.
Jesi ti uopšte svesen tu compounda što tebe uradiš? Znači, tu ne može da se voltuješ debilu.
Čekaj, Beka.
Nemoj da ga vređaš, mutiraj ga sam, si luti.
What am I wrong about, Jags? What am I wrong about? Let me read and see what I'm wrong about here.
Nisam imao dovoljno stavljeno.
Ne javlja se ovaj, umro je,
They won't
gotovo.
realize the list because they're on the list. But it
Nisam
is a cabal.
imao
I need to
dovoljno
realize that
stavljeno.
I'm wrong because it is a cabal for sure. So here's the thing. You don't know that. You think that. Don't forget it. You don't know that. Just because you think it really hard doesn't make it true.
Andrew Tate, you don't have to agree with everything a man says to believe he has a right to speak in
Dying
public.
Light Battlefield Edition.
And we do believe that. No one gets to tell you who you can watch. No one gets to tell you what you have to think. No one gets to tell you who you have to hate. You're an American and an adult. You can make those decisions yourself. So why don't they want you to hear from Andrew Tate? They really
I think, like, I mean, honestly, like, Tucker really needs to do a better job, man. Like, I've seen some of the things, like over the years, I've seen a couple of things from Tucker. It's like, thank God, he's like the only person saying fucking something that's true. What a bunch of dumb bullshit this is. You're on a network that removed that you replace Bill O'Reilly because they fucking got rid of him. The fact that you're sitting there is because somebody else got canceled. The fuck do you mean? And then also, like, they can't tell you who to hate. Yeah, oh really? Go back to 2000, like, he's older than I am. He fucking knows this better than me. Remember back in 2002, 2003? Imagine, like, voicing any sense of solidarity with the innocent Afghanis and Iraqis that were bombing. Or Muslims that are being called responsible for 9/11. Meanwhile, their grandfather grew up in New Hampshire, and so did they. It's just what a bunch of horse shit. This has happened many times. And like, the thing is, the reason why saying stuff like that is so bad is because in everybody's mind, they immediately are going to think this. Like, I'm not the only person that thinks this. I think a lot of people immediately think, oh, wait a minute, like, what about this? What about that? It's like it's unnecessarily disingenuous. You could have said something that's it's harder to just immediately disprove. The Japanese Americans in the 40s. Yeah, remember that? But we had the same
to onaj compound Golden Acres
worse
možda?
Influence on the youth than say Cardi B. Tell us how.
Golden Acres ima par onih plastova scena koji ne mogu da se vole.
Who are the victims? What are their names? It's going to take a lot more than that. I believe he should be canceled. Or
I want to see Tucker live react to the video of him hitting.
Oh, Makiću, šta se radi, brate?
I would want to see. Let's get a reaction video, Tucker. How about this? How about we sit you down, and we can get 10 minutes of the things that people find are the most disagreeable things that Andrew Tate has said about women, about things that he's done on video, and you can watch it, and at the end of the 10 minutes, we'll see what you've got to say.
Anyone else, by the way. We're against censorship, period. And more than anything, we're in favor of people making up their own...
Didn't people get kicked off Fox News for not supporting the Iraq War? I was very young then. I remember this relatively clearly, but I think this has happened. I don't agree with this. I don't think this is true. 30 years ago? We just pull our troops out like months ago? I mean, yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, sure. Alright, fine. Okay, it was in 2000 and about 5, right? Somewhere around 2003, 2005. Okay, whatever. Alright, yeah, copium, it's different. Sure. I'll have to think about more recent examples.
Based on the evidence, like adults do.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, you can watch the full unedited interview with Andrew Tate after the show on Fox Nation. Of course, Tate's not the only person who's being censored. Virtually everyone's being censored. The Pentagon now punishing service members for liking the wrong tweets.
I'm not in the military, I don't give a fuck. That's about it. I don't care about that. Yeah, what's going on? I don't know. Censor from private company. I bet you wouldn't be saying that if your internet company cut off your internet. I bet you wouldn't be saying that. I bet you wouldn't be saying that if your power company cut off your power. Why don't you think outside the box a little bit? Why don't you think outside the little square that they put you in, and think about the fact that a half a dozen of these massive media conglomerates have effectively on the control of information on the entire internet. You tell me that that's a good thing. With no fucking oversight. It's not the same thing. Oh, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Oh, do you need the internet to live? Sure. I'll grant you water. Sure. You don't need the internet to live. No. No. I remember all these facts during decades old. I mean, because I was there. That's why. Yeah, I was fucking there. Dug themselves into so many shitholes as extremist ideology. Yeah, I know. I think that, I think this was, I didn't watch the whole interview on the Fox website. I don't know about that. Like, I think this was like, I feel like this interview was for his base. It wasn't for journalism. It was for his base of people that want to hear about how the social media platforms censor people. And he didn't actually give, like, he didn't really ask any questions, because, like, Andrew Tate, like, I mean, nobody's gonna argue with the shit that he said in the first like 5 minutes. Like, even the COVID stuff is like, okay, whatever, right? Like, I don't really give a fuck about that anymore. But the reality is that it had nothing to do with either one of those things. Yeah, it's every interview on Fox. I find it to be so fucking disappointing. It's like, imagine you get to be literally the top of your fucking profession, and you still have to simp for a fucking... Why do you simp? Like, who are you simping for? Like, a bunch of, like, morons? Why? I don't get it, man. They all do the same shit. I'm not singling out Tucker Carlson. They do it on CNN, MSNBC. I agree with you. I don't like any mainstream media. I think that there's shades of gray, but none of them are in the clear. Yeah, I'm not about this, man. Fame-seeking souls.
Nisam mogao da je ubijem, zato što sam kinuo. Krenuo sam onako da se savijem. Jebem ti tajming, vrati. I sjebala mi čita HP.
Yeah, this is very, very disappointing to see. A lot of independent media is also really bad. Yeah, I also want to say that before I fucking go on a rampage talking about how bad mainstream media is. Bro, like, you think about like, oh wow, like the federal government's so corrupt. Look at the Uvalde police. Shit is corrupt at the highest and the lowest level. You want to know why? Because there's people that run it. What I do whenever I want to find out if something is true or not is I'll read a tweet and I'll look at the comments. And the first comment is like, this is actually not true and here's all the evidence why. Every fucking time I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, how many of you guys, like, usually whenever I will do something, I will usually look at a couple of different sources and then be like, okay, this probably happened, right? Or like, you know, like, okay, this probably happened because of this probable reason. That's about it. Isn't reliable? No. Nothing is. Corruption isn't a binary thing. No, you're right about that. Yeah. There's corruption like, you know, we'll make it easier for yourself. There's corruption like, you know, we're just gonna not release the Epstein files. I think there's a difference. I don't know, but again, I don't know why he like just stop playing to base, man. Like, holy fuck. Like, you know, Tucker Carlson's like the most popular guy in news. You guys know that? He's Mr. #1, and he's gotta pull this simp shit. Can you believe this? Get over it. He's just selling it. Get over it. I know. It makes me mad. It makes me mad, man. Like.
Zaklote nože, moj Bekson. A joj, moj brate. Sablju imaš o nožu.
To se uvijek dešava. To se uvijek
dešava. Like, I'll say the shit nobody else will say because it's like, man, you can stop me. You know what I mean? Like, now I can do what I want. And I've gone against the audience a lot. Like, there's been a lot of times y'all disagree with me. Now, I've obviously been right in every circumstance, and the audience has been wrong in every circumstance. But, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, I'll still say what I think, even if everybody disagrees. I don't know. I wish more people were able to do that.
Dva puta ga hitujem u glavu i čemu ovi hitovi, meni nije jasno.
Ubio te Bekinom šotkom.
Čemu hitovi u glavu, 2 hita? Šta je sa serverom, već? 2 hita u glavu dobio.
Kako Beka? Aj vrati.
Major breaking news this hour. Vladimir Putin has ordered troops in eastern Ukraine and according to a
Oh my god. The title of the video is Why He's the Only Honest Man Left in News. I'm excited to see this because I agree in general with what I believe the premise of this video is going to be. Here we go.
Oh, makar sam ja opalio.
News. War in Ukraine.
Nije mi jasno kako ti Drakula prvi put nije ono bure uopšte realno.
Ne znam, znaš šta je bilo? Propucao je on metak, ja sam pucao u bure, u toj sekundi kad sam teo da pucam, brate, bure, čovjek skače, izlazi, ja ga pogađam između nogu i dobio sam hit marker između nogu, taj metak nije prošao pravo bure, nego se zadržao se u, brate, vazduhu između njegovih, brate, Igra je do jaja, brate. Evo prvi meč i odmah se obradujem ove igre.
Yeah, there's only a few people that do this. Basically, like for anybody who doesn't know, Andrew had a channel before Channel 5 called All Gas No Brakes. And because he was in some weird, like fucking channel deal with some big company, they basically took control of the channel away from him. So he had to completely use an entirely new channel. And like it was a big drama thing like a year and a half ago. It was a contract, yeah, it was a contract scam. He got machinima, yeah, pretty much.
Friends helping him, but all we see on his channel is basically him interviewing all types of people at some of America's craziest events.
He's got a drink out of his shoe!
Yeah.
He's dressed in like this oversized suit, which gives him this like funny Anchorman kind of feel.
Yeah, he's a little bit too big for him.
One of the most interesting things about Andrew is he barely speaks in his videos.
I think that's the best part about it, because he lets the people tell the story themselves. Because a lot of times what happens in like media is that they have like the news anchors that are talking about something, and then they play a 10-second clip, and that's the narrative.
The most interesting parts of watching Channel 5.
We're used to being told the news. You can hear the voices in your head of the anchors on CNN, on Fox, because they're speaking all day, 24 hours long. Like, that's how we are used to consuming the news.
Yeah.
He flips it on its head and just holds the mic and says,
What's on your mind?
Naruto.
Right now.
Andrew's biggest X factor
Ninja Run.
is silence. It's the best storytelling skill that he has. Don't say the news.
I don't know why they say crazy shit. I don't say anything. I just stand there with the microphone. I'll be like, I look at the camera and they keep going and going.
That was the guy that, man, that was from the Flat Earth Convention video. And he was the guy that said that he wanted to unlearn everything that he learned about conspiracy theories and go back to watching Britney Spears concerts. Yeah, it's like, well, that's what makes sense, right? And like, to an extent, like, you have to understand this, that, why? I mean, it's, yeah, globetards, I know, it's just so fucking stupid. Don't we all? He had a good point. I mean, what I think it is that, like, you can create a narrative just by interviewing people, and I think that you have people like Mark Dice that does this, right? Where, like, he does a petition for, like, hey, here's a petition to make it to where, like, cats can vote. And, like, he'll interview people all day, and he'll find, like, 3 people that are just absolutely fucking crazy, or they just want to play along with it for whatever reason, or they're just really stupid, and they just fucking talk about how they want to let cats vote, and they sign their name there, sure. And, like, that does kind of create a narrative. But I think also, like, the Channel 5 videos are entertaining at the same time. And I think that's a big factor for it, too. But, of course, you can create a narrative without adding in your own personal opinions. All you have to do is emphasize certain things.
First time you came across one of his videos?
I don't particularly remember the first video I watched. I do remember when he lost all of his subscribers.
Yeah.
And he lost his channel. That's
for me nuts.
Was like, oh wow, that's awful. Like this guy
can't believe that happened.
Still his channel, and now it's over.
It was up what they did to you, bro. What are you talking about? Man, they took your show, treated like shit, dude. You created it from ground floor. Boom.
True.
And we're gonna get to that, just not right now.
I remember coming across his content just because they're titled in this way of these wild environments that you want to learn about, like NASCAR events. And the thumbnails are always like some crazy-looking person. And then he curates this experience of being on the ground at these events in a way that's funny. There's comedy. But then there's also this observational feeling where he shows you both sides of it.
Well, I think he 100% does. And I think really the power and the value of the Channel 5 videos is that it humanizes people in a way that the mainstream media and like traditional media doesn't really provide. Like, for example, I think that 2 of the best examples of this is like Crip Mac and the Hoff Twins. Is that Crip Mac and the Hoff Twins, like, these are, I mean, these guys are clowns, they do some bad stuff, but they're also good guys in other ways too. And it takes somebody who, you know, would be probably completely fucking demonized by like media or something like that, and then it turns them into a real person and it makes them less one-dimensional than the words they use or what tattoos are on their face. And I think that's really what the value of the Channel 5 videos is it takes somebody who's like a flat earther or something like that, and it just asks them questions and has them talk about stuff, and it has a real, like, human element to it.
And it's not taking a person and turning them into the worst 10 minutes of their life and then pretending that's all they are.
Nights. How they portray it. A lot of the dudes here are very professional.
Right.
And on
No
their
custom
PC
shit.
use.
There's a person driving every one of these race cars.
By the end of the video, you get to this point where you're like, I laughed, I kind of learned. Like there's so many emotions that you go through watching these videos, just watching other human beings.
The editing is very intentional. It is edited in a way where it should be entertaining. They're doing crash zoom, sound effects.
This is
and even the placement of the interviews are really intentional. You'll get someone who's very conservative next to someone who's very liberal. And so what you're getting is entertainment,
Yeah, like the
and then
same-
you get to come up with your own opinion. And you see in the comments that's what people love about his work. Whereas
yeah, it's about letting people come up with their own opinion. I think that's a really big factor, because like also a lot of times, like yes, it's very clear that some videos do paint a narrative in a direction. So like for example, it does take the narrative like for the Ukraine video. It did not really paint any of the
skin
elements
capture,
of
nego
Ukraine
radi
in a
game
bad
capture
way.
I game
Like, for example,
capture.
there's conversations about like Nazi relations to Ukraine and stuff like this. That was not really included. That had nothing really to do with it. But I think it's more about talking to real people, because one thing I noticed is that, like, so whenever I was a kid, like this is an example I can use, right? Is that like, so I was, I heard about like, you know, the American medical system, and I understood that, right? And then I met somebody on WoW, and I was like 15 or I was like 16 years old, maybe 17. And he was a guy that lived in Canada. Actually, it was Rob. Rob, he and I, who like Ninja the Guild Banks together. Well, this was like 3 years ago, before then, and we were like kids at that point. And I asked him, I'm like, so, you know, like I hear that like socialized medicine and like the way it works over there, like, do you have to wait a long time to get to get treated? Because he like broke his arm or broke his hand or some shit, right? And he's like, no, I just went in and they took my shit. I'm like, it was free? He's like, yeah, pretty much. And I was like, so that was it? There was no like weird thing and that it was fine? He's like, yeah, it was fine. Because you hear something, and there's a narrative that's painted, but who are the people saying this? Like, who are the people, like, do you trust the people saying this? So, like, that's what I did, is I would just ask them. I'd be like, so, yeah, it's the same thing, like, I had people that, like, lived in, like, Qatar, for example. And I asked them, like, so what is it like? Like, how, like, what happens if, like, somebody does this, or somebody does that? Like, how do they really create? And I actually ask questions. This is one of the best things on the internet you can do, is you can ask, like, do they actually throw people off buildings? And you have, like, you can just ask that. And like, you ask that to somebody, and there's no cameras on, really, or anything. You just do it. And, like, that is so fucking valuable. That is so good. I think that is the best thing that the internet does. One of the best things is that it gives people, like, from completely two entirely different cultures the ability to just communicate with each other, and there's no stakes to this. There's no, you know, loss to be had. This is just an honest conversation with neither people having any real reason to lie. They're just talking to each other about their life. And that's it. And I think that people spend so much time talking about all the bad things about gaming, but nobody ever brings this up. It's such a disappointing thing. And it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
The news right now is opinion as entertainment.
Jedan mrtav.
And I think that's what people I come to the news, and all I'm getting is opinion.
With Andrew, he's showing us real life
in a way that I can connect with. And a lot of news anchors are not. They're treating it truly as like show business.
The 24-hour news cycle.
Well, they're treating it. They have an objective. Like, I think the best example of this is, do you remember whenever that Fox News guy, I forgot who it is, interviewed the moderator for the r/anti-war, and he's like constantly talking over him, he's constantly degrading him, he's constantly like pushing a narrative the whole way. And it's like, how much of a fucking asshole, Jesse Waters, yeah, exactly, how much of a fucking asshole do you have to be that you managed to make yourself look like a bigger clown than a 30-year-old balding dog walker Reddit mod? How do you turn that person into looking sympathetic because of how fucking obnoxious you are? And they managed to do it. It was awful. It was a 3-minute video and I made a 15-minute reaction because I was so fucking annoyed.
Vidi ovo, ne vidim ga.
Since 9/11.
is all about being like, gotta keep watching.
I don't know if it's since 9/11 or not. I think Andrew's 25, I'm 31. So like we grew up, and that's pretty much all we really knew. I wonder what it was like in the 80s or like the 90s. I'm not sure. Because I feel like it was probably like this for years, and we weren't aware of it.
It's like
Since LA Ryan.
Now, there's a really big lesson for all creators in how Andrew is creating his content, and that is show, don't tell.
Yeah, exactly. People don't want to be told something. They don't want to be like, oh, this is what it is. You have to listen to me. Like, this is the world, the way that you have to see it. Like, that's why I try to show graphs and shit. You know what I mean? I try to show, like, graphs and, like, actual evidence. Rather than just like, oh, believe me. Like, I hate saying believe me. I absolutely hate saying that because it's like, why would somebody believe me?
Check it out.
Ovaj svojim rogima, čuči strmljena 2 metra ne vidiš. Him standing in front of the camera and telling you about this event he's at, telling you what happened there. He's just showing you. One video that really stuck out to me is from the protests in Minneapolis after George Floyd.
Oh yeah!
Sjećaš se tako onoga komentara kao da su propastili Kenov skin kao sad je
It's like, look at this, bro. Like, he's actually in the store fucking talking to the people while they're looting and burning down the store. This is real shit. And like, I can always respect somebody who's willing to fucking, to actually have skin in the game, effectively, right? He's willing to put himself on the fucking line. This is actual, and like, where's the other news people? Like, maybe there's like a Fox News van that's like 5 miles out talking about how they're burning down the Capitol, or something like that. Like, you don't really see that. It's just crazy, man. And so like, it's like going to Ukraine. It's just insane. And this is like, I mean, somebody could have stabbed him or hit him or attacked him or whatever. Like, he probably didn't have that many people with him. The riots are some of his best work, full stop, yeah.
Visual of him on the ground with these people and the way they're talking to him.
Cart.
We tried peaceful protesting. We tried every different direction. And this was our last resort.
Everyone, and like, that's the thing, is he's not telling the story, he's letting them tell the story. And he lets the audience, I think also like a big factor too, is that he lets the audience make up their mind. And that's something that news usually doesn't let people do anymore. Is that like, news presents one side of the story, and they say this is the right side, and that's all there is to it. And there's never like a cut at the end of the video of Andrew talking about how wrong X or Y person was in the video, or anything like that. Or trying to explain like why this person's wrong. He just shows what happened, and then at the same time, he goes and he lets the people make up their mind. I've said this many times, I don't support any of the looting or any of the vandalism. I think it was completely unnecessary and did nothing positive. I think it actually like served to like push things back a lot more. I'm absolutely completely against it. It was disgusting.
Feel like that. Everybody feel like that. That's all I gotta say.
And you're getting a real pulse of what's going on.
You actually get people,
episode where he's just walking through the store that was just burned and looted.
Holy fuck, it's just on fire.
He's just letting the camera walk
just on fire
and experience it. And in that moment, for me, I felt like, whoa, I'm actually getting placed.
Like, I'm actually there, because like, it's like, you hear about like, oh wow, there are these really bad riots and they're burning things down, but like you don't see that. Like, do I really trust a mainstream media organization, or really any sort of large organization of media, either whether it's like, you know, InfoWars or the Young Turks, right? These are not mainstream media, they're online media, but do I trust them? Not necessarily. Like, and you just have a person that's going through with a video camera and saying like, what do you think? And that's it. That's what people want. It's authentic, yeah.
This environment, I'm actually getting a feel for what this is like. And he's not saying if he agrees with it or doesn't agree with it. There's actually a ton of different
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
piece about what's going on.
Fuck those other media outlets because they're gonna try to portray us in a bad light by only showing what's going on over here. At that end, we are heard. This is the only way we are heard.
It doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest.
I think there's a right way to protest, and that's peacefully.
Complete police reform.
This is the future we came out for. We making history right now.
And in his videos, he sometimes will show the traditional news camera and how far they are from the actual people who are being caught.
Are you guys allowed to interview people?
Čovjek na 10 metara, on počne da beži, pogodim ga još jednom, on padne.
Sorry, we're about to...
Nema killa.
So, I gotta...
That video too was really significant for him.
Wow, guys, damn. Like, they're really trying, they're pulling out all the stops there. Holy shit, what a pussy. Well, no, he's just, this is a guy, he's, you know, got a mid-level job at the, the company, and he just doesn't really do a whole lot. That's about it, yeah. It's just they're pussies that don't want to do anything, they don't want to take any risks, they don't want to provide. And the truth is, they don't have to. The mainstream media doesn't have to go down and interview people because they just make up their own narrative in general. Yeah, there's no reason for there to. If it's something big like a protest, sure you trust the media. Why wouldn't you? Give me one example where they lied about something big, except for World Wars. Where they lied about something big. I think that oftentimes it's not necessarily a lie. It's an exaggeration or a misrepresentation. Like, for example, they don't say A and not B. They do capital A instead of whenever it's actually lowercase a. Or vice versa.
Because up until that point, he had pretty much just done comedy videos. Where he is wearing that oversized suit.
Yeah, just goofball.
Even that suit stands for the take that he has on journalism. He's almost like poking fun at what traditional
the biggest thing like World Wars. Yeah, besides
with that protest video, he's wearing his normal clothing.
Yeah. If you ever see me with no suit on, with like a black sweatshirt like this, it means that I'm not there to make jokes. I want to be able to make actually comedic shit and then actually do real reporting at the same time.
That is his attempt. That was his attempt to start a serious dialogue. And now he's at this point where he can do both.
Well, I think that the best part about it was the fact that, like, the videos, even the ones they did with the suit on, they were still newsworthy. Even though it's funny, it's still uplifting, and it still adds something to, like, what people know about a person like this, like the Hoff twins or something like that.
And I think that's exemplified through his recent trip.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
I really want to go home, but I think it won't be safe for my daughter, so we will stay somewhere here and just wait.
He brings out the human element. It really does feel like modern journalism in a way that we which is...
Well, I think that he's exactly right about this. And I think that this is one of the better things that, like, social media and, like, the internet provides people, is, like, now you don't have to rely on, you know, this massive media conglomerate to tell you what to think or how to feel or what's going on. You can just actually look and find the information for yourself. And I think that's why they're trying so hard to discredit independent media. That's why they're trying so hard to do this kind of stuff, because they are losing their stranglehold on the control of the American mind. And like just the mind of the people in general. Because they don't have to listen to them.
Let us observe and then let us formulate our own opinions.
One of my favorite things about the Ukraine trip was that he sourced some of the help that you need to build his community. So if you're a fan of his and you're starting to be a part of the community, it is like community-made content.
That's quite risky. I hope nothing bad happens. I know Ice Poseidon had situations with that turned out to be pretty weird. And so I think on YouTube it's a lot different. The reason why it's different on YouTube is because there's a much higher value of doing something like that on a live stream because they can't edit it out. I'm sure Andrew has probably had clowns that come up to him and try to, like, you know, do weird stuff and make his publicity makes, etc. But I think that that probably doesn't go anywhere, and you don't have as many of them because you never see them in the video. That's the best thing about YouTube videos is, like, you don't have, like, you can just cut out that, like, person where somebody scream snipes you or something like that. You just cut that part out. It's not there anymore. Yeah, it's cut out. They got worse for Ice on YouTube.
I don't mean YouTube versus Twitch. I mean live stream versus produced video. Because on a produced video, you can edit out the people, and so the reward that those people have, which is getting on camera and being stupid, doesn't exist. So they have less reason to do it.
That's been integral to his story since the beginning. The sponsor of today's episode is Mighty Networks. With Mighty Networks, you can build your own website and app for your community. You can mix and match all of their offerings to build exactly what's right for you.
So you can sell courses, memberships, you can create events, and your community can actually engage with each other all in an app that's branded for you. I think that's one of the coolest things.
Actually,
it's like a truly white-labeled experience. Now, a creator that I watch every day is Yoga with Adrian, and she built a community on Mighty Networks.
Bro, she's got 11 million subscribers doing yoga? Holy shit, what am I doing with my life? Bro, fuck this video game shit, we're done. We out. Oh my god, this is yoga, we gotta do yoga streams, guys. This is nuts.
Now, this community has over 211,000 members, and she's building a sustainable business with her Find What Feels Good app.
In a true community, community members are speaking with each other. And for Yoga with Adrian on her app, 99% of the content is generated by the community.
This is truly the future of the creator economy, taking your community from environments like YouTube and Instagram and converting them into an environment that you own, allowing them to engage with each other and building a sustainable business for yourself.
The fact that you as a creator on Mighty Networks can have an app on someone's home screen is incredible, because that is so difficult to do. And it's very premium real estate to open up your phone and just go straight to your favorite creators.
Right there.
And building an app on Mighty Networks is substantially easier than trying to build an app from scratch. So click the link in our description to sign up and check out Mighty Networks. If you've been thinking about starting a community, you should definitely look into Mighty Networks. They're leading the charge for the future of the creator economy.
Now, I unironically think that's a great idea. Like, that actually seems really good. That you can make an app and then have people download that specific app. Yeah, it's unironically a really good idea.
Channel 5 is not his first go at this.
So if you go back to the beginning,
smart.
He is a journalism student at Loyola University in New Orleans, making like traditional news pieces.
Imagine
he decides to hitchhike across America, and he starts a zine.
The first time I went hitchhiking, I was like 19, after my freshman year of college. I spent that entire summer with like a recorder at different bus stations and motels, just like talking to people, I guess on like the fringe of society, like real like road people. This is,
you know, like I also want to emphasize what he's talking about right here, is that like a lot of people think that success like this is overnight. Like, oh man, like he just came out and his videos were really good, and it's like, how did this happen? It's like, that's obviously not true, right? Like, this guy grinded for years and years and years. He went to school for this, he worked his fucking ass off, he was doing this before he was really making any money for that. And I think that like every time that you hear a backstory like this, it's important to emphasize that there's like a massive like fucking, it's like in like the shows, like a fucking anime or like a, you know, an 80s karate movie where like they play the fucking Eye of the Tiger and it's like the training montage, but it's for creators, and the training montage doesn't have the eye of the creator. It has the eye of the let me think, of the landlord trying to get you evicted because you can't pay your fucking bills while you're trying to fucking make a living doing this, and it goes on for years. It's not just 3 minutes. It's brutal. So yeah, I think that it's important to keep this in mind, especially with Andrew and with anybody. Is that success like this doesn't happen overnight. It very rarely happens overnight.
This is a story from my first
massive amount of time and effort
that was mistaken for a male sex worker. So that was pretty funny.
He pitches the magazine to Vice, and it's like a very ballsy move. He like walks into their office.
I'm in a Big Apple to do big business. No, I couldn't pitch anything.
It just kind of gives you a sense for who he is and the fact that he is kind of unapologetic.
It's not a bad idea for him to go to Vice, because Vice actually used to do the same thing, and I think that they still do it sometimes, is that they come out, like, they've had a lot of really great documentaries. Vice has done a tremendous job of, like, especially going around the world and, like, interviewing people. Yeah, that Vice really, like, I know that, like, some of their shit falls off, like, absolutely, but they do still have hits. I mean, to be fair, like, they do actually still have hits. We watched some of it.
willing to go places, and willing to put himself in situations that other people wouldn't put him in. Also, I just have to say, like, someone told me they were starting a magazine. Someone told me they were starting a zine. I'm like, I'm in.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Zine carries a lot of weight.
Zine is the coolest thing to start coming out of college.
What's the difference between a magazine and a zine?
Very different.
Oh, one's hip, one's not.
A magazine,
structurally, is there a difference?
Big difference. A magazine is what you find at the doctor's office in the waiting room. That's a magazine.
Women's Health.
A zine.
Magazines. You know who's on the front page of magazines? Dr. Oz. Every single one. Any fucking health thing or anything like that, Dr. fucking Oz. Every time. Yeah, and when it's not, it's Amber Heard. There you go.
Is delivered to you at a coffee shop.
Got it.
Totally different.
And that's it. Yeah.
Totally different.
And a zine is always limited run.
Limited
run.
run.
Maybe a one of one.
It's less pages, and you don't actually open a zine. You just kind of have a look at it.
Jebote, kod imam sekretaricu.
Turns into a zine, and then ends up striking a deal with Doing Things Media, who has a bunch of popular pages to fund it and turn it into a video series. They give him a salary, and they agree to a revenue share.
I was young, dude. I was 21. Yeah. Planning to hitchhike and make a documentary about it, and this company was like, I will buy you an RV.
These are the guys that finesse it.
And give you 45 grand a year.
Now this deal feels pretty exciting for a young creator. You get paid a guaranteed amount of money to make the show you want to make, and Doing Things had told him he would have creative freedom. He just had to make a certain amount of content.
And for a period of time, it's great. He turns the show All Gas No Brakes into a hit show, a hit YouTube channel, over 1 million subscribers. As he starts getting into more political content, Doing Things wants him to scale back and just focus on the common stuff, the party stuff. He's not interested in that.
Doing Things is like, hey, we
Možda zato što koristiš ono smeće od onoga...
We're not trying to make crazy discourse happen here. We just, just trying to make people laugh.
Just put their basically what he's saying is that they're a bunch of pussies. There are a bunch of pussies who are afraid of backlash. I am so sick of pussies, man. Like, it's so annoying and so exhausting for them. Like, yeah, it's just a good little safe content that never goes over the wrong Americans anyone. Get the fuck out of here. Ugh.
Yeah, so they want him to scale back. He's not interested in that. And this time, he signs on to make a movie with Doing Things as a partner.
As I started shooting for the movie like full time, I wasn't able to make Instagram and YouTube and Patreon videos because I was overloaded. They were like, oh, you gotta make more. And so they said, how about this? If you guys want me to make more videos while I'm making a movie for you guys, I need more than 20%. They said, no. Okay. And then so I said, okay, I'm not gonna make any videos. I kind of went on strike for All Gas No Brakes.
That's smart. That's what you have to do, is that you have to put your dick on the table. Like, that's what you have to, like, you have to just put your dick on the table and say, listen, bitch, this is how it's gonna be. And like, that's how it works. Like, it's because, if you don't do that, the thing is, a lot of these places rely on you rolling over. And that's what it is, yeah. And it didn't happen. It didn't work.
Eventually, they lock him out of the accounts, and he doesn't even have access to the All Gas No Brakes social accounts, the YouTube channel, everything, and it goes dark.
Now, there's one very critical piece of information that Andrew didn't realize when he signed this deal. Doing Things Media owned 100% of the intellectual property of All Gas No Brakes.
And that's what fucking happens, because they get guys like, this is a guy, he's a journalism major. He probably doesn't know about contracts and shit like that. Now, obviously, for me, I would have known about that because I scam people. And so, like, I knew, like, okay, you have to read the fine print because that's where they're going to scam you. So that's the first place I'd look. But there's a lot of people that didn't grow up doing this fucking degenerate shit that I did. So, yeah, like, they just get taken advantage of. This same shit happened to, I think it was Brain Deadly with Machinima back in, like, 2009. And then it's happened to a bunch of other creators over the course of time where they get locked into these like in perpetuity contracts or non-compete contracts. And you have somebody who's doing incredibly well. Dave Chappelle, there's one of them, I'm pretty sure, I don't know the details to that. Is that like a lot of this stuff happens And what they're expecting is basically they go with the buckshot method, is they pay a bunch of people $45K a year, right? For example, like with Andrew. And what they do is they hope one of them does really well, and then they make a lot of money off of that person in a way that I think is not really fair, although the person didn't contractually agree to that, and I think that's fair, right? I think that the worst part of this kind of stuff is not only do they own your videos, it's like the intellectual property rights is like the main thing, but the other thing is like your ability to leave the contract. Like, that's the bad stuff that really, really is predatory in like some of these contracts. It's awful. Didn't that happen to Tfue? Tfue's contract with FaZe, what happened with that? I'm trying to remember. That had to do with his tournament winnings, and I don't remember exactly what happened.
Get its capital S like stolen. I signed a shitty contract when I was 21, which I didn't realize gave me no IP.
He didn't know. Yep.
And technically, he was an employee. He signed an employment.
And that's what they do that on purpose. They do that on purpose to get people that are young, that have talent, that have ambition, to take advantage of them and farm them out.
Contract.
For all creators, this is a very important thing to recognize. When you get employed by a company like this, you typically sign a work for hire agreement. That means anything you make, any idea you have, is property of your employer. Not too dissimilar to if you're an engineer at a software company like YouTube and you make a feature.
It's automatically owned by YouTube. There are some exceptions to this, but this is generally what the case is.
For YouTube, you don't own that feature. That's property of YouTube. And that's
I've heard that actually only applies if you do that inside of the exact scope that your business is in, and also if you do it on company time and with company resources. I'm not sure exactly if it's just a all-encompassing thing or not, but that's my understanding of it. Yeah, it's during build hours,
really confusing to creators and to our I think our industry as a whole, because we're dealing in these intangible goods, which are ideas. You have a great idea and you're like, that's my idea.
And in this instance, you may be the face of the idea.
True.
Which makes it even more difficult, right? Sean Evans came up with the idea for Hot Ones, but Complex owned it, and they still do.
The key learning for creators here in Andrew's story is get a lawyer or get someone to read your contracts before you sign a contract like this.
Yeah, this is something that, like, because also it's bad for, it can be bad for both parties, especially if there's like a misunderstanding about something. It's very common to have like a lawyer or an agent or somebody like that, you know, to look over everything and figure it out. Get a lawyer at 21. And that's a very good point, is because retaining a lawyer or actually having them review a contract with you like this, like, I think like bare minimum, this is like $100 to $200. I would say, and it's like a lot of those people probably don't have that resource, right? That's why they're coming there in the first place. Yeah, probably more like 500. I'm talking about like bare bones, like just, can you review this contract for me? Like usually they get billed per hour. That's usually how it works. And like, I don't know how legal fees are now. I'm not 100% sure, but it's usually like $100 to $1,000 based off the amount of time. I think it would probably be like, 100, like probably like 1 hour, 1 to 1.5 hours.
And B, you know, the trade-off of empowerment is ownership.
450 to 150.
If you want to be truly independent, be independent.
Luckily for him, because of his format and because of the relationship he built with his audience, he was able to start again.
Well, it has nothing to do with the original content creator company. Like, it has nothing to do with it, so it doesn't matter.
But Breaks goes dark. Andrew relaunches with Channel 5, and supported by Patreon and his community coming over and being like, yeah, we're with you. We're not with All Gas No Breaks, but with you.
Those people, dude, you still out here doing it?
That's what they try to do, is they try to have people make an IP and then take the IP away from them and then try to hold on to the IP and own that independent of the person. Because that's just what's most beneficial for them financially. Try to hijack them,
And the fact that he built back to almost the same amount of subscribers within a year is truly one of the most incredible things that's happened in media on YouTube. I mean, it's
content is king. That's one. If you give the good content, you will have people that watch your videos. It's actually not that complicated. Everybody thinks like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to go and do this, you have to interact with these people, you have to like network with all these people. Nope. Good content, you're done. Make good content and you're gonna be fine. Now, obviously, sometimes good content is not as financially lucrative as doing other types of content. Absolutely. However, like for example, I think streaming in general makes more money than YouTube does, unless you're at like a really, really, really high echelon stream. Or sorry, YouTube.
Yeah, you take the L, but at the same time, that arrangement led me to this current situation. So I guess read your contracts, but I'm not that. What do you expect a meme company to do? They literally make a living off of taking people's memes and somehow trademarking them.
And there's a lot of learning lessons.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? It's like a lot of these companies, they are, like, they provide, it's not that they don't provide value, it's that their business model is to eventually have you provide more value than they do. And have that become disproportionately more the case, and then make money off of you. Like, in my opinion, I like doing sales, I like doing everything off of a percentage. Like, whether it's paying people or anything, because if you pay people off of a percentage, you get the best people. Like, that's my opinion. Yeah, pay them off a percentage.
It's in that story, but one of the primary ones is that people follow people. That's a really important thing to learn for the whole industry, is that everyone went to follow Andrew. When we talk about the news industry, of course, there's these big networks, but it's actually a lot of the hosts that we're engaging with on those networks, and then you take a step further with
I would actually disagree with this with the mainstream media argument, because you can actually use Bill O'Reilly as an example. Whenever Bill O'Reilly was like effectively excommunicated from Fox News, I feel like a large amount of his audience didn't really follow him to his own show. Yeah, I don't really think that's the case. I think it's the case with some people, and it's not the case with other people. I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee. Like, how many other people broke off and did their own thing? You could say like Stephen Colbert, whenever he was, because Stephen Colbert and also John Oliver, both of them were contributors to The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and then John Oliver went and he did his show, and then Colbert went and did the Colbert Report too. Yeah, Megan Kelly. I don't know how she's doing. I've got no idea. And let's see here. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Yep, there it is. That's him. Conan O'Brien. Howard Stern. Howard Stern. Yeah, I guess that's probably true. Whenever he got acquired by Sirius, this was like maybe what 10, 15 years ago or something like that. Sure. And it really depends on the person and the quality of their content. Yeah, Argue Hassan did that. He left the Young Turks. Yeah, maybe you could say that. Maybe with Hassan. Maybe you're right. It's old audience. That's actually a really good point. Younger audiences are much more likely to follow than older audiences, because older audiences are conditioned into the normal mainstream like way of consuming media. They're not going to go online to follow a podcast. They're not going to do that kind of stuff. But the younger audience will do that.
And social, where right now the way I understand the news is through a mix of Andrew Callahan, Johnny Harris, Cleo Abram. Like, these are individual people that we're learning from.
I haven't seen the other
not networks. And that is what YouTube has unlocked.
What's interesting is that when asked about what he wants his legacy to be, he didn't say reinventing journalism.
Yeah.
He actually said he just wanted people to travel the U.S. and learn about all of the different subcultures that are there, that hopefully he inspires people to get in a van and travel like he did.
I think that's a big factor too, is that you have a lot of people who only get their information about somebody, and this is what I was saying before about like the internet, right? Is like they only get their information about Canada from CNN or Fox News. Well, that's not the same as going to Canada and being there. And this is what I've said before. Like, remember, like many times people have asked me about like what do I think about X or Y European conflict, and I always say I don't really know. Like, this is what it seems like to me. But I don't live there, I don't speak their language, I'm not in their culture, I don't know anybody that lives there. How the fuck can you really understand what the problems of another country is if you can't even speak the language that they use there? You can't understand the real nuances. Yeah, of course you can it makes sense, right? It's like you've got the massive bad things, right? It's like, you know that like Joseph Kony's child army is bad regardless. But I think that in general, it matters more kind of like how in tune you are with the culture.
Much that people come out the jump like hating different people, but it's hard to break out of unless you travel and talk to people that you might not be used to talking to, as long as you're
spent 10 years
safe and able to do it.
2012.
Obviously, with what I'm
We're gonna
the
get
body
it,
I've
guys.
been given, it's easier for me to talk to people than maybe other people and most people.
And
But
that's
I would
another
just-
thing, is like there is a certain level of survivorship with this, is because for every person who's Andrew, there's plenty of other people who move away from like their mainstream company and or their like holding company or whatever you want to call it, and they kind of fall off because they can't fund it, they can't do what they want to do, and it just doesn't work out. So yeah, you do have a certain level of survivorship bias, but I do say that a lot of people that like anybody who's successful works hard. Not everybody who's successful, not everybody that works hard is successful, but everybody who's successful works hard, pretty much. So it's like, it's not like, oh, it's a guarantee it's going to go well if you work really hard and you have a good idea. Sometimes people don't get lucky. But at the same time, you have to try as hard as you can, because if you don't, that's not it. Cap? No? Lamau, inherited wealth? Oh, I'm talking about like on the internet, right? Yeah, of course, right? Somebody inherits $1 billion, right? If your dad's Sam Walton, I think that you've got a pretty big advantage in life. Absolutely. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like making content online, etc. If people, I think a lot of people want to say that it's luck or something like that. And I think that obviously like there are things that are lucky. For example, like somebody can be you know, like more attractive, which can help them, or they can be better with speaking, which can help them, and you know that has to do with socioeconomic factors. Like, yeah, sure, like you have things like that. That's with anything. But at the same time, you also have a lot of actual work and hard work, and I think that was the emphasis that I was putting on earlier with like him having that magazine and everything. Is that like this guy was grinding before it was paying out a paycheck. It wasn't like doing anything like that. He was grinding at the very beginning. And people don't see that.
I appreciate your careful language.
Which is true.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not telling everyone, yo, plunge into the heart of Alabama. I'm just saying,
yeah.
Even if you are very politically minded, get to know your enemies. And just travel the country before you go internationally.
What the fuck?
That's amazing.
All right, so that's the story of Andrew Callahan and why we think he's such a profound creator here on YouTube.
Make sure to check out Mighty Networks. The link is in the description. Community is one of the most important things that a creator can have. We want to be building this show with you, so drop someone in the comments.
Welcome. Give me 1 second. Let me go back and watch this.
Welcome.
Jesus Christ. Train, come on. Give me a second. I'll just open it up again. It's not that big of a deal. Oh my god, I'm messing my thing up. Okay, where's it here? There it is. So yeah, this video was really good. I actually was impressed by this. I thought it was really well put together, and generally, I agree with pretty much everything they said in the video. I've never watched their stuff before, Colin and Samir. But honestly, if they have like more videos like this about different content creators and like more of an analysis of them, especially like their background, I think that's really useful. So yeah, I mean, if you guys want to watch the video and follow their channel, there you guys go. I think it's great. I think it's really, really good. But yeah, I do think that luck obviously plays a factor, and this is like a very common conversation people make. Luck is where hard work meets opportunity. Yeah, I think so. And like the more that you take risks, and the more that you try to work hard and do something, the better your chances of getting lucky. Obviously, there are some people that just simply don't do well, and there's a lot of reasons, and like there's obviously the odds are stacked up against you, pretty much no matter who you are in one way or another. But they have to, like, you have to at least try to do something. And I think that the idea that like, oh, well, because some people get lucky, or you know, you feel like, oh, this person had an unfair advantage, it doesn't really mean that like it's the right thing for you to do, not even try. You know, like work harder also means work smarter too. I think that's another big factor. Is there's a lot of people out there that try really, really hard to they try really, really hard to do something, but they don't actually know how to go about it in the smartest way. It's like you have some people that like they stream 14 hours a day and they have 3 viewers. It's like, well, maybe you should do something different because this clearly isn't working. It's almost like if you're trying to like hammer in a piece of wood, if you use your head instead of a hammer to hammer in the nail, does that make you smarter because it worked, because you worked harder? No, it doesn't. Probably the opposite. So I don't think that working harder is always a good thing. It's always about outcome and the effect that you have. So it doesn't matter if you work really hard or you don't work hard. It doesn't make a difference. As long as you are generating an outcome that's positive, that's what matters. It doesn't matter if you spend an hour to do that or, 10 hours to do that. Setting expectations, yeah. Make sure ready for opportunity, get lucky. Is McConnell around?
No.
Where the fuck is McConnell? Yeah, are we gonna do this thing or are we gonna watch another video? Here, where the hell's McConnell? I'm gonna message him right now. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second.
Where the fuck is Mario Judah?
Who the fuck is Mario Judah?
Ooh, you don't want to say that, big guy.
What am I missing out on?
Treba mi da skujem jednu tušku, zaspeću u pičku.
Slažem se.
Domaću. Nema šta.
Nenad Turčin.
Ti si znači Turčin. Ti si Turčin, znači za tebe tu ni domaćino tuska. O, Turčine!
Evo sad ne, da mi misli da je Crnogorac, a on...
A on Turčin, be!
Ono brezan.
Nije to tuska kafa ti je totalno drugačija.
To je crna kafa, magarče. Ništa ne znaš. Ništa ti ne znaš. Odo se. Odo se. Nenade, odo se, pao je na test.
I thought this was such a stupid thing that Twitch did. To delete all of your content. Like, that's nuts! And, like, nobody talked about this at all. Game Theorist made a video about Twitch streamers, maybe worth checking. This one here, Dear Twitch, grow up. It's bad. Please don't. The video's full of holes. It's so bad, you'll read it? Okay, we're definitely gonna watch it. If people are that angry about it, yeah, we are 100% going to watch it. It's got 3 million views. And I haven't had a chance to watch it. So let's go over and we're gonna see it, okay guys? Here we go.
She got banned? No chance. She was streaming Avatar for like 10 hours. Oh my god, she actually got banned. What?
Ubili su druge strane.
She's watching some anime. Oh, they got her, bruh.
Penje se po krovu, po krovu.
That's crazy.
Toast got banned? I just heard Raid Toast got banned. Toast banned? No.
Not them, me. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's not going to be asking you for bits or donos, but would love a tap of that subscribe. Hey, Hot Butter Toast Man, thanks for the infinite month sub.
Wait, yo, what the fuck? Why am I getting tagged in this? Look at this. What the hell are they talking about me for?
Hey, Hot Butter Toast Man, thanks for the infinite month sub.
He used my chat?
Speaking of going live, I'm actually going to be hosting a massive live stream.
I find it's kind of like, I don't know. I find it's kind of in bad taste to use my chat on the day that Reckful died. Like, I mean, that's... You could use any chat. I mean, like, why do that? Why do that? It's a bit much, man.
Next week to celebrate the launch of our final security breach theory. So mark your calendars for February 19th, shortly after that theory goes live. And it's not just going to be me either. I'm going to be joined by various members of Team Theorist, other YouTubers, and of course, all of you with some live theory crafting. Discussing our general thoughts on the franchise and its latest release. So even though I just made a joke about hitting that subscribe button, you really should do it. And don't forget to hit that little bell too so you're notified when that final theory drops and when we're going live. Costs a whole lot less than a Twitch sub, and with that shameless self-promotion out of the way, it's time to get back to the video. You know what's ironic? YouTube has become what it is today because of its emphasis on watch time. By watching my videos for a long time, you help this channel. If you watch another video of mine immediately following, you help it even more. If you make a 15-minute long video and then you watch it for longer than my 12-minute long videos, that 15-minute one is likely to do better in the algorithm. In very, very
generally that's true, right? And like I don't do a lot of research on like the YouTube algorithms right now. I'm not 100% sure every single time, but I think that is basically the case. My YouTube channel, by the way, has been doing quite well. We've been getting closer to that 2 million views a day mark. So we'll see if that happens.
Minutes matter, which is why videos here on YouTube have gotten steadily longer over the past decade.
Yeah,
platform built on 2-minute long Smosh skits got transformed into one full of 2-hour-long video essays on NFTs. But then TikTok.
I want to say, guys, there's a lot of people saying skip and cringe. We're not skipping it. I'm gonna watch the video. The video is very bad, though. Well, then we'll talk about them. Think about it like this. Let's say the video is really bad. Let's say the video has all the things that people have said in chat. It's inaccurate, it gives wrong information, it misrepresents things, etc. Wouldn't you want me to watch it to talk about those things? Because this video has like almost 3 million views.
Rolled into town like a total Chad saying, hey, short videos over here. And suddenly YouTube is
TikTok's
all like,
super popular.
We're Chads too. We're totally down with
That's
short
why they
videos,
did the shorts,
even when they conflict with our watch time based algorithm and we ultimately have to build an entirely separate viewing and promotional experience to make them get any sort of visibility. Mind-blowing revelation for everyone. People like short videos. Go figure. The world has come full circle. Who knows, maybe my ability to count all the way to 55 will become relevant again.
All the way to 55.
So while the rest of the internet quickly regresses back to 6-second vines, Twitch is over here as the king of long-form video. Not just an hour or two long. We're talking 6, 10, 14-hour live.
That's really funny that he would. Here's the first inaccuracy for this video is that I actually streamed for 14 hours. Yeah, no shot, bro. No fucking shot. Yeah, I should have put XQC there.
Here on YouTube, that is actively what Twitch wants. It is what the platform demands.
Yeah, imagine like the 6-hour Andy.
When platforms like Twitch are contracting streamers, they're committing them not to a certain number of videos or views, but rather to hundreds of hours of committed streamed content every year. True story. I've had talks with Twitch multiple times over the years because I really like streaming, but the huge number of hours that I would have to commit to just pure streaming meant that I wouldn't have time for literally anything else in my life.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was really reluctant to even like go after like a Twitch partnership, like a custom contract, is that they want you to stream a certain amount of hours per month, and I don't really want to do that. I value my autonomy very high, and yeah, I think it's a good thing, you know, because I can stream when I want. Obviously, I forego a lot of money, but at the end of the day, who gives a shit? If you don't own your own time, then like what does anything else matter? You know what I mean? And like I get that dedicate work to works playing video games. Well, like the thing is that it's not really work playing video games. Like Twitch streaming is much more entertainment than it is video games. Like if I just sat here and played video games all day, I think that would be boring for you guys. Like, I think the reason why Twitch is entertaining and the reason why people like watching Twitch is because it does more than just play video games. It transcends playing video games. It's not just a Let's Play on YouTube for 8 hours. That's why Let's Plays have gone away and Twitch streaming has grown. It's because Twitch streaming is fundamentally more than a Let's Play. You see kind of what I'm saying? Like, the two things cannot, like, those two trends cannot exist if, in my opinion, I think Twitch streaming is just playing video games. Gameplay is boring. Gameplay can be really fun. I think that gameplay is some of my best content a lot of times, especially recently with Lost Ark. I think we've had a lot of really fun times on Lost Ark, but I also think that some of my other best content is just making videos and talking about them, right? Talking about videos and just like different discussion stuff. I like that kind of stuff a lot, man.
Operating these channels. In short, the grind is real, and streamers,
you have to stream a long time,
them, are forced to figure out creative ways to fill huge gaps of time. That's why over the years we've seen the rise of metas over on Twitch. Content trends on the platform that many creators follow in order to get viewers.
I feel like all platforms have metas. Like YouTube has metas too. There always is going to be a meta. Like there's metas with different games. There's metas with different types of like content structuring. It's the same thing. Like in a way, it's odd that
he would use this as an example, because at the beginning of his video, he actually talked about how the algorithm pushed the meta on YouTube with longer videos, and now he's saying that there's metas on Twitch as well, because they need to fill longer time slots. This is the same type of thing. They're just two different types of metas conforming to two different types of algorithm, right? One algorithm is created by the viewers, and the other algorithm is created by the website. But they're fundamentally the same thing of people like curating their content in a way to attract the most viewers or to be the most successful that it can be.
Watching up while also filling up the massive amounts of airtime that they're locked into.
I also think that there's a lot of people that, like, for example, like use this example of like, the gambling meta. Besides, like Rosh, Train, Ace Von Dice, fucking, like, what's Rosh's other friend's name? Fuck. I don't know, but like there's like another one, right? Like Aiden Rosh. Oh, Aiden does gambling streams too. You're right. Deuces. Yeah. That's basically it. Like, there isn't really a huge gambling meta. It's just a half a dozen guys gambling on stream because they're getting sponsored. That's about it. Like, it's not like this huge meta that everybody's doing on Twitch. It's just a handful of people. Like, one thing on Twitch that happens is that there's like a disproportionate amount of attention that's given to things that are considered controversial or are discussion worthy. So, like, for example, the disproportionate amount of attention that's given to hot tub streams. Like, hot tub streams made up less than 1% of Twitch traffic. But you would think, based off of the conversations about Twitch, that it was like half the website. But the fact is that that doesn't really represent Twitch at all. If you actually look at, like, a lot of these things, like, people are like, oh, well, cam girls are on Twitch and it's just about cam girls, etc. If you look down here, there's really not that much of that at all. There's like Amarath at our hot tub, and that's about it. Like, all these other guys, these are just fucking guys just talking to the camera and playing video games. But, like, what people do is they zoom in and they say, look at this. Look at this right here. This is ruining Twitch. It's not even on the... It's not even... this is like a speck on Twitch. This is nothing. It's just such this tiny little 1%. And people blow it out of proportion. It's the same thing with a lot of metas too, right? ASMR. Well, ASMR, let's look at ASMR. I think that's another great example. ASMR is down here with 12,000 viewers. It is below Overwatch. It is below Dark Souls 3. It's below World of Tanks. It's below music. It's below PUBG. ASMR, like, for a let's go, we'll zoom in. This is what, actually I'm not gonna do it, but like a person that's on a 1080p monitor will not even see this whenever they open up the screen. And yes, obviously the ASMR section is a 100%, it's a dick sucking simulator. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, and that's what it is. That's why every single person that's doing ASMR is an attractive female wearing not that much clothes, right? Almost every single one. It's a dick-sucking simulator. It is 100% sexual, and it's being portrayed as something that it's not. I don't, but like what I'm saying is that that's what it is. That's what it is. And I'm not an asshole for that. I don't even care. I'm just saying it is what it is. Look how many other categories are above it by miles. It has 12,000 viewers. Lost Ark has 160,000 viewers. Just Chatting has 500,000 viewers. It's tiny. This is like, it's so minuscule and insignificant. And people on Twitch and people based off of Twitch, and why is that? Why are people talking about it? The reason why is because it's not interesting to talk about the fact that this guy is playing League of Legends with, it seems like, no camera on, but he's probably really good at the game. Yep. Like, these guys are just playing League of Legends. It's just not as interesting to watch somebody play League of Legends. Just Chatting used to be worse? No, it wasn't. It just used to have these girls and Just Chatting. It was the same proportion. They were just in a different section. So I feel like the metas and everything like that are very overblown. Yeah, they're very, very overblown.
There have been things like the gambling meta, which has taken a lot of forms from long stretches of opening boxes to more explicitly just playing online slots or roulette. There was famously the hot tub meta, where streamers talked or played games in hot tubs as part of a brilliant loophole around Twitch's glitching requirements. And it went on to spawn its own entire category of content. Yoga Twister, ASMR, mukbang, even massive games like Among Us, Fall Guys, Fortnite, Overwatch.
I feel like eating food on stream isn't really that popular. I mean, that like fat guy, that guy's on YouTube. But like, yeah.
H1Z1, basically all of them fall in the category of meta. Also, having said the word so many times already, can I just say how much I hate the word meta now because of Facebook? You had to go and ruin another thing, Facebook.
And I'm really sorry that this happened.
Anyway,
yeah, alright, well, you know what? At least I can agree with them on one thing in the video. I fucking agree with that. Definitely.
Instant search for the latest trends can be done for hours at a time. Is it a surprise that one of the hottest things from 2021 to top of 2022 has been reacting to TV shows? It's easier to produce, you don't have to play anything or rely on audience participation. You can just sit there, you can watch a show that you enjoy, and you can really focus in on your witty banter. Or not. Anyway,
I think you can always pause. Like, for example, like you can pause a video of me, right? Like, I mean, the odds are that whenever this video gets uploaded to YouTube, if it gets uploaded to YouTube, the video will probably be over 30 minutes long. And you can find a 10-second clip of me not saying anything in that video. I think Hassan is the one that, like, Hassan is as bad as I am. He's as bad as I am. Like, he pauses and he'll talk about something for 20 minutes and it'll be a 3-minute video. Like, yes, obviously, there are going to be times that, yes, he doesn't really react a whole lot. I think that's the same with fucking anybody, right? And I will say with the TV meta, you know, I didn't really watch a lot of TV shows. I never really did that. I thought it was risky. I thought it was a mistake. And I thought that, like, you know, it's like, especially now since, like, we like, I own an org and everything. Like, I kind of worry about doing that because I don't want to put myself or put other people in a bad position. So, like, that's why I don't do it. The reason why, do you want to know the real reason why people watch the TV shows? It's not because it's easy content. It's because it gave them a lot of viewers. That's why. That's the big reason. Is because if you watched people's viewership numbers whenever they were watching MasterChef, those numbers would go up. They would 100% go up. And I can promise you millions of dollars that if the viewer count numbers went down and people stopped watching, nobody would watch TV on stream. And that's why the meta fucking died, because people got tired of watching it over and over and over, the viewership boost wasn't there anymore, and the meta fucking died. Because all of the DMCAs turned out to be bullshit. The Toast one was just a fucking elaborate ruse, which, to be honest, is pretty fucking good. And I think a few of the other ones were just, they were, what do you call it? They were false alarms, basically. That's why it went away, is because people weren't watching it anymore, so people stopped making the content. Ludwig debunked that? I'd be curious to hear what he had to say, because I think I'm completely right. Well, I think Ludwig's a really smart guy too, so that's why I'm curious, because I respect his opinion.
You might expect the TV meta was not long for this world, for as quickly as it arrived on the platform and as popular as it was killed off by
Ludwig talked to Toast about it? Bro, Toast is real? Lily didn't report Toast? Wait, what? I thought Toast said that he had Lily DMCA him so he could pretend like he got in trouble to advertise new merch. Yeah, I thought that's what it was, but she didn't. Ludwig asked Toast. Toast wanted to fake it, but was too hard to time. Toast ban was 2 days. He pretended it was a 30-day. I'm really confused. Like, let's just move past this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go through like a he said, she said thing. Let's just assume it didn't fucking happen. Right? Like, yeah, I don't know, because people are telling me I'm wrong. Other people are telling me, yeah, that's what happened. I don't really care.
Downs and DMCA notices. In January, Pokemon got a 48-hour ban after streaming episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh my god, she actually got banned. What?
Less than a week later, Disguised Toast got a 1-month ban for streaming Death Note.
Toast ban? No. They're coming for us!
And it wasn't just animated shows either. That same week, Hassan got a copyright takedown for streaming clips of MasterChef.
The MasterChef meta is over.
Needless to say, no one was feeling very PogChamp that week. So today, as the dad of digital video,
it was fake. Yeah, that's the thing, is like they were fake and they're all wrong. That's what I'm saying, right? And so like the reason why I think the meta died, because like it wouldn't make sense, oh, the meta dies now because something that got proven to be fake happened. You see kind of what I'm saying?
Over. Come on, sit down. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. And not in your streamers, in you, Twitch. They're just doing what you taught them to do. But you, Twitch, you know better. You're not a kid anymore, kiddo. And with that comes some serious responsibilities. Responsibilities to your creators. Responsibilities to your viewers.
He's wrong about this. I'll explain why in a minute.
Multinational global conglomerates that fill your pockets. As a company that is run by literally the richest man in the world, Twitch, you have no excuse to be this irresponsible. Grow up.
Yes, they do. And I'll explain why. The reason why they have the excuse is because if they do not take action on anybody breaking copyright without receiving a copyright notice at the beginning, that leaves plausible deniability that Twitch was not picking and choosing who they would apply copyright to or copyright notices to, so they would still be protected under the safe harbor laws of DMCA. That's why they weren't doing it. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, where basically if they ban people for it without receiving a copyright notice, then that means that they're legally liable because they've shown that they are proactively trying to remove and deal with copyright issues on their own. So if there are copyright issues that exist on the website, they are more liable for those because they have shown in the past that they have a system for dealing with the copyright violations before they receive takedown notices. You see what I'm saying? So basically, they're doing this to actually, they're not doing anything to avoid having a liability for whenever the DMCAs actually do come. And also, Twitch streamers, it's like Twitch is in a really bad spot, right? Because they have to say like, hey, fucking don't do this. Don't stream TV shows in their entirety for 5 hours. We're gonna get in trouble. But if they do that, then Twitch could get in trouble. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. That's the real reason why it happened. It didn't happen because of some, it didn't happen because of some like, oh, Twitch doesn't care. It's the opposite, it's that Twitch does care.
Or you are going to be so grounded, mister. Copyright infringement is obviously a big deal over here on YouTube. You risk demonetization or a copyright strike that could threaten the standing of your channel if you so much as walk into a mall that has copyrighted songs playing in the background. It is
I hope he's not going to use an argument as if because YouTube has a draconian system that is oppressive and outdated and bad, that Twitch should also have an oppressive and outdated and bad system. Because I don't really agree with the way that American copyright exists fundamentally. So whenever I see that like, oh, well, YouTube has a bad system, it's like a weird way to look at it is it's almost like that farming the mount, right? Farming the mount in WoW. It's that, oh, well, this mount has a 0.03% drop rate, and we don't want to increase the drop rate because everybody has to farm it the same as I did. Well, no, that's not good for everybody else. Like, I don't like the... That's why I always let people upload my content. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care unless it's actively hurting my content and it's actively, like, damaging what I'm doing. Like, there have been people that have made close to $1 million, probably, just uploading my work. Who gives a fuck? I just fundamentally disagree with the way that American culture views intellectual property. I fundamentally disagree with it.
Literally one of the biggest reasons why music theory will never be the fourth theorist channel. As much as I, and I'm sure many of you would like it to be.
Yeah, Anthony Fantano had a problem with this too, actually. Like, because he used to play, remember, like, he used to play clips of music, and then he actually had to completely stop doing even that because he kept getting takedowns. Which is, that's fucked. Like, it's fucked because, again, you can't use, fair use is not a proactive defense against a lawsuit. Fair use is a defense in a court of law to say that you are not guilty of a lawsuit. So you can't say, oh, it's fair use, you can't do this, because you have to prove fair use in court.
certain types of content that are too dangerous to touch here on the platform.
Stupid.
There are these massive archives of practically every video and audio track that has ever existed, scanning in real time your videos to ensure that you're not ripping off someone else's stuff unfairly each time you hit upload.
The way it works, do you guys have like one of those apps on your phone where like if you're listening to a song and like you're like, oh man, what the fuck is this song? And like you click on, like I have a one that's called Soundhound, and like so I click on, like what was the last one I did? Let's see, Colorado by Milky Chance, Fleabag by Youngblood, let's see, I Can't Drive 55 by Sammy Hagar, Better Days, Rage by Dirty Heads, right? And so I went through, and like anytime I hear a song that I really fucking like, I use this app and it tells me what the fuck the song is, and then I take the music and I put it on my Spotify, and these are all my new songs on Spotify. And I have this, I used to play this on stream, I can't do that anymore, but I have a playlist of, let's see, how many songs? Over 1,400 songs. And so yeah, it works the exact same way. It's just an algorithm that puts your content up against basically 100 of these apps.
Time you press go live. Most of the time, I know that I've done something wrong before the video even gets published, because the system now scans it in advance. Whereas these Twitch streams, they were showcasing entire seasons of shows, uncut, unedited, and honestly unreacted to. Every 20-minute episode available for people to watch for free for months before it ever became an issue. Nothing shows the difference between the platforms more clearly than the I love all the stuff that he produces. This one video alone about how he got views to a secret channel is a massive lesson how digital platforms.
Ovo je nemoguće da zna, jesi vidio kako me...
Pogotovo ne ovaj skin, pogotovo ne ovaj skin.
Nije ni hteo ni da izađe, nego... I onda posle toga skočio, ne seri, brete, ovo smeće neću da gubim, brete, vreme, bre, da igram igrice. Ti si novi izraz.
But it has been 30 days.
Čiterčina raspala, jebem ti, sve da ti jebem i poreklo.
Neke stvari ne možda predvidiš u ovoj igri.
Debre, nisam napravio buku Snake, dođe čovjek, neće da izađe, nego onako namerno me vrate kao naš cima.
My understanding is that it didn't actually ban him, it just automatically took down the stream, and then he could just go live right after that again. So like, because the automated system took down the stream, like ban does not really, like the thing is on Twitch and like just online, banned, suspended, and taken down are all used interchangeably, even though they're not the same thing. They're three completely different words that mean three completely different things.
Anything offensive, mind you, but because of copyright stuff. He was reacting to top YouTube videos when Pink Fong brought the Baby Shark ban hammer down on him.
Apparently, the MCA is going to be a little bit more of a concern than I had originally imagined.
It's worth noting that the other two bans were just kind of playing into the whole thing and memeing it up, but anyway, I think he sums it up best here.
It is kind of crazy that in the first 4 days, I got banned in the first 4 years on Twitch. I never got banned, but Growing Pains, baby.
The platforms are very different in how they deal with copyrighted works.
Yes, they are.
Well, the issue really comes down to Twitch's copyright enforcement, or lack thereof. I don't think anyone was truly surprised by the takedowns that happened.
Got banned.
U životu ne bi neko gubio da mi napravi nešto da mi naškodi, ali ako je neko cheater, lagano bi ga prihvatio.
Hassan were getting copyright takedowns. There were others like XQC and Moist Critical who were still doing the same thing with no repercussion. It wasn't a simple case of break the rules, get clapped. Rather, as XQC put it,
Seksualni manijak.
I think that they only enforce it whenever they receive a takedown notice. So it actually doesn't really have much to do. It doesn't have much to do with if it's likely to blow up or not. Like XQC is right in a way, because if it's more likely to blow up, it's more likely to get more attention, and if it's more likely to get more attention, it's more likely to get a copyright notice, right? So like it's an ABCD thing, right? Like a chain of events, a domino effect. But I think that they only do it whenever they receive the takedown notices. So the reason why he didn't get suspended, the reason why Charlie didn't get suspended, is fucking simple. It's because they didn't get a notice, and Pokimane and whoever else did. It's that simple. I think that Twitch generally, I don't think Twitch is as inconsistent as people make it out to be, but yes, there are instances where Twitch, there are clear instances of people breaking the rules, and Twitch doesn't do anything about it.
Force DMCA out there. It's like boxing or UFC. It's in the takedown because they will take action in real time. When it comes to other, it's the Wild West. Nobody knows what's gonna stick, what's not gonna stick.
And this is a guy who probably knows a thing or two about what will and won't get you a copyright notice, considering that last year he got in hot water for reacting to the Olympics. But he does.
I remember that shit, dude. Oh my god. Like that's the kind of stuff that I think is stupid, right? It is like I can understand like sending somebody a copyright notice. Like, okay, you send somebody a copyright notice for watching a whole TV show. Got it, right? Makes sense. But like watching a clip of the Olympics, I mean, fuck that, man. That's bullshit. That's such fucking bullshit, man. Like, and like, again, I'm fine with people that, you know, want to protect their copyright to an extent, but there has to be some common sense involved with this as well.
Raise an interesting point. YouTube is like an archive of the internet. The videos uploaded by your favorite creators live next to grainy 240p Simpsons clips uploaded back in 2007.
That's about right.
That means that there's an unlimited amount of time for copyright holders to discover copyrighted material and issue takedowns.
Yeah.
Conversely, VODs on Twitch only live for 30 days max, and a lot of times the streamers won't even keep the VODs around at all. That means that
there are a lot of streamers who do not keep VODs around for times that they do something bad. Like, it's like how, like it's the meme, right? Of, oh, well, you did something bad, we'll just delete the VOD, you're fine. Like, this is a very, very common thing. Twitch, same thing we talked about the hot tub meta. Twitch is tiny, barely worth mentioning in comparison to YouTube. Yeah, well, the reason why, and like, so the big point of difference of like why Twitch has these rules and why YouTube has their rules is because the YouTube system is automated. Twitch doesn't have an automated system, YouTube does. That's why you get hit for copyright way more often on YouTube, is because it happens proactively, and on Twitch, it happens reactively.
Most of the time when streamers do get caught, it usually has to be high-profile incidents where the streamers are caught red-handed, smacked down in the middle of a stream. But to catch and report these incidents requires a lot more effort on the part of the copyright holder, as they're probably not going to be randomly tuning into an 8-hour XQC stream at 3 in the morning on the off chance that he's reacting to some Hunter x Hunter. When it does happen, it's usually for live pay-per-view events like boxing and MMA matches, where the fight
and also, like, so Twitch has, like, remember, like, I talked about this, it was on my second stream. Do you remember how I talked about how there's a YouTube channel that got its stream taken down because of the fact that it didn't have a lot of subscribers, but it had a lot of viewers? Twitch has a algorithm that detects whenever a new stream reaches a certain threshold of viewers, and whenever that threshold of viewers is reached, it basically triggers a check in the system if the stream is legitimate or not, if it's being view-botted or not. That's why you see these videos, these streams go up on Twitch, and it's like Elon Musk is there talking to you about he's talking to you about crypto, and he's got the best deal of your life, man. If you give Elon 1 Bitcoin right now, he is going to give you 2 Bitcoins, like immediately. Like, he will immediately give you 2 Bitcoins. That's it. So yeah, I mean, that's it. So it's to stop view botting, and it's also to stop, like, for example, how many of you guys have watched a pay-per-view event on Twitch? Like, let's say it's like the Logan Paul fight or something like that. How many of you guys have watched a pay-per-view event on Twitch? Right? It's soccer. I remember soccer used to be huge on Twitch. So like what Twitch does now is that they are actively monitoring the live feeds whenever one of these events happens, or they have somebody who's actively monitoring live feeds that works for that copyright agency, and then those people send the copyrights, and then Twitch deals with it automatically. And YouTube has the same thing, because there's another instance that actually like shows how this works. So do you remember back whenever that guy got banned on, he got a DMCA takedown by Amazon Game Studios because Amazon thought he was advertising gold for New World in his video, but it was actually the ad itself that was placed on the screen. Like some boomer person like thought that, like the Amazon department. So the reason why Amazon was able to do that is that a lot of these big companies have effectively a backdoor built into the website for them, so they can issue copyrights immediately and take down content immediately without Twitch actually making a decision. So whenever Amazon did that, Amazon took the content down themselves. It didn't go through a checks and balances system like YouTube on YouTube like it would normally have. It went through just Amazon, or it went through just Disney. I think Disney is a great example of this too. And basically, they don't have the same type of approach to sending a DMCA notice as you or I would if somebody was uploading something that we made in a copyright or in an illegal way. It's amazing what money can do. That's right. And again, like I am explaining this. I'm not saying that this is good or bad. I am just explaining how these things happen.
Organizers want to make really sure that the only way you're seeing Floyd Mayweather and Logan Paul dancing around each other for a rigged fight is to pay $49.99 to insert streaming service here. And the truth is, the idea of deleting your VODs on Twitch isn't just something someone figured out one day to help with copyright strikes. It is something that Twitch has explicitly encouraged in their communications with streamers.
I thought this was such a stupid thing that Twitch did. Twitch literally made a press release telling people how to destroy evidence for a crime. You understand that, right? That to delete all of your content, like, that's nuts. And like, nobody talked about this at all. What crime? Copyright infringement? Like, that's a crime here in America? Like, again, I don't like the copyright system, but it is based. Yeah, that's why we love it. Yeah, fuck it, dude. I just thought it was just crazy that happened, man. That's nuts.
Streamers in the past. Back in May of 2021, Twitch sent an email out to creators warning streamers about using copyrighted music and responded to, quote, a batch of DMCA takedown notifications with about 1,000 individual claims from music publishers. All of the claims are for VODs. Based on the number of claims, we believe these rights holders used automated tools to scan and identify copyrighted music and creators. I don't know about you, but read between the lines, it seems a lot like Twitch is telling streamers not to get caught. Don't save your VODs. And you know what? You don't even have to read between the lines, because later in the same letter they outright say, quote, if you know you have unauthorized music or other copyrighted material in your past VODs or clips, we strongly...
I want to say that I know on pretty good authority that Twitch, if you delete your VOD, Twitch doesn't go to their mainframe and they're like, oh man, she had a nip slip but she deleted the VOD, we can't see it anymore. Fuck, now we can't ban her. They have all of it saved. There's a backup. Yeah, Devin Nash did a video about this, how VODs are still available. Of course Devin did. Like, Devin knows this stuff better than I do.
Recommend that you permanently delete anything that contains that material. And it seems like most streamers got the message loud and clear. And that's just irresponsible, Twitch. You're being a bad influence and setting your creators up for trouble. That whole delete stuff because other people have automated tools and are hunting us down mentality. Yeah, you're too big, you're too old, and you have too many creators depending on you for their livelihoods to play so fast and loose with the rules at this point. YouTube has not only managed to make a system that works for archived videos, but also for their live content. The systems just automatically scan live streams for copyrighted content and takes them down when necessary. Just ask Ludwig. And guess what? That's not me just being a shill for YouTube. TikTok is working on their version. Heck, even Facebook has a version of live copyright monitoring, and they're the absolute worst. Twitch, on the other hand, is just not interested in doing that. According to a January report by the Washington Post, quote, Twitch
it's a lot harder to do that. I think that's the big reason, is that it's a lot harder. And like, the difference between like TikTok and, I think you can go live on TikTok, but what I'm assuming is that, like, it's way different to parse out a video than parse out a live stream. So yeah, YouTube live streaming, yeah, it's like YouTube does it live. They also do it live, you're right. I don't really know if Twitch will ever do something like this or not. I have no idea. Like, for me, here's the truth. Like, yes, it would suck. Like, maybe I wouldn't be able to play certain songs at the beginning of my stream or something like that, sure. But for me, it wouldn't really change a whole lot. Like, I don't really give a fuck that much. It doesn't really affect me a whole lot. I don't watch a lot of TV shows. I just watch, like, different YouTube videos, and that's pretty much about fucking it. And on top of that, a lot of people that watch their videos, they like whenever I watch their videos, and I try to make, this is a goal of mine, right? I try to make my content transformative, and I try to, you know, like, really give give a fair shake to what they're doing. Copyright claimers will eventually force Twitch's hand for sure. Unfortunately so. As I've said, I don't like the American copyright system at all. I find it oppressive.
Yet to create its own automated system for live content ID, and it does not appear to be in the process of doing so. That is crazy! Twitch, you've been doing live streaming for longer than anyone. If anyone should have been on the front lines setting the industry standard, it should have been you. Because guess what? Not only does it put your creators in the line of fire, but it's shooting yourself in the foot. By not self-policing, by not setting the tone for how copyright is handled on your platform, you are
again, like the reason why they don't self-police is to create plausible deniability to remain under safe harbor laws in DMCA. Like, that's the reason. The only reason that YouTube doesn't do that is because they reached like a 3-year agreement with a bunch of different companies, and it took 3 years to get there. And now other companies or other places like Facebook, etc., like Facebook has a very complex system too. I don't really go on Facebook anymore because every single time I go on Facebook, I see a middle-aged mom posting Minion memes, and then I realize I went to high school with her, and I have to go lay down.
The power to third parties, people who are going to be much less lenient, much less forgiving.
It's not fun.
The dam does break in situations
tell you guys,
like this
it's not fun.
Give your platform and your creators a big black eye. You've been able to get by so far because you've been under the radar, but now that low-profile persona is fading away, and this is going to start happening more and more. And also, don't you like money, Twitch? I know your big boss man, Jeffy Bezos, does, and probably give you a pat on the head if you earned it more. Maybe paint one of his rockets Twitch purple or something. Growing up as a platform and building these sorts of copyright tools would likely make advertisers, brands, and media companies, all of them, more comfortable with your platform and the content on it. Meaning,
I do not care. I don't think that has anything to do with advertisers. Like yes, to a certain degree, advertisers would be more okay with it, but the fact is that copyright infringements, in my opinion, are not even in the top 10 for why advertisers would be reluctant to advertise on Twitch. And you want to know a huge reason why advertisers would not want to advertise on Twitch? It's because Twitch has a very, very rudimentary system. Google AdSense. There is a reason why people think Google is going to take over the world. It's because the Google AdSense and the Google Analytics and the Google search engine is the most advanced and most well-designed search engine and analytics machine in the entire world, and nothing else is even remotely fucking close. That's how you can talk about things. You can look at something on another website, and then the next thing you know, you'll see a video on it or an ad about it or something even tangential to that on a YouTube video a week later. It's because YouTube and Google really has such a lock on advertising and AdSense. And the reason for that is because they have such a good job at making sure that they create ads that target people that want to watch those kinds of ads, they have a higher success rate in converting viewers of ads into buyers of products. But on Twitch, we don't have that. Everybody gets the ad. I can't go to Yemen. I'm an analyst. Everybody gets the ad. Tell them Cactus Jack sent you. To hell, apparently, nowadays. And listen, what I'm saying is that the fact is that YouTube has a much better way to direct viewers and direct people directly to the ads that those people are most likely to engage with. Twitch does not have an AdSense program that is that good. So whenever Nike spends $500,000 on advertising on Twitch, they probably have a lower conversion rate of that $500,000 than they would on YouTube. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, like, that's a big reason. Also, like, there's sexual content, gambling content, what do you call it? And also, I think like a lot of streamers do get really good deals. Like, I don't even know if this is entirely true. Like Fuseli is sponsored by Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper's a huge brand. Like, we're sponsored by Mountain Dew, which is owned by PepsiCo, right? Mountain Dew Game Fuel. And like, there's tons of people on Twitch that are sponsored by blue chip brands all the time. So this isn't necessarily true, and it's also not true entirely with the ads that Twitch delivers, because Twitch does have a blue chip ads on their platform. So yeah, I think that like YouTube is better at it, but the reason why YouTube is better at it, copyrights are not even in the top 10, in my opinion.
ultimately more money for you and your creators. Just consider the meta that we're talking about today, where Twitch
Shizzle,
streamers are watching
$5
TV shows.
Thanks.
Twitch has proven in the past that non-stop streams of TV shows could work. Back in 2017 when they did a 2-week live stream marathon of Yu-Gi-Oh! On the official Twitch Presents channel to an audience of tens of thousands of concurrent viewers that were monetized by frequent ad breaks. Give you that real, authentic TV experience. Internet and the TV truly have become one and the same. That may have been a one-time event, but then what about the official Bob Ross channel? That one's going strong.
I think this is a very bad comparison because both of these examples, Twitch owns the rights to do this. So, like, whenever Twitch runs something like this, it's not like Twitch just decided that, hey, we're gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh! Today on the official channel. No, Twitch owns, or Twitch had an agreement with the people that own the copyright of Yu-Gi-Oh! To do this. It's the same thing with, I'm trying to explain this to people putting the cool story Bob thing, and I think, I just feel like they're being condescending to me. They're like, okay, yeah, wrap it up, Baldy. Yeah, we know what you're gonna say. Yeah, okay, Baldy, wrap it up. Come on. Yeah, look, what I mean is, like, well, Twitch is able to do this legally, so it's different.
Doing 24 and 48-hour streams of the joy of painting, with each stream reaching over 100,000 views. And yeah, you can purchase a channel subscription to Twitch user Bob Ross. Examples like these show that the Twitch TV meta doesn't have to be a legal liability if Twitch is willing to turn it into a legitimate commercial opportunity.
That's true.
Right now,
That's
there's
actually
a
good
around Whisper network of what shows you can get away with streaming on Twitch without getting But instead
Yeah,
of that,
that's definitely true. Some people, like, there are shows that have a higher risk of getting a copyright strike. It's the same thing with music. Like, if you're playing, I don't know, Dream Theater, or you're playing Corpocani, or you're playing Sabaton, the chances of you getting DMCA'd are a lot fucking lower than if you're playing Rihanna or Drake. Or Metallica, right? But I feel like Metallica probably doesn't really keep up with it. Like, Metallica, that was the thing 20 years ago, right? With Napster and, like, Kazaa and shit. But, like, nowadays, like, obviously, the top 40 type songs, they are much more highly regulated. They're not even really regulated, but monitored. They're much more highly monitored.
property decides to openly give Twitch streamers permission to use their content. Or
they did this. This is a great idea, and they did this with Arcane. Because this is what I said should happen, right? Is like, I would want to have like a sponsorship. Like now, like the Lord of the Rings series, there's just like so much drama around it. I don't think that I would. But like in the future, like let's say we have a new series, like there's a series that I really want to watch. If I could watch that on my stream as a premiere, I would do that. So like this literally happened with Arcane.
Pay them to do it. Say, I don't know, get a popular streamer to do a marathon of the Ghostbusters cartoon to get people excited for when the new Ghostbusters movie hits theaters. Or get popular Twitch streamers to stream their live reactions to the first few episodes of a new season of TV. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, I would love to do that. I think that would be really cool. Like I am one of the premier React Andes on the platform. Like this is like definitely one of my main things. I love it. Why people are shitting on this video? It's pretty good. I think I'll talk about why people are shitting on the video as well at the end of it, and I'll talk a little bit about it and like the inaccuracies and like just in general like the way that people feel about it. I don't think this video is as bad as people made it out to be though. Like I was expecting it to be a lot worse.
If Pluto TV can manage to get streaming access to every random rerun out there in the universe to fill 250 channels of free 24-hour content, then why not use Twitch? And hey, you have Amazon Prime videos and exclusives over there.
Well, they have this, but you can do watch parties. Watch parties suck dick. Because it only is available, you can only participate in the watch party if you have, what do you call it, if you have Amazon Prime. Like, watch parties will never grow, they will never catch on, they will never be popular. And I understand, I think, who was it? Was it Hassan that did the watch party for Borat and he got like a million viewers or something like that? That only really happened because Twitch integrated and embedded his stream in like the Amazon website or something like that. These were not 100,000 legitimate individual people. And that's just the way. It's the same reason why like F Extra Life has like a bunch of viewers. It's basically it's view botting. And Twitch does this. They have like packages that they sell, and they also give it to people on the front page too. So Pecora, I don't know about Pecora. I have no idea. He's very condescending, though. Well, I'll talk about that, right? I will talk about that.
Think about getting streamers to react to those, maybe drive interest in all those random art house films that you're always paying people to make, or, you know, the good shows like Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which is fantastic and deserves more love. We live in an oversaturated media environment where hype is more important than ever for getting people to care about new movies and shows, and so doing stuff like partnering with streamers has huge impacts for viewership and brand awareness. You think it's a coincidence that the Bob Ross painting challenge became such a big trend over here on YouTube after the Bob Ross...
Wasn't he just saying at the beginning of the stream again how there weren't metas on YouTube? As a point of difference between YouTube and Twitch, there are no metas. There are metas on YouTube. There are metas everywhere. There are metas. You know what another meta is? Where's the Doja Cat song? No, he clearly said, wait, what was this here? He said YouTube has metas too. He never said YouTube had no metas. You're right, he did not say that. But what he did is he asserted that because Twitch streams were so long, that people create metas because of Twitch streams being so long, which is an implied point of difference between Twitch and YouTube. This is an implied point of difference. It is not direct. You are right. He did not say that, but he implied that.
Twitch stream revitalized his name in the public consciousness.
I'm right,
So when I say that Twitch needs to grow up as a platform, I don't mean that in a finger-wagging old grandpa Matt Pat here on YouTube knows the best kind of way. I also told YouTube it was time to grow up last year, so it just seems to be the kind of thing that I do now. Dad Pat's final form has truly been unlocked. I know there's always going to be resistance to the idea of becoming more corporate. Everyone wants to be the underdog rebel who doesn't play by the rules. But as we just talked about, there are clearly ways to have fun and make a profit for everyone while still following the rules. Twitch is so close.
I agree with that. I think that it's like not necessarily like ads and corporations are not fundamentally bad. I don't think they're fundamentally bad, but I think that they usually make the viewer experience less authentic. And I think that's what people are really fighting back against, and that's what people are really pushing back against, is not necessarily the idea that the viewers are like we don't want corporations involved. It's more that whenever corporations get involved, you lose that grit, you lose the authenticity, and you lose a lot of the things that people like about Twitch and the people that like things that people like about YouTube. The reason why YouTube and Twitch are such popular platforms, and I think it's also the same reason why TikTok is a very popular platform, is that the content to a certain degree, and I think this is more so true with Twitch than YouTube, because it's harder to put on a face whenever you're on a live stream for hours at a time versus, you know, editing a video where you look good. And top left. Oh, that, look at that, dude. That was a good day. Look at that. I forgot all about that. That was a good day. And yeah, anyway, so what I was saying here is that, like, Twitch, I distracted myself because I was thinking about, like, so, like, I thought about that. I read Lost Ark, and then I thought about the fire, the fox that I was fighting, and then I remembered that, like, she had that human form where her boobs were really big, and then I forgot what I was gonna say. Give me a minute, guys. Let me go ahead and let's just move back just for a second, okay, guys?
Ja kreten izbrojao 6 leševa, zaboravio sam da smo ono troje na početku uništili.
Oh, wow, that was really, you guys really got me there, wow. What was I say about Twitch? Like, something about like Twitch and like some like copyright shit, right? Like, I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. But like, yeah, who gives a fuck?
To getting things right, but it's the creators that can really help make this final change. Don't just try and get away with what you can. Push Twitch to do better, to be clearer with its guidelines, to
I don't agree with pushing Twitch to do better and do the guidelines. What I agree with is I think that, like, for example, I'd love to have on you know what an example of doing better is? Let me give you an example of what I think doing better is. This is what I want to see more of right here. This right here. We don't need to see. That's whenever Train tweeted at 21. He tweeted at 21 motherfucking Savage, and 21 Savage said, yeah, you can play my shit. Like, that's what I want to see more of. I don't think that it's going to come from the platform. I think that it's going to come from guys like me, guys like Train. Like, I would love to, like, for example, like, next time I don't know, Tool comes out with a new album, I would fucking love to have them on my show and like talk about the album, talk about like my experience with the music, maybe have like a couple of my friends on, dude, and like play the music. That'd be really fucking cool. Yeah, so this will be in 10 years, right? Exactly. So that would be fucking cool. And I don't think it's out of the question. I don't at all. Run, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's the same thing with like other types of music as well. And just like, that's just the first band that I can think of off the top of my head, but like Sabaton, right? I fucking love Sabaton. So like, if I could ever do that, that would be really, really cool. So I think that these integrations are actually going to come from, they're not going to come top down, they're going to occur within individual communities. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm about, man. Nightform97, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Yeah. And so like, cause I would want to advertise their stuff, right? And in a lot of ways, this was one of the biggest arguments that I made with content, is that by playing the music, there are people that say every time that I would play The Last Stand by Sabaton, people would be like, bro, what is that? I need this fucking, I need this. Like, this song makes me want to reclaim the Holy Land. Like, come on, man. Like, and they would go and they'd listen to the music. They'd download the music. And like every day, I felt like Sabaton would gain new fans through that, right? And I think that there is a mutual benefit. There absolutely is. Because if there wasn't a mutual benefit, then you wouldn't have game companies paying streamers to play their games. The reason why game companies do that is that they know that that promotion is valuable. So yeah, I mean, I think that's and it's good for everybody, right? And that's the thing, is it's good for everybody. And I think that's the big reason why I'm against a lot of the copyright systems that the US has, is that I feel like they're reductive not only towards creating new content, but they're also reductive towards people that want to grow their content, and their content's necessarily not necessarily owned by them. Like Kanye West had this problem, a number of other artists have this problem where they don't own the masters of their own work.
Partner with more companies. The point is, at the end of the day, you're a rebel. But once you have people depending on you, their lifestyles, their homes, their families, their employees, you have a responsibility to be a good partner to them as a business.
Yeah, Harmony Dragon Force, yeah, there you go.
Are creators in the wrong in this situation? Absolutely. I don't think anyone could claim ignorance or reasonably argue otherwise.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, if you're watching a TV show on stream, you know what you're doing. Like, every single person knew exactly what they were doing. Station of Play, thanks to the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And actually, if I ever want to have Sabaton on my stream, I think Jay Devard is actually, he knows people in the band, right? So I could probably actually do that. So we'll see what happens. Maybe one day that will happen. But all I'm saying is that, yeah, I mean, I don't think that. And this is like a perspective thing. And this is like advice that I give to people. And, you know, I don't know if it's accurate with everybody. Of course, it probably isn't accurate with everybody. But just in general, advice that I try to give people is like, try to take bad things that happen to you or things that are setbacks and turn them into advantages, or find a way to make it work for you, right? And my dad told me this, like, you know, find a way to make this work for you. And I think that this is a way that it could actually work for content creators, and it could actually be better than what we have now.
You, Twitch, share in the blame for creating an ecosystem where exploits and under-the-radar tactics take priority over responsible growth? Yes to that, too. And it's especially disappointing when there are so many other cool opportunities that you could be working to build for the benefit of everyone.
True.
So get out there, kiddo. Make better choices there, bud. Mom and I will be rooting for you from over here. But hey, that's just a theory. A gaming platform theory. Thanks for watching. And here's just a final reminder to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and mark your calendars for February 19th so you don't miss that final security breach theory, as well as the live stream that follows. It's been a long time since we did one of these massive theory crafting collab streams, literally 7 years in the making. So be there to spam the chat with I was there. Plus, the last time we did something like this, Scott crashed it with lore hints. So maybe history will repeat itself? I don't know. Steel Wool, what you doing next Saturday? So one more time, that's next Saturday, February 19th, our final security breach.
That already happened? Yeah, it already happened.
Incredible live event. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. We'll see you all then.
So let's talk a little bit about this video, and I'm gonna link the video. I mean, obviously, you know, do these guys really need promotion? I mean, they got 15 million subscribers. They got more subs than I do, right? But like, it's a good video. I don't think it's really that bad, at least. there were inaccuracies, and I think that, like, yes, obviously, whenever the top, like, these are all corrections and clarifications of the content. Like, if you put out this many clarifications and corrections to the content that you made, I think that the reason why you do that is because the person making the content has an agenda behind it, and they have a perspective that they want to promote. They want people to think the way that they think, and I think that's kind of what happened. As you know, this video, the reason why I think people didn't like this video, I'll talk a little bit about why I think people didn't like it. The reason why they didn't like the video is very fucking simple. I think that a lot of people disliked it because it was YouTube criticizing Twitch. And people like Keemstar and other people out there as well have created this idea that YouTube streamers and Twitch streamers are two different groups of people. I upload on both platforms. Most of the, like, this guy, didn't he end his video talking about, like, a live stream that he was going to do potentially on Twitch or something like that? Like, I don't know, I'm sure this guy probably has a Twitch channel too. So it's to a certain degree a level of tribalism. I think also it's people that don't like seeing their content get criticized or their streamer get criticized. And I think also it's people that are worried about having content degraded again. Like, to lose autonomy and to lose control of what we can do on the platform. Just categorically. Like, just categorically, people don't like losing control over what they can watch and what they can see on the stream. And I think that's the biggest reason why people were upset about it. That's the reason why they weren't happy about it. I think that's the main thing. Also, the video did come off in many cases like condescending, like talking about how he's like the dad of it. It's just, it is kind of condescending in a lot of ways. And I think that people could very easily interpret it that way. And again, like, also at the same time, because it had a lot of inaccuracies, there are people that were like, okay, so it's this condescending video that got a lot of things wrong. Fuck this guy. As I said before, I try not to take things at face value, and I try to, like, listen to what somebody is trying to say, not necessarily what they do say. And I'm just, yeah, it's just what I'm used to doing, right? Is like, you kind of have to translate, translate the biases out of it to have the conversation about the idea. And that's kind of the, that's what I try to do, okay? Obviously, it's not what I always do. It's hard to do this, but it is a goal of mine that I try to achieve. So yeah, that's where I am. And let's see here, if I can read a few of the comments, and then we'll move on to the next video. We'll watch something else. Most people see something they don't like or don't agree with, don't even finish a video and make their idea of it. Well, it's not just that. I think that it's also the fact that there's a lot of people that see something like this and they just don't like copyright. I think that's the big reason. Yeah, I think they just don't like copyright the same as I don't. And so they look at somebody who's like, okay, well, this thing, you know, I don't like this thing. Well, then, okay, well, now what? Right? I don't know. Let me see what the hell the rest of this is. I don't see why so much drama about the video. I'll see what some of the comments are, and we'll read those. Like, but streamers broken the rules haven't been permabanned, while small streamers get permabanned when they slip up once. This is, like, I think that this is, like, the dumbest thing to say, in my opinion. Like, oh, wow, somebody who makes the company millions of dollars is treated differently than somebody who doesn't. Like, yeah, of course, people that are more important and more famous and make more money get better treatment. That's the way it goes in all of the world, everywhere, and it will never be different. It is the same as all the things. Like, I remember people thinking that Hillary Clinton or somebody like that is going to ever go to jail, or Donald Trump is going to ever go to jail. No, they're not. Like, you know what I said? This is Bobby's world, and we're living in it. It's the same thing on Twitch. This is the way everything in the world works. Yeah, it's just the more important you are, the more money you have, the more influence you have, the less you have to follow the rules. That's just, it is what it is. And again, YouTube has the same thing. YouTube has the exact same thing. Like, how many other streamers would have probably gotten permabanned for the PewDiePie bridge thing on YouTube? Like, I would assume that there would be a lot of other people that might have gotten permabanned for that on YouTube. But PewDiePie didn't. You know why? Because he's PewDiePie. That's why. So let's see here. Complaining YouTube too strict and sold out. Matt Pat complains Twitch isn't strict and sold out. It's hard to say. Saying everyone's mad. Matt Pat suggesting Twitch start being like YouTube, strict copyright handling, legally hand money to one company that made them copyright so strict in the first place, Disney. Yeah, it sucks. It definitely does. Let's see if I can read the rest of these. Feels completely wrong to keep this up without edits. Oh, right, that it was inaccurate. Yeah, and this is like the problem with like putting out videos, and just like in general, like having videos that are like a good thing with an article, for example, is that you can edit an article. Like if you have like an article written out and there's something inaccurate in the article, you can just type delete and change what the article says. But the difference is that on YouTube, you put the video out, and the video is like a crystallized form of entertainment or of media. And you can't go through and like edit this out or put this note in. You can to an extent, but it's not as effective as it would be in writing an article. I understand that you can, but can we both agree that it's not as effective as writing an article? YouTube used to have annotations, yeah. So I know that it is there, but to compare it to being able to write an article is not true. Let's see. So much video simply true. It's awesome. Nice disclaimer and description that no one will read. And this is what the problem is. And so like I actually ran into this issue, and like this is why it's so important to make sure that whenever you do videos that you have accurate information. And it's especially bad whenever you have a story that's unfolding and you cover the story, and then people get one impression of it, and then it turns out that that impression is wrong. So I'll use an example. Basically, whenever New World sent that one guy a DMCA, I made a video, and I was really critical of DMCA, of Amazon, assuming that they did this on purpose, right? And I said, again, assuming that they did it on purpose, everybody in the chat was like, fuck Amazon, fuck Amazon, fuck Amazon, Amazon sucks, I hate Amazon, right? And they assumed that it was all completely intentional. Well, Amazon came out and they rescinded the strike and they apologized to the creator, and all of that stuff happened. So I took that original video down because that video was then at that point misinformation. So I put up a second video, and people got upset about that because they said, well, Amazon made you take down the video. I said, no, I took down the video because I thought that, like, what I really didn't like, and this is something like you guys probably see on Twitter a lot, where like there'll be an article or like some sort of thing happens, it'll be like massive, horrible fucking story, this crazy, terrible thing happened, and it'll have 40,000 likes. And then the correction to it, the addendum to it, that actually contextualizes it and makes it not as crazy, has 1K likes. So these people are like, yes, they do issue a correction, but they never delete the original content that was trending in the first place, so people still believe that it's true. It's like Pro Jared is a good example of this. Pro Jared got accused of a bunch of stuff that seemed to not be true, but people didn't really read the correction. They didn't read his side of things. They just heard that this happened, and he never got a chance to really defend himself. So what I tried to do is I tried to remove the information that I find to be no longer accurate or that portrays a false image of the situation, right? Of what happened. And I thought this was a fair thing, but then people accuse me of being in Amazon's pocket. They accuse me of hiding information. They were like, why'd you take down the video? Were you a cuck? Like, what if they were lying to you, etc.? And I could not convince those people that that my perspective was right. But because they just don't care. Right? Again, you can't use logic to argue a person out of a position that they didn't use logic to arrive at in the first place. So I cannot logically explain to them my thought process because these people do not use logic. It's that simple. It's like going up against Brock in fucking Pokemon and you pick Charmander. Guess what? You're gonna have a bad fucking time killing that Onix because that Onix is basically immune to fire damage. And those guys were a whole lot of Onyxes. It just doesn't fucking matter what you do. You can't tell them anything. So all I'm really trying to say here is that the whole situation with this is he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he takes down the video, then people will criticize him. If he keeps it up, they will criticize him. That's why it's so important to make sure that, like, especially with information like this, that you have it right in the first place. And Mo, thanks for the 20 gifted subs, man. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. In Germany, there's a rule for news that if they spread misinformation, they have to make it right in the same size and at the same place in the news article. Yeah, well, we live in America, and misinformation is called the news. So, and also, like, I don't know. Like, there could be bullshit in Germany, too. I am not willing to accept that America is the only dystopia for wrong information. I think that there is misinformation everywhere in the world. I think that every country engages in propaganda and misinformation towards its population. I do also agree that there is a difference between the level of propaganda that somebody in China receives versus somebody in North Korea. And I also agree there's a difference between somebody in, like, let's say Great Britain versus America, or maybe Brazil. Like, there is a spectrum of this, but I think that all of it does exist above the number 0. Does that make sense? Let's read a few more, and then I want to move on. Again, this is a topic that, of course, it concerns me. A lot of you guys might not really give a shit about it as much as I do, but, you know, I stream, and so I care about this a lot. I like talking about this. I think it's interesting. You guys might not know this, but I was I was going to school. I wanted to become a lawyer, and I actually wanted to focus on intellectual property. That was like one of the things that I felt strongly about. So this is something that I'm passionate about and I'm interested in. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Explaining to my dad that I was going to not go to law school and instead make videos about World of Warcraft. He says, all right. All right. Okay. Oh, you're going to do it. He supported me, though. He did. My dad supported me. First stream I ever did. I told my dad the night before. Because, you know, this is back whenever I streamed in the AM. And I told my dad the night before. Oh, shit. Let me scroll down and make sure I'm over here. Okay. I told my dad the day before. I'm like, Dad, I'm going to do a stream. And my dad's like, what's that? And I told him, like, it's where people watch you play video games. So, like, they'll watch me play WoW. And I was like, man, I'm going to show them how good I am, right? And my dad's like, wow. Literally, who cares? Why would anybody watch that? Why would somebody watch somebody else play video games? And I said, I don't really know, but they do. So my dad's like, okay, well, I just don't want to get in the way of work. Or don't want to get in the way of school. I said, okay, Dad, I won't do that. I streamed that night. The next day, my dad and I go to Wendy's for lunch. We would always go to Wendy's for lunch. I'm talking to my dad, and my dad says, so how did that thing go? That like the video, the live video thing that you did, the stream? And I'm like, oh, I made $150. Yeah, I made $150. And he asked me. He says, well, what were you selling? I told him nothing. He said, I tell him, I don't know. I don't know. And then after that, he says, all right. Well, you're gonna be on again tonight too, right? And that was the day my dad became my biggest fan. And then later on, after that, so I go and, you know, like, obviously, like, my dad knows about train wrecks. You know, I've known Train 5 years. I still got the picture of us together over there, right on my wall. And I tell my dad, I'm like, you remember Tyler, right? You remember Train? My dad's like, yeah, cool. I'm like, you know Train's making $1 million a month doing gambling? And my dad's like, is that right? And I'm like, yeah, I don't do it, though. He's like, so, the thing is, gambling's not really that bad. I mean, I used to gamble a lot on, like, poker and stuff, and, you know, gambling, it's not really that bad of a thing, and the fact is that, you know, sometimes you do win, and it's not like you never win. I mean, yeah, you might not always win, but sometimes you don't win. You know, that's what it is, man. That's what it is. And so I'll have to get my dad on stream one of these days and get him to talk to y'all and tell some fucking stories. And what, Dad? Yeah. That's about it. When does the gambling start? Oh, it's in like probably whenever next time he's over, he'll be like, yeah, come do it, right? And what's this here? Gambling's legal in Texas? I mean, it's with crypto, right? It's monopoly money. And yeah, talk about how you made $150 on your first stream. Yeah. So this is my first stream that I ever did. Sorry, I'm gonna tell this story real quick, and then I'm gonna go on. And like I told my dad, and I was like, man, like, this is what I did. And he's like, so they just sit there, they watch you
Oh.
play video games all day. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy, right? And I kept doing it over and over and over. And I told my dad there was like a point where I was like, this is before I got my sub button, and I was making like, it was a lot of money. I was making like $10,000 a month, like streaming with like no sub button, just through donations. And my dad didn't really believe me. I think that he legitimately did not fucking believe me. And he would come over and he would sit on that sofa right there and he would do what he always does. He would pass out. And he would watch me stream. And there was one time I was talking about, so like whenever I was a kid, my dad introduced me. Have you guys ever had like the jar of like Jet Puff marshmallow cream? So my dad had like he introduced me to this, and he just wanted me, he's like, yeah, well, check this out. And like after I got older, I was like, well, fuck, I love this. This is delicious. This is the most delicious thing I've ever had. So I bought it for myself, and I'm talking about it on my stream. My dad's like this. You talking about that marshmallow cream? I'm like, yeah, Dad. He's like, the stuff that we used to get. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, so anyway, and my dad's like, hold up, wait a minute. So you have some of it? I'm like, yeah, I have it. He says, where is it? I'm like, it's in the fridge. And this is what he says.
Molim?
Can I see it? As if he just wanted to look at it. As if he just wanted to look at it. And I hand it to him. And that was it. It was all fucking gone, man. That shit was done. Yeeted and deleted. That shit was finished. Done. And so for 605 subs, man, I appreciate that. Thank you. Your dad, dude. No, the thing is, like, after I told my dad, I regretted telling my dad how much money I was making. Because, like, my dad used to, you know, like, we used to go out for dinner. We still go out for dinner, right? I mean, my dad and I go out for dinner, like, at least once a week, usually twice a week. And we always have. And he used to pay for my meals. And then one of these days, like, I must have told him that, like, oh, man, you know, I got, like, a $2,000 donation today or something like that.
Video.
My dad's like, is that right? And so next time we go over, we went to Bill Miller Barbecue. And my dad's like, I'm gonna go sit down. Any orders? Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. Just go ahead and get the food. And so then, yeah, so like now my dad's got me paying for all the fucking food too. And then I call him out on this, and then he turns around and he says, well, hell yeah, I am. I'm an old man on Social Security. You're gonna make me fucking pay for everything? And I'm like, actually, you're right. You know, so he fucking turns that shit around on me.
Heal.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, all right, fine. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. You're repaying him for years of free shit. That's why I got no problem with that, man. Like, I mean, that's what you do, right? It's the same thing with my mom. Like, people always ask me, they're like, oh man, like, why? You know, aren't you mad that like your mom doesn't have like a job, doesn't do anything, doesn't work, right? It's like, no, it's my mom. I take care of my mom. I take care of my family. Like, it's just, it's not a decision. It's just what you do. Like, I don't actively make a decision to do this. It's just what happens. Servers up? No, they're not up.
Ne slušam ja tebe, kad se ja tebe slušao budala, još ja, doktor nauka Milan Belada Hanta, brate, i možeš da digneš.
Lovac.
Da, treba si kurac, šta si rekao bio? Možeš da me digneš. Lik ispred tebe, brate. Nemoj da sereš kad nemaš pojma, brate. Ajmo, svakako smo mrtvi, došla još jedna ekipa. Ubi si samog sebe,
sad će biti lakše.
Samog sebe si ubio. vidim da me komenda to jest da li su mi nešto napisali na profilu.
Jebeni emulator. Ja, to pušiš marihuanu. Čujem neki rege. Da si počeo Bob vrete Marlija da slušaš. Aha. Bob Marley! Opet nisam samo se stavio.
Sve da ne skiresi.
Kod mene stoje 5. Gdje si? Šta ima advokatu? Nešto lipiš gromce. Yes. Je. Moguće da sam ga ošišao, jebem ti mrtve. A gdje biste? Ako ima negdje heal, reci. Nema. Evo. Kasa. La kasa. Ništa.
La kasa?
La casa de papel. Na na.
A kako je...
La casa de papel.
Kako je prevod beše ovih domaćih distributera? Velika pljačka ili pljačka banke, kako su ono...
A ne, money heist kao...
Da, money heist.
Ne znam.
Džvez.
Ne znam kako beše, smešano što... Kase.
Gdje mi je banka?
jebote ti. Ostiš. Lako Milane, majku mu jebem.
Nema se vremena, brzo.
Ovdje ima neko. Sad su načuli sve. Ja na njoj sam stajao.
Ko je to bacio čuk?
Ja nisu. Ljudi.
Možda Milan?
Možda neki Milanče.
Nek ljudi pretrčavaju prugu na levu.
Ide. Uvijek na tebe. Neće, preći oni da stoji. Nismo to mi.
Ma jesmo, to smo mi, Milan. Slušajte da. To smo mi.
Nemoj da se to neko zasni.
Otkud on zna koji smo to mi?
Samo to sjebi.
Imam veliku, Milan, gdje ćeš da je bacimo?
Gdje je ona, bret?
Znam. Mali negdje hill.
Da se ne bi, da je pikao bolj.
A te upgrade poene gore.
Uzeo.
Što moram se ishilovat sad radim.
Slušaj, Max.
Any orders? Understood.
Udaljeni. Sam hitao, štet.
At your service. For the colony! Any orders? Is everything okay? Reporting for duty.
Roger that.
Building complete.
Yeah, okay. You're the
Train right to the station.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Just tell me what to do. All right. That will be easy. Reporting for duty. Understood.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? Yeah. You gotcha. What? Great.
Вот се премиери.
Reporting for duty.
A new task. You again.
Idem ja da legnem ovamo dok oni ne doći, eto me tu čujem vas ja sve.
But be quick. What?
Attention. Building
Better be
complete.
good. Yes, tell me. But be quick.
Da, dve ekipe.
Kako odeš, Makić? Ništa, ništa.
Oko nas.
Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Are you sure? A new task. What?
Reporting for duty.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Waiting on orders.
Aren't there other units to bother? Okay, let's do this.
Commander?
You again.
Do you need me? Orders, sir. All right.
What do you want now? Great.
Reporting for duty. Building
Yeah,
complete.
okay.
Any orders?
Neće oni još predsjedvaću, nek se oni pobiju.
This better be good. Great. Okay, let's do this.
Building complete.
What's up? Any infected around? Are you sure? Gotcha. Okay.
Attention.
Gotcha.
Building complete.
You hold that, man. Gotcha.
Is everything okay? Let's go. Orders, sir. Commander? Any orders?
A new task. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Great. Okay. I hope
units to gather. This better be good.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah. You again. Yes. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah. You again. Oh, more orders.
Attention. Building completed. The train has arrived at the station. Do you need me? Is everything okay? For the colony! Do you need me? On your orders.
This better be good.
All the way. Reporting for duty. Orders, sir.
You again. Oh, here we go again. A new test. What? Oh, more orders. You again. What? Are you sure? A new test.
Reporting for duty.
What? What's up? Any infected around?
Do you need me? Attention. Building completed. Reporting for duty.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
It's time. Let's watch it. The NRA conference.
See, with our ARs, we're citizens. Without them, we'll be slaves. They're not assault weapons. They're sporting weapons. It's necessary to protect my family from tyrannical government.
Why do you think there are so many mass shootings?
Because that's what's on the agenda for the left. They want to take guns away from law-abiding citizens.
Protesters pushed up against barricades,
Jesus.
keeping them away from the NRA meeting site. It's tense.
Wait.
The pain, keeping them
Wait
away from the NRA meeting.
Oh my God! I need to go to one of these. This one, like, she got an RPG. This is for self-defense and for hunting. What are you hunting? Elephants.
Site. It's tense. The pain of a national tragedy does not bridge divides here.
When was a shooter a member of the NRA? I want you to tell me. You can't, because it never happened and it never will.
What do you think you're getting out of this? Like, what is the, like, what's the end goal with this? Like, what, like, do you think you're gonna, like, they're gonna be like, ah, that's a good point, I'm gonna go home. It's just, you're not gonna, like, why are you even, like, you're not trying to debate with them. Like, it's a protest, you're just yelling at each other across the street. It's just so pointless.
You're an idiot!
I believe you have the right to own a firearm, but I do not believe you should be 18 years old to be able to have an AR. When you use an AR, you're going to kill people. You don't go hunting for deer with an AR.
I generally agree with him, actually, I do. I think maybe some people hunt with an AR, I'm not really sure. But like, I don't see that, it doesn't seem like there's a big reason that an 18-year-old needs an AR. Like, I think pretty much most people could agree on that. I think most reasonable, normal people could agree on this. Not people that are screaming at each other from the side of the street. But I think a lot of reasonable people would say that. Sure. For hunting? Maybe it's a gun club? It's very, like, I mean, I'm sure there's like fucking extreme nuances, but I'm talking about like a general sense.
When the founding fathers like defined freedom, they didn't think that ARs were going to be part of it.
Or black people.
Yeah.
Or people of color.
People of color.
And how about freedom? They want to talk about how we shouldn't ban guns because that's hurting our freedom. How about abortion? We're forcing women to have kids.
I see you have an Antifa flag right here. How would you describe yourself politically?
I'd say I'm a socialist. So I believe in taxing the church, taxing the rich, abolish the police. Police are supposed to protect us in school.
I'm actually really glad he interviewed this guy because like the Antifa is taxing the church, taxing the rich. Wait, this is, he's wrong? Abolish, did he say abolish the police? I mean, yeah, did he say that? Well, I just...
Taxing the church, taxing the rich, abolish the police. Police are supposed to...
All right, I disagree with that. I think that's fucking stupid. Like, you're not gonna abolish the police. Yeah, that was fucking dumb. But I'm glad to have like an interview with an Antifa person who's not a complete nutcase. I do. I don't think this guy's a complete nutcase. Yeah, he's got some dumb, like, I think the abolishing police thing is stupid. But like everything else he said is like, this is generally like, this is reasonable. Sure. Are you kidding me? He's a nutcase? He's not a nutcase. How's he a nutcase? He says you can have, his guns are fine, but you shouldn't give a fucking 18-year-old an AR. Is that crazy? Keep watching? All right. Is he gonna reveal his power level? Let's see. So far, I think this person has been generally reasonable.
To protect us in schools, right? But in Uvalde, they didn't. When I get older, like old enough, 21, I'm gonna own a firearm because I don't trust police to solve my cases.
Marx said in his Communist Manifesto that we should arm the proletariat. Just arm the proletariat to ensure that they're able to defend themselves.
Well, my sign asks a pretty obvious question that I think everybody should be asking. This is the right time to have a celebration of guns right on the heels of more than a dozen kids and teachers getting murdered a few days.
It's a bit of a bad timing. I will agree with that. Probably bad timing for a gun convention. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they probably planned it months in advance, right? I mean, that's the way these things probably go. So obviously, like, you know, it's just, it ends up that way. You know, everything was planned first. I would assume
to go in Uvalde. This is ridiculous that we're the only country that has to deal with this. And that's what today is all about, is voicing our righteous outrage at our elected officials and the people at the NRA who decided to celebrate guns with blood on their hands today.
This time at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas.
We just learned the death toll is up to
Isn't that crazy? A bunch of kids.
Employees gunned down during their last week of school.
The shooter legally purchased 2 AR variant long guns within a week of his 18th birthday.
Dude up there is tossing magazines out to the crowd.
It's like a week? Yeah, well the thing is, like, I honestly feel like if you made it to where, like every time I see like these shooters and people like this, like these things happening, like it's always teenagers. Like, yeah, you have like older people that occasionally pop off, right? But like Columbine, teenagers. Sandy Hook, teenagers. This one, Uvalde, teenagers. It's always kids and like young teenagers. Like, maybe it would be a good idea to like make it to where you can't buy this shit until you're 21. It's where like your brain is like more fully formed. Because the truth is, like, it's like, yeah, you can say, oh, they can join the military and get a gun at 18. Yeah, but like they do that under like fucking extreme supervision. Somebody fucking screaming in their ear, watching what they're doing every second. You know what I mean? It should be 30. I think 20, like, the thing is that you can say 21, 25, 30. I think 21 is reasonable. Other people say 25. I don't know. But what I'm trying to get at here is that
it seems like this would help. That's all I'm saying. Is it seems like this would fucking help because you see a pattern, and like the pattern is the same type of behavior every time. I mean, I don't know.
You got it.
We're in Houston. We're at the NRA convention. I think the mayor asked this not to happen. The governor pulled out, but it's still going down.
Yeah, I bet it is. Oh my God.
An RPG is the ultimate Vegas poker experience. It seems like a great idea at the time. It's really, really expensive.
Yeah.
And it's over way too fast. An RPG is a rocket-propelled grenade. So anything that launches that, they either call an RPG for short or a rocket launcher.
Oh
Within the past couple of months, Airtronic did sell off about 30 of our older models through Gunbroker. So there's a lot of these in civilian hands now, and people are enjoying them.
Nije nužda, ne, ovako reći.
So you just buy an RPG? Oh, hell yeah, brother, that's freedom, yeah. The thing is, like, most people don't go on rampages with RPGs, and I think that, like, a lot of the people, you have to, like, get a, like, some sort of, like allowance to have this from like the state or the sheriff or the city or something like that. So, like, the people that have stuff like this,
najgora stvar, slušaj, što si ti lenj, brate, a što si ti lenj nego što sam ja lenj, ja kukam zbog jednog mog posa, a da viš ti koliko ljudi ovdje radi po 3 posa. Šta? A čekaj, šta, živi čitav život i umre. Bolje da brate napravi nešto, šta? I odmah, šta ću ti reći, ja, mala kinta, ono, makar je kinta svaka. Ma daj. Jeste dovoljan za brate nas.
This doesn't have anything, there's no connection between this and what happened in Uvalde.
Osjećaju se,
What do you think that we can do
što bi se brate reklo i hoće da brate
I think it goes back to the basic family. I'm 66 years old. When I was in high school, we used to take our shotguns to high school to show our coaches if we got a new shotgun.
My dad told me the same thing.
There was never a school shooting when I was in high school.
Evo Rizbo, evo ti primjer, evo ušao čovjek, ušao je čovjek primjer, on je isto tako radio po 2-3
Just go to Chicago, look at the
No, the thing is, like, I don't think he's wrong. I actually think he's right, for sure. It's just that that's not the whole story. That's one piece of pizza, and there's a whole pizza of problems. But it is one piece. Yeah, he's right.
A crime that's crime in Chicago. I mean, they have 40, 50 gun shootings a weekend.
I guess the difference would be that, like, in Chicago, a lot of that violence is gang-related. We're talking about kind of lone wolf shooters walking into an elementary school with an AR-15.
It's troubled kids. I'm not a big gamer, but, I mean, I've seen a lot of the video games, and there's a lot of them.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on, you really gonna have like a decent point and then bring up video? Oh,
što je debil, pa svojim trudom i brate radom, brate.
Wait, it was Elden Ring. Did Elden Ring do this? Holy shit, it's the video game's fault. Guys, gamers, we're being oppressed. We have to ride out. We have to rise up and stop this.
Pričam ja,
holy shit,
čovjeku koji hoće u stan nešto.
How do you think we can rebuild the American family?
That's got to be done. Radio brate pekari kao neki tamo menadžer, ovamo brate privatno drži brate časove likovnog i ovako kao učitelje u ovoj osnovnoj školi i to plus ovako preko interneta ikone crta i to sve. Nebitno, radi 3 brate posla. A Milan ne može ni jedan posla da radi, njemu je to.
Ne, pezi, nije robonje, nego oni ga ne plaćaju dovoljno. A kad ga pitam koliko je tebi dovoljno, nikad nije dovoljno. Nikad nije dovoljno. Znači, vraćamo se na početak. Nikad nije dovoljno i zato ne želiš nikad radiš. Jedi govno. Nikad nije dovoljno, nikad nije dovoljno. Nikad za nikad, razumiješ? A što znači nikad? Ne postoji dovoljna količina novca za njega. Koliko daš, toliko možda potroši, razumiješ?
Nope. That's what it is, right? It's like she was unprofessional because she just wants to get them the fuck out. Like, yeah,
No, it's the thing is that you have to understand why somebody acts that way. That's the reason. Big no energy on video, though, yeah.
The murder at Uvalde, Texas will tell everyone that we need to have gun under control. We don't take guns away from people.
Najgora stvar, što vidiš ti da je u stvari to sistemski tako okej, oni neće da neko bude prebogat, a da neko bude siromašan, nego svima da bude isto.
I find it crazy that like we always get into these like weird fucking arguments where like the only like it's like if you go on Twitter, there are two groups of people. So you either give kindergartners the guns, or nobody can have guns at all, not even like a hunting rifle. Like, those are the two options that you have on Twitter. You either arm the kindergartners, or you remove every single gun that ever existed. That's it. Oh no, you armed it. Oh, sorry, you armed the kindergarten teacher. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't want to misrepresent such a reasonable perspective. Yeah, worse than no. Yeah, there's just. It's like, I think most people would agree that like having a longer term background check is reasonable. I would assume like 80% of people would be like, yeah, you know, we should have probably stronger background checks, especially for younger people that are more at risk. I think most people would agree on that.
We hire police or these are mental people. He said that there's a mental problems with the United States.
Anybody.
Ma nije, ne bi sad zbog brate žene, brate, radite.
I would agree, I would not agree with that, but I would say that anybody who shoots up a elementary school probably does have mental problems.
Ne bi ja tako da moram da je, brate, platim kule i brate gradove, nego ako kažem.
Yeah, I find that to be unlikely.
The word. Do they have mental problems too? No, they don't, right? So that's why.
Nisam ni vidio sliku.
Better that the government knows.
Je 100% poslao ono njegovo, a?
Mini Gabor.
That's true.
To fucking Bill Gates. Oh crap, where's I going with this? What was I gonna say? Okay, governments, this, that. Okay, you know who EDP is? Yeah, I'm a guy that caught.
Vidim šta je to. Zanimljivo. Ne.
Okay, where's I going with that? I mean, I fucking remember that. It's whatever. Like, yeah, I don't remember why, but you know who EDP is? Yeah, just like some other random fucking shit out of nowhere. I mean, the thing is, like, I support people going out and protesting about stuff because that's what it's about. Like, I think that's one of the most important things about America, is that you can protest something and you have the freedom to do that. I think that's a really good thing. Yeah, it's incredibly important. So like I support these guys going out there and doing this. Even if it's stupid. That's the thing is even you go protest something. Even if it's dumb, you go out and protest it.
Wait, you're the guy
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm the guy that caught him.
Evo primjer, Milane.
Holy shit! No fucking way, oh my god!
Stani malo, brate. A ne možeš s njim da se priča.
Se zaleteo, se zaleteo.
Da, gotovo.
How do you think that we can prevent mass shootings like those?
Lik koji nije imao, brate, ništa, dok smo mi svi drkali kurac u srednju i to, on je na ovoj pusti, brate, radio samo. Evo ga sad ima sredio gornji sprat, ima kola, brate, koje hoće i sve, brate, svojim normalnim, brate, i radom. Bože, ako si taktičan,
I'm glad he's got that written down.
Ne, izvini, Milspec da donosi vikendom u, brate,
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can't wait. This is gonna be good. Yeah, he's gonna have I think that, like, what is EDP? So people might not really know who EDP is. EDP was he's a groomer. He's a groomer. Pretty much a pedo. Yeah, and they got him, and he's a piece of shit. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, he's a piece of shit, and so that guy caught him.
A nije ima tu lufta, brate, može se napraviti, ne radi on 8 sati sve, šta je s tobom?
Parks, she's anti-abortion. She's a good friend of MLK. He's anti-abortion. Anti-abortion. So, case closed.
I see that you have 2 Mike Lindell My Pillows attached to your belt loops on either side.
That's impressive.
Yes.
Honestly, like, that is really impressive. So, it's like he went to Bed Bath & Beyond before this to, you know, get stocked up for this. Yeah, in case anybody wants to have a pillow fight.
Friend of mine, I've only met him once in person, but he knows what I've been doing for him.
It's like this person, like I gotta. This is kind of what I said before. Is like these people are. There's something wrong in their head. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a person of a sound mind, in my opinion. This is not a way a normal person thinks and acts and shit like this. And it's like, yeah, this is a person, like, he struggles himself. Yeah, this guy's got problems, man. Like, he's got actual problems. Like, his brain doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. There's just shit wrong with him.
Yes.
It sucks to see people have this happen to them. It's an actual mental health issue.
And this is a little bit more firm, and they're the best pillows I've ever had.
Which one do you prefer?
I prefer the soft one, the medium fill.
That's great.
Standard's a little tough on my neck.
Did you enjoy his pillows prior to his endorsement of Donald Trump?
Well, they've been around for a long time. I couldn't afford them. He cut the price in half now. Here's a tip. Don't order them through the mail, because they come wrapped up with no box. Go to Walmart, get them in a box. The box is going to be worth more than the pillow.
Why?
Because it's classic. I'm getting ready to go over to the communists.
I told you guys, there's something wrong with this guy, like, and that's what it is, yeah. And this guy has guns, wow. Yeah, it's like these people are, there's something wrong with this. And it's like these people are funny, right? It's funny to laugh at them and shit. Oh, sure. But you've got to keep in mind, like, there's something wrong with this dude.
Engage with them?
I screamed profanity at them and it made them angry. Respect me.
What are your favorite profanities to hurl at an Antifa BLM soldier?
Fat baby butcher bitches.
That's pretty good. I mean, like, you could make a rap song out of that. Like, I mean, really, I mean, that's actually a really good one. God damn, that's lit. Oh my god. I love how he says it. It's like he's practiced saying this for his whole life, which is probably true.
Well, you're gonna go do it again?
I just shot you
I'll see you over there, man. Don't let those Antifa communist bastards take your pillows away. Godspeed, soldier. You're doing the right thing.
Oh, he's got that flag as a case.
I met Rosa Parks. I don't give a fuck. You don't know shit.
Koji će mi kurac on podom daj meni neku takvu za podom tamo i njega za pod ruku. Me zabole za njega. Jeli?
Oh my god. Well, at least he got the pillows. Uh-oh. Oh no, I spoke too soon.
Vidiš Milane, ja ne pričam mnogo. Ja sam jutros otišao na kaficu tamo I odradio šta I onda odradim. Tako da...
It's like, that's the thing, it's like the moment that you feel like that you are like justified to elevate things to like a physical level, like to grab somebody's sign, like walk away with it or some shit like that. Because, like, you see how fast that shit escalates, right? It's like you grab that dude's sign, then the other dude is grabbing you, and it turns into, like, a thing. Yeah, that's stupid. Like, that's... You can't let that shit happen. Like, that's the only thing, like, about, like, these protests and shit. Like, two assholes screaming at each other, like, yeah, it's stupid. Like, who gives a fuck? But, like, the moment that you make it physical, and the moment that you start, like, grabbing people's shit and touching people's stuff, then, that's over the line.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, there's a little bit. I think they could change some of the requirements to own an AR. You know, back in the old days, we didn't have the same type of weapons.
Sve su kurve, Beogradski su sve kurve.
Do you think that kid should have been able to buy an AR?
Jeste sad. Somebody worked on the kid's brain. They worked on that one in Buffalo. He drove 300 miles. He shoot black people at a store. He probably could have drove.
Samo malo, hoćeš da kažeš da ove devojke sa sela, one nešto neće puno. To je tvoje. To hoćeš da kažeš. Indicira da to hoćeš da kažeš, jeli? Pa nisi u pravu.
Što znam da su ove ovdje droljetine samo takve. Čak i ako se ne jebe različiti.
He just fucking shows up. He's like, how many abortions have y'all had?
Uć je tu crv.
Holy fuck. He just pops out of nowhere, yeah. God fucking damn.
Bullshit. Why would this kid put a manifesto together anyway?
Chuck Schumer didn't want us to pass laws to protect schools.
That's a Democrat
Idi tiho do oca Varnave, nek ti utera kurac u bulju, jebi ga.
Democrats, what you says, Democrats want,
oni su svi bre homoseksualci bre, mani me oca Varnave.
In jail. Like that's
Sveštenici, najgori pedofili.
That's what they do.
Ja se izvinjavam.
A ti ovako mladoliko izgleda sa tim bijelim zubima, znači Varnava bi ti ga gurno, ne bi se okrenuo.
He doesn't want to harden the target, he wants your kids to be killed. That's why the Democrats advocate for murdering children in the womb. They don't care about life. The NRA has a fucking thing to do with it. You idiot.
It's like, I wonder how many times like he's done this online. Like how much karma do you think this kid has online? Like, I guarantee you it's gotta be over, like, it might be negative, because, like, you know, usually these opinions aren't too popular on Reddit. He could be into, like, the negative 10s or 20,000s, you know what I mean? His whole life, yeah. It's just, it's nuts. That's his dad. Maybe it is. I have no idea. He's a 4chan user? Maybe. I always find it to be, like, so weird that, like, somebody wants to go out of their way to yell at somebody. Like, I've never wanted to yell at a person in my life. I hate I hate that shit. Like somebody gets like aggressive and starts yelling and shit. Like, ugh. Like that freaks me the fuck out. Like I never want to deal with that.
When did the NRA kill somebody? You're an idiot.
Hell yeah.
I don't not like them. They're human beings. I love everybody. Okay, they have souls.
You're an idiot!
It's just sad because they're confused. The problem isn't the guns, the problem is a people problem, okay? Ever since 1973, we legalized abortion. I think that was a real downfall in American society because we've murdered millions of children.
People are really against this whole abortion thing. And like, you can see, like, the thing is, like, you can see from their perspective, right? It's like, if they really think that abortion is, like, killing babies, like, you can see how that would make somebody apoplectic. You know, it would make them a little bit unhappy and stressed out. You know what I mean? It is. It is, but like there's like it's like you make the greater good argument, right? So it's like you kill the kid because like the kid has like a, you know, you bring the kid up into like a world where like, you know, people didn't want him in it, or like the parents had like some problem, or like the kid had something wrong with his head, or something like that, right? It's actually really just like, in my opinion, like this has all been like my opinion on like abortion. Is I think abortion is like medieval. It's like it's horrible. It's like the worst thing that could happen is to have an abortion. It's terrible. But I think it should be legal. I think people should be able to make the decision. I think it is. Like I think it's a terrible, horrible, awful thing to have to make that decision. But I think it should be legal. I mean, you guys didn't expect, like you guys weren't expecting a fucking, you know, some like moral argument. No, I mean, come on, let's be real.
Okay to murder children in the womb, but not okay to murder kids in school. I know this isn't your usual thing. You just let people talk. I want to listen to what you think.
I'm curious if you think there's any common ground that could be found between.
See, that's a very complicated thing to talk about, and I think there is room for that. Okay, I think we can have mental health evaluations, and I think.
Yeah, but you need to stop fucking screaming at people from the other side of the street, man. Like that's the reason why you don't have any conversations. Is you just sitting there talking to somebody.
Čemo ga subosaremo da gubimo, što pre?
Crveni je, ej.
Crveni je već, jebote. Ko na svadbu i kod? Pored rizba.
Jebem ti mater. Jebale vas te sačmare, govnjive.
Opet mrtav.
Koliko ih ostaje?
I'm off to see a sister. Guys, sorry. Oh.